Good morning, welcome to Edgbaston for the third day of this fascinating LV Championship match between Warwickshire and Lancashire. With Lancashire about to resume their first innings with 1 wicket left, 12 runs behind. Intriguingly poised game. I'm Clive Eakin, with me today Scott Reed and Phil Britt. Sadly we don't have Grace Ballinger or Emma Jones with us today, on account of the fact they're proper cricketers and are back in training today. So, the match situation is Lancashire are resuming in their first innings. On 280 for 9, so they're 12 runs behind. Warwickshire's first innings total, so it really is all going to be down to the second innings of both these teams. The third innings feels particularly important. And it's Ollie Hannon-Dolby resuming and bowling to Williams, who's hit the first runs of the morning rather splendidly. Clips it round his path to square leg for 4. So that's a good start. Lancashire's first target, I guess, is to wipe out the first innings deficit, and maybe nudge a bit ahead, and of course they will have an eye on getting to 300 as far as bonus points are concerned. Overs are not a problem as far as getting to 300 is concerned. Hannon-Dolby bowls to Williams, who's played another shot round his pads. This time he only gets 1. A good start from Will Williams. He's on 5. He's to have the capacity to really frustrate Warwickshire, you feel. They got to within 7 of Warwickshire's first innings total now. It's another similar day weather-wise. A few clouds in the sky, lots of blue sky, no weather threat at the moment. Smallish breeze blowing, similar sort of crowd of what we've had on the first 2 days. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside by Parkinson. This is a very positive start by Lancashire. He gets a single, so they've taken 5 runs already, which is taking their last wicket stand to 15 now, and has them within 6 runs of Warwickshire's first innings total. It'd be a bit of a thriller if it was a 1 innings match, wouldn't it? But Warwickshire want to wrap this up fairly quickly before these two do too much damage, and then very interesting to see how they bat in third. I think both teams will feel they gave a few of their wickets away in the first innings. Hannon-Dolby bowls, that's left by Williams. Both innings dominated by 1 batter. Sam Hain for Warwickshire made 130. Stephen Croft for Lancashire made 90. No one else has got to 50 thus far. Be doing an update on radio shortly. It's the sun out here at Edgbaston. Well, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston at the start of the third day of a very nicely poised LV Championship match between Warwickshire and Lancashire. Lancashire are resuming their first innings. They are 286 for 9. So with 1 wicket left, they are 6 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. They have already added 6 runs this morning with Will Williams hitting the first boundary of the day. He's on 6. Matty Parkinson's on 9. Warwickshire will want to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible, and then it's going to be how they bat in the third innings once they start. 286 for 9 at Lancashire. The forecast according to BBC Radio WMs is going to get very nice throughout the day. As Alan Dobby bowls, he moves across the stumps though. Williams is a strangled appeal for Alan Dobby. I think he might have got a bit of bat on that. And there's no run, but a good first over from Lancashire's point of view. We'll be happy with that. 286 for 9. So 6 runs, as they coming from that first over. Single to Parkinson and a 4 and a single to Williams. Liam Norwell, who needs 1 more wicket for a fifer on his return from injury. I interviewed Matt Mason at the end of the day's play. Liam was pretty tired in the end because he worked pretty hard yesterday. Bowled 23 overs in his first game for a while, but he took 4 for 78 and 2 slips in place. Comes in Norwell to bowl. Oh, and that's edge. It is. Norwell's got his fifer. Parkinson has gone for 9. And Lancashire have added 6 runs this morning, but they have finished behind. Warwickshire have a massive first innings lead of 6. And, well, not much point you sitting down, Scott, really, was there? Cause,
I'll go away then.
well, we can have a bit of a chat, I guess. But there we are, all out for 286. It's all going to be on the third day, and the third innings often is the pivotal innings of a match, isn't it?
Well,
why are we not hearing you? Ah, you're not plugged in, that's why. I beg your pardon. That's better.
There we go.
That's better.
I've got nothing important to say anyway. We're better off unplugging it. Well, I suppose for Warwickshire, that's the job done, isn't it? Get it all wrapped up pretty early. But yeah, what a fascinating couple of days we're going to have now. Games absolutely level at the halfway stage. Third day, the third innings of the match. We'll see how it all unfolds. I think we're going to be in for a really good 2 days. It's been interesting cricket over the course of the last couple of days, and congratulations to Liam Norwell. That's a fabulous effort on his comeback as well from that horrible concussion injury. No wonder his teammates are applauding him off. That's a brilliant way for Norwell to come back into the side, and he ends with a 5 for 78. So great work by Liam Norwell.
It's his, have a look, it's his 15th fifer in first class cricket. So great effort from Liam Norwell. I was saying on commentary, I think both teams will feel they did give some of their wickets away in the first innings. There were some loose shots out there.
Yeah, I agree, and I think probably more importantly, Stephen Croft agreed with that as well. I spoke to him last night and said, well battered, and what's the general feeling? And he said, look, I think both teams will look back at their innings and say we've been in decent positions and not gone on. Now, obviously, Croft's obviously priorities what Lancashire have done, and he said, look, we had 3 partnerships with himself and Villas, himself and Jones, a little bit with Croft and Balderson. Batters getting in and not going on, and he said that's the overriding frustration he felt last night in the Lancashire dressing room. They obviously know the game is absolutely level, or is almost certainly going to be, and it turns out it is the case when Lancashire have been bowled out. But he said they've just been opportunities that have not been taken, and I think that is applicable to both sides.
Yeah, well, there have been 5 half-century partnerships, 3 for Lancashire, 2 for Warwickshire, but none of them got anywhere near really getting to 100. So let's just go through the Lancashire cards quickly. Started off a bit shakily for them. Keaton Jennings out in the third over, caught behind off Ollie Allen Dorby, good delivery that. Keaton Jennings gone for 1 off 10 balls. That was 1 for 1, but then the first of those 50 partnerships, exactly 50, put on by Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. before Bohannon miscued a shot against Norwell and was caught by Will Rhodes for... that was the edge, wasn't it? That was the edge to third slip. It was quite a quick ball for Norwell. It flew to Will Rhodes, who had to sort of lean backwards to cling onto it. Bohannon gone for 18 off 48 balls. He hit 3 fours. That was 51 for 2 in the 22nd. Luke Wells then caught Brooks ball. All his was a miscued shot, which gave Brooks an easy catch. Wells gone for 36. 87 balls, 5 fours, 72 for 3 in the 30th. Then the somewhat controversial one, the partnership of 69, I think it's the biggest partnership of the game so far. Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, a judge caught a leg slip by Sam Hain off Danny Briggs. I'm not a body language expert, but reading it, I would suggest that Dane Villas was not entirely in accord with the decision to give himself out. The umpires had quite a long chat afterwards and spoke to Stephen Croft, so I don't know whether words were exchanged. I might be reading too much into that, I don't know. But anyway, Villas gone for 37, 51 balls, 4 fours, and that was 141 for 4 in the 45th. Another 50 partnership, 56 added for the 5th wicket before Rob Jones played some good shots, but he was caught behind off Henry Brooks for 28 off 67 balls, 3 fours. And then wickets sort of fell fairly frequently. George Balderson was next, caught Briggs. Again, a miscued shot off Will Rhodes for 19, 35 balls, 3 fours. That was 226 for 6. Danny Lamb caught Yates, bowled Norwell for 18 off 44 balls, 1 4 and 2 sixes for Danny Lamb. That was 259 for 7. There is a short boundary here, so sixes are a temptation. And then Tom Bailey was bowled Liam Norwell, clean bowl for 3, 263 for 8. The crucial wicket really was that of Stephen Croft, who was eventually 9th out for a splendid 90 off 183 balls, 10 fours and a 6 before he was caught by Yates off Brooks. 270 for 9. They got to 280 for 9 by the close yesterday and today after adding 6 runs. Matt Parkinson caught behind by Burgess of Liam Norwell for 9, leaving he hit 1-4, faced 25 balls, leaving Will Williams 6 not out off 40 balls, 1-4, 21 extras, 6 byes. 9 leg byes, 4 no balls and a couple of wides in there as well. 97.1 overs. Lancashire 286 for all out. So both teams take 5 bonus points from this match. 2 batting and 3 bowling. And the bowling figures finally. Ollie Hallen-Dalby, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 62. The standout figures, those of Liam Norwell, 23.1 over. So he took him 1 ball today to get his 5th wicket. 7 maidens, 5 for 78. Henry Brooks, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 60. Will Rhodes, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 32. Danny Briggs, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 38. And Rob Yates bowled a splendid change of ends over, which went for 1 run. And there we are. That's it.
Very comprehensive, Clive.
So, Warwickshire will start 6 runs ahead. Elsewhere, the test match underway. It could be a fascinating last day, but New Zealand haven't lost any further wickets so far this morning. 234 for 7, lead England by 248. What else have we got? Surrey all out, finally, for 382, giving them a first innings lead of 202 against Somerset at Taunton. I'm not sure there's anyone that can stop Surrey. Possibly not in any competition this season, because they look pretty good in the T20 as well. Yeah. Rory Burns 113 in that innings, 88 to Will Jack, 63 not out to Jordan Clark. But they do look. Have you played them yet?
No, Lancashire only play them once, and it's the final game of the season.
You. Now, Warwickshire played in first game of the season, and I think we're pretty pleased, to be honest, to come away with a draw. I must admit, I remember the very first morning I looked at the teams, I thought, blimey, that's a line-up for Surrey. Obviously, it's a bit weaker now because a couple of them are away with England. Even so, didn't look a strong lineup. Hampshire 226 for 4 against Yorkshire. It's a pretty high-scoring game at Southampton. They're 202 behind. High-scoring game is also at Canterbury, where there are a few high-scoring games actually. Kent at 234 for 3 against Gloucestershire, who made 438. Worcestershire 143 for 7. They are responding to Durham's massive 642 for 7. The game that is moving on rapidly is the one at Chesterfield, where Middlesex 107 for 3 lead Derbyshire by 129. Glamorgan going well at Cardiff, 268 for 1, replying to Sussex 376, and Nottinghamshire 395 for 5 at Leicester, replying to Leicestershire's 440. So what will Lancashire want to be chasing? Well, obviously they want to be chasing 120, but what what would they think is a...
Well, I suppose from a Warwickshire point of view, if they can try and make Lancashire chase the biggest score of the match, I guess that that would be their objective. If they can try and get north of 292, then they're going to have to chase the biggest score in the game to win. So it's difficult to tell, isn't it? Because the 290 and 280 are two relatively modest scores, aren't they? But we've, as we touched on before, we've seen two batters do well, Hayne and Croft. We've seen others get in and show that they can score and not take it on. So it's not like batting is impossible, and that's been proven by Croft and by Hayne, and to a degree by Burgess, and I guess Rhodes and Sibley and Villas and Jones have all got in. So it'd be quite intriguing. But I think if you start with the basis of setting Lancashire the prospect of trying to score the highest total of the match to win, that might be a decent base to work from.
So we are about to start the Warwickshire innings then. That used up a little bit of time. We're in the second over, weren't we? And then we lose 2 for the end of innings. So we have 92 overs scheduled to be completed.
It'd be interesting to see how the pitch continues to play. I mean, it's been a pitch where I think that obviously the seam bowlers have really enjoyed it. I think Warwickshire's seamers, I think, got a little bit more out of it than Lancashire's seamers. Maybe that's because they're slightly, the taller bowlers, and maybe got a little extra bounce off the pitch than what Lancashire was able to generate. Will spin come into it on the fourth day?
Yeah. It was interesting, actually. Matt Mason sort of voted to Stephen Crawford in terms of he's the bowling coach for Warwickshire. Interviewed him afterwards, and he felt that the bowling sort of came and went. They had good spells where they bowled well, and spells where they didn't bowl quite so well.
Actually, I did have a conversation with Mark Chilton, and he kind of had the same summary on day one about how Lancashire performed. So the similarities between actually how both sides have bowled and battered are pretty clear, aren't they? I think both sets of dressing rooms will think they could have done better, but there's elements of it that have been good. At least, I mean, it's making for a really intriguing game, a pretty level contest.
Yeah, I'm predicting a tie.
Oh my word, can't be coping with that. That's too much drama.
I've not had one yet.
Lancashire won at Somerset the other year. So here we go, Bailey to Davis. It's a ball that's full and wide of off stump and left, and through to Dame Villas, and there's no run. Bailey has got Davis 3 times this season. He's his old mate. Twice he got him at Emirates Old Trafford, and he dismissed him in the first innings here as well. So Alex Davis will be desperate for some runs against his old team. He's not managed it so far in the 3 games he's faced his former teammates. Here's Bailey over the wicket to Davis, who plays off the front foot and drives to Josh Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run.
He's not had the season that he'd hoped for by his own admission so far. He's made the odd contribution here and there, but both in this competition and T20 hasn't really happened for him so far in terms of the batting. Kept wicket very well in the T20, but did make up an important 49 at Chester Street, which was key in Warwickshire and the Bears winning that game.
3 slips awaiting Bailey to Davis. It's a nice shot. It gets runs there, just pushing it safely along the ground through wide mid-off for a single, and he gets his first run. 1 without loss. Is he opening the batting in T20?
He is, yeah. Yeah, which... No, he's not. What am I talking about? No, he's not. I beg your pardon. No, he's not. He's coming in at 3.
Right.
And we've got Paul Sterling and Jacob Bethel are opening the batting. And it's his nature of T20, isn't it? Paul Sterling, 119 on his debut. Brilliant. In his last 3 innings, 0.
Well, isn't that just T20?
2 first ballers as well, so I'll be a bit nervous for the game on Friday at Trent Bridge, I expect.
Sibley on strike. It's Bailey from the pavilion end for Lancashire. Over the wicket to Sibley. Turns it out towards the onside. And there is No run.
And there's some sort of controversy, some debate about Alex Davis opening the batting in the Championship. Some saying that Rob Yates did well opening and out, but I don't know whether that's just is Rob Yates's struggle for form this season because he's batting at 3 instead of 1, or 1 or 2. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think that might be oversimplifying it a little bit.
Sibley waits and plays off the front foot, pushing up to mid-on, no run. So he's dropped down to 3 because Davis is opening.
To accommodate Davis, yeah. Obviously we've got Sibley, we didn't have large parts of last season also.
Yeah. He was always adamant, Alex, when he was at Lancashire, how much he was. I appreciate he's not keeping wicket in the 4-day stuff yet, but he did with Lancashire and opened the batting, and he was always pretty adamant that's how he sees his career. Bailey into Sibley, that strikes him on the pad, and he's shaping to play at leg side. I think there's enough doubt in that for me. There's a big appeal from Lancashire. It's the first over of the innings, so maybe just up nice and early, but I don't know, the way that struck Sibley wasn't convincing.
Yeah, I can see why there was a shout.
It's the end of the over. A little shake of the head from Neil Mallander. Neil Mallander and Peter Hartley, our umpires in this fixture. With Peter at the Birmingham end now, and Neil at the Pavilion end. So the first over of the Warwickshire second innings has been completed. The 1 run off it, that single for Davis, worked away through wide mid-off, so 1 without loss.
So, Warwick should take their lead to 7 then. Their first innings lead 6 runs. Could that prove crucial? Yeah, who knows?
Well, it could do, couldn't it? It's a pretty even game, quite low scoring. 6 doesn't seem like much, but you know, you're predicting ties. It could get down to that level. We
joked when Josh Bohannon was on his team. We thought he made a perfectly good stop. I hope they don't end up winning by 1 run. That one is pushed out by Davis into a gap on the leg side, so he will get runs here. He's running the second really hard. He believes there's a third there, and possibly if Dom Sibley had been more up for it, there might have been, but I think Davis was keener on that than Sibley, so they have to settle for 2.
He was absolutely determined, wasn't he, to try and get a third there.
Yeah.
It's a big boundary though.
It is.
So he's for Alex Davis, right-handed to his leg side. That's a big hit, and he'll run lots of 3s on big boundaries in Manchester. So he was quite keen to come back for a third, but couldn't do it.
So he's got all 3 runs on the board so far, 3 without loss. Williams in. Let's play back to him. There's no run. So it looks a decent cricketer, Will Williams. Thought he bowled well in the first innings, fielded very well, and even with a bat, he won splendid 4 this morning before his partner got out.
Yeah, it's a good debut for him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought he actually kind of just joined up with the team this week, but he was telling me the other night that he'd been training with Lancashire last week, so he kind of got a call from Lancashire to come and join the team and train, I think last Thursday, he said. So he kind of got to know some of the players briefly in that training session.
He's into ball to Davis, who just runs out to backward point. There's no run. So he's come over here essentially to play a bit of club cricket. Was that?
Yeah, he played for a club called Bridgewater in Somerset, and that's I think he said he's played 6 times this season for them. That's what he's been doing, playing club cricket. His mum's English. She's from Kent, and obviously he's been picked up on Lancashire's kind of radar. They got to hear about him, and then training session with Lancashire last Thursday. They were happy with what they saw and has given him a 2-game contract.
Williams comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run. I can't think about Bridgewater without thinking about the title of that Half Man, Half Biscuit album. I don't know why I find it so amusing, because it's not that funny, but they had an album called Trouble Over Bridgewater, which I like that.
It's gone over my head as that one.
Trouble.
Bridge
you must have heard a Bridge of Water.
That's Simon and... Is he trying to crack a joke? Oh, he's trying to...
Well, there was a title of a Half Man, Half Biscuit album. They're the ones that cracked the joke.
Oh, I've never heard of them.
Have you not?
No.
Okay. Bit of an indie band. That one is driven for 4 by Davis. They are famous for their song titles, one of which I can't repeat on air, but it's quite funny.
Right.
About Fred Titmus. Yeah. Anyway, look them up.
I've heard of bridge over troubled water. Yeah.
So that's anyway. Got a bit lost in that, didn't it? Really.
Completely went over my head. That. Yeah.
Anyway, that splendid boundary from Alex Davis. He's on to 7. 7 without loss. We'll stick with the cricket, shall we? Will Williams in to bowl from the Birmingham end, and Davis leaves that one. That looked a fairly tight leave. Oohs and ahs from the Lancastrians. Did nip back. Looking at the replay, did nip back quite sharply. His heart might have fluttered just a little bit there, Alex Davis, but I'm sure he'll say he had it under control. 7 without loss after 2.
It was a good response from the bowler, wasn't he? He kind of went hopping over, staring back down towards the stump, saying, how on earth has that not flicked the off stump? But a good leave from Davis. Boundary conceded. Took an age for him to concede a boundary. And when he took the new ball on day 1, I think it was 62 deliveries he sent down without conceding a boundary. Will Williams, pretty miserly figures. On debut, 24 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 42. Anyway, here's Bailey to Sibley, 3 slips waiting. And Sibley gets onto the front foot, leans into it, and plays it safely back along the ground, and there's no run.
Gary and Ben on duty again on the live cricket page, BBC website. If you've logged on via the BBC website or sports app, you'll scroll down, you'll see the updates on all the games up and down the country.
I presume everyone's playing. I think the forecast is good across the country, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bailey to Sibley, drives again. It bounces up towards Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Just have this feeling that the test match might end up in an almighty anticlimax. You see them end up battling on and on. 7 now, because they've got one player injured as well, haven't they? So England may only need 2 wickets, but they haven't got any yet. And the lead's now 257.
Are they 7 down?
7 down,
okay.
but with Jameson, isn't it, is struggling injury-wise, which will also affect their bowling, of course.
Bailey to Sibley. Oh, it's a lovely shot through wide mid-on for 4. It's a strength clearly of Sibley, and he gets himself his first runs. It's a gorgeous shot, flicked away towards the right of Bohannon at mid-on for 4. 11 now for Warwickshire, 11 without loss in the 3rd over of their 2nd innings. The lead of 17. There's a difference of 6 runs on first innings. Good looking Sibley shot for 4. 3 slips behind him, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And Bailey pushes from a little bit wider of off stump, and it's left by Sibley and taken by Dame Villas, the Lancashire captain. There's no run.
You mentioned whether spinners will come into it. I mean, there hasn't been much sign of turns so far, has there?
No.
In the game, Matt Parkinson and Danny Briggs have both bowled reasonably lengthy spells. Parkinson got 1 wicket in 15 overs, and Briggs got 1 in 19.
Bailey to Sibley. He's backing across to defend this next delivery, which bounces back down the pitch, and it's scooped up by Bollerson, who comes up from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sometimes
the Edgbaston pitch does get actually easier as the game goes on. So all outcomes very possible here.
Including your tie.
Well, yeah. I mean, if Warwickshire bat very well, they then will face a bit of a dilemma about
yeah, that's true.
Whether they'll pull out at any point.
Sonny's beating down as Sibley waits for Bailey. Plays forward. Ball just deflects away towards Croft at point, and there's no run. End of the 3rd over of the Warwickshire 2nd innings. 11 for no wicket. Davis on 7. Sibley on 4.
Well, the idea of a match situation would be, I guess, for Warwickshire to be bowled out by just about by the end of the day.
Yeah,
and give us a terrific run chase on day 4.
It would. It'd be a belting finish, that.
11 without loss now, so 17 they are ahead. Will Williams to bowl. And he comes in to bowl, and it's driven by Davis, and it's half stopped by Williams, who deflects it to mid-off. And There's no run.
Well, I mean, looking at the scores across the country, it looks like we're going to have... we had an awful lot of draws, didn't we, in the first few rounds of games this season? A lot of high-scoring draws, but there's quite a few games that are advanced. I think we're going to have some results this week.
Yeah. That's Williams bowls. That's driven by Davis again. Williams deflects it to mid-off. Hit that harder, Davis, with the same outcome.
I think he'll come out here, Alex Davis, with some intent. I think it'll. Say he's not quite had the season just yet with the bat for Warwickshire. This is the fourth time he's faced his former team. He's not got runs yet. I suspect he'll be quite positive. It means a positive play to begin with. I think he'll go along those lines.
Williams bowls, and well, just got a bit of bat on that, I think, because Williams turned as if he was going to appeal and then put his head in his hands as if that was spearing towards the pads, but Davis just got a little bit on it, I think. So 11 without loss is the Warwickshire total here at Edgbaston. Again, the sun's shining. Set fair for a fascinating day's play. The match very nicely poised. Davis leaves that one as it bounces a bit from Williams to the wicket keeper. No run. Wind probably as light as it's been this match. Flags are still fluttering a bit. The Warwickshire and Lancashire flag, but not as much as were particularly on day one, and to some extent yesterday as well. Quite a lot of fielders they're wearing long sleeve shirts, but they're not wearing sweaters. That one almost gets through, and Davis ends up falling over as he plays it. I think it was bat onto pad, which has knocked Davis back a bit. Oh yes, it's winded him. He's okay. He seems back on his feet, but not having a comfortable over. Phil Britt with us.
Morning everybody. Lovely morning, bright, sunny. Should be early wickets. Really set this up nicely, hasn't it? Now, for as you and Scott were saying, should be 2 really good, interesting days.
Well, Lancashire would like to have frustrated Warwickshire a little bit this morning, didn't really? And after 7 balls, did have 6 runs in that time. As Williams' last ball of the over, and it's short. Davis pulls it, doesn't get hold of it, and the ball goes along the ground to mid-wicket. Fairly wild throw from there, but wicketkeeper Villas takes it, and after 4 overs, Warwickshire are 11 without loss, with Davis on 7 and Sibley on 4. They lead by 17.
Yeah, that pull shot has done for him once or twice this season, where he doesn't quite time it. There again, that was he was just into the shot a little bit early. Saw the opportunity, but didn't get hold of it. Had he have done, it would have raced away through mid-wicket, but in the end, just virtually straight to mid-wicket.
Just picking up on Scott's point, there are 4 First Division games in this round, and certainly the one at Taunton looks like a result and looks like a Surrey win, even at this stage.
It's Bailey started new over at the pavilion end, and it's into Sibley, who pushes this one down to Hannon, who's at mid-on, and there's no run.
This match has got a decent chance of being a win for somebody, although it could certainly be a draw. The other 2 actually draws do look probably favourites. Yorkshire, Hampshire and Gloucestershire, Kent are still in the first innings in both those games. So a chance maybe for one of these teams to steal a march and some of their rivals.
Bailey in, bowls, and this is take a turn into the mid-wicket area, but for no run. It was by Sibley. $11 for no wicket.
3 second division games certainly looks likely to get a result at Chesterfield. The other 2, well, I mean, Glamorgan are in a pretty strong position in Cardiff, but whether they've got time to win it or not, time will tell. Leicester's looking a high-scoring game at the moment.
Bailey bowls, and Sibley leaves outside the off stump. Opposite no shot, just takes the bat right out of the way. goes through to Davis-Burgess behind the stumps. Yes, that was a big score for Leicestershire, and then Notts responded, haven't they, in that game? Just got to. Leicestershire have done that before, though, and then crumbled in their second innings. They've not been able to actually do it 2 innings of a game, and it's been one of their problems in the recent times. Bailey in bowls, simply looks to drive it down the ground, but gets turned a bit square on, and in the end punches it up towards mid-on. Hannon does the fielding. 11 for no wicket it remains. Crowd this morning, well, it's been pretty much like this through the whole game, hasn't it? It's perhaps just a fraction down, but not big crowds at all. A lot of them sat today, at least with their top coats off. It's Bailey in, and Sibley just covers up and runs it back down to the bowler, and there's no run. The breeze has dropped as well, Clive.
Yeah,
flags today,
really
much quieter. They've been a real flap for the first 2 days, but today it's just a bit of a flutter. Simply just having a look round. The outfield man pushed back onto the deep square leg boundary as Bailey comes in and bowls, and Sibley leaves outside the off stump, and that ball came back at him a bit. It was an expansive lead by Sibley, and a bit of a reaction from the slip cordon. That one wasn't that far away from the off stump.
Yeah, I don't think that much. Just looking at the replay, I don't think that nipped back as much as the one that Alex Davis left in the previous over, which really was a tight leave. I think Sibley might have been too concerned by that, but it was, maybe he didn't bounce as high as he expected. So that was a maiden over. Warwickshire want to bat positively, but also bat big today. I guess they'll be thinking if we can get 300, it'll give us a pretty decent chance. Long way to go. Out for 292 in their first innings. Williams comes in to bowl to Davis, who leaves that. It's taken by Dane Villas, captain and wicket keeper. Haven't heard any whether he was summoned to the umpires' room at all.
Oh,
the last game,
yeah.
but it's a long chat between the umpires, but we've not heard anything official. So
sometimes it's after the game as well that it's announced, isn't it? You don't get it during the game if there is any penalty.
In comes Williams, right arm over, and Davis just plays it off his pads, and again he wants 2 there. I don't think there was 2 on that occasion. I think Sibley was right. That's to stay firmly at his end. He got a little bit of bat on it to back a square leg to get Warwickshire's 12th run and his 8th. It was making Davis look a little uncomfortable.
He is. I'm quite impressed with Will Williams. He's come, and when he came into this game, I have to confess I'd never heard of him before.
Well, I don't mean unkind to. I don't think anyone really had outside sort of obviously
Australia.
Lancashire.
New Zealand.
Lancashire obviously had an eye on him, but I don't think he's an emerging player. I think, but he does look to have something, doesn't he? He comes into bowl to Sibley. Just Lancashire for 2 games. Sibley leaves that one. That's straightforward.
He's around the 30 age, isn't he? He's not a young emerging player. He's been around for a while, but not taken some time to break into first-class cricket.
Talking of New Zealand, they have lost their 8th wicket, 245 for 8, lead by 259 in the Test match. So that'll be interesting, but not as interesting as this game. So don't go tuning into that one unless you've got 2 devices. He's 29 years of age. This next one is left outside off stump. He's played his 42nd first-class match, which is more than Nathan McAndrew's played, for example. He's only played a handful, isn't he? So
Yep.
he's got a decent first-class career behind him.
Well, some of them played a lot of more white ball cricket rather than playing first-class cricket. So I think Nathan McAndrew certainly has played white ball cricket. Cricket.
In comes Williams to Sibley, and Sibley pushes that out to the onside and scampers through for a single. So he moves on to 5, 13 without loss. Actually looking to steadily accumulate. A lot of batters got starts in the Warwickshire first innings, but only Sam Hain really went on. Scored 130, terrific innings from him. Excellent form this season is Sam Hain. Williams to Davis in the sunshine at Edgbaston. 2 slips in a gully. Davis pushes it onto the onside for no run. So a couple of singles out over. One apiece, obviously. Davis on 8, Sibley on 5, and Warwickshire 13 without loss, lead by 19. Relatively straightforward sums today. Just have to add 6 to everything.
6 is nice and easy, isn't it? Give us too much of a problem. Hopefully, if you're listening in the ground on the earpieces, you can hear us. There was a bit of a squeak on it yesterday, I gather. But, we don't deal with that anymore, fortunately. Bailey going to continue from this pavilion end in bright sunshine to bowl to Dom Sibley. He's in and bowls, and Sibley is
Bowled him.
Bowled him, it's bowled. Taken, yeah. Sibley played round that one. Did you think that came back a little bit at him, Clive? So the way Sibley played it, seemed to go straight.
Yeah, I think it might have been angled in a little bit looking at the replay. Angled in and Sibley misjudging it. So that's a big blow. Sibley goes for 5 and a big wicket that for Lancashire. Just knocked off the off bail. Seeing a replay of it now. Yeah, maybe lit back a little bit, didn't it? It's just knocked off the off bail. So Sibley goes. Massive blow that.
There's a chance for your Rob Yates coming out now. Rob's had a pretty lean summer so far. He'll be looking for scoring. He's got plenty of opportunity here. Again, we were saying Rob Yates not opening, but he seems to have been coming out very early on for a number of times this season. He's not had big opening partnerships. So we're only here in the 5th over, so it comes out to join Alex Davis. 13 for 1, that's a lead of 19, but that's a good early wicket and a big wicket for Lancashire.
So the game continues to move on. Lancashire saying Warwickshire have to get about 300. Lancashire, I feel they can bowl Warwickshire out for 200. Would be in a very strong position. They'd fancy getting those for sure.
Just waiting while Yates takes his guard, has a little look round the field, which is now set, and Bailey will come round the wicket to him. He's just making one more change. He's taking his extra cover, or his cover into fourth slip. Fourth slip. He hasn't got a gully, he's got a backward point. So just put another close catcher in, and Yates leaves outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. 13 for 1. So leading the Lancashire attack today, he's struck very early on.
Second wicket of the match for Tom Bailey.
Game passed. And this one is left by Yates, no shot offered as it goes through past the off stump through to the keeper.
I feel the team that wins this might be the first team to produce a century partnership in the match. No one's managed it yet. These two just 100 runs away from it.
There've been plenty of starts in this game, hasn't there?
550 partnerships, but no century partnerships.
Yates plays this one from the crease, plays it back down. Bohannon goes across and does the tidying up. There's no run. Yates goes walking out towards square leg. And all the shouting you can hear is coming from the Lancashire slip cordon, who got that early success.
Interestingly, Kyle Jameson has come out to bat for New Zealand, so England still do need 2 more wickets.
Here, Bailey comes round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. He's in and bowls, and Yates is forward to that one, just running it back down the wicket. Bailey fields off his own bowling ball, hits his boot and pops up, and he tosses it on towards Bohannon at mid-off, who gives the ball a polish.
4 slips in base. We've got an attacking field from Lancashire. Runs and wickets crucial to both teams. Just one man on the boundary, down on the long leg boundary.
So again, Bailey round the wicket, in bowls, and Yates is going to get off the mark. He does, as he pushes the ball into the offside. Cover point comes charging in, not before Yates has got home, so he's off the mark. Warwickshire move on to 14 for the loss of 1 wicket. They lead by 20.
Smidgen of risk with that single. If Croft had managed to pick it up cleanly and get the throw in, it could have been tight, but and Rob Yates.
Dom Sibley's scored runs this year, but he hasn't scored huge weight of runs. What's he got? 1 century, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, he carried his bat against Lancashire.
That's right.
At Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, yeah.
So it's Will Williams bowl to Rob Yates. Just the 3 slips for Williams bowling to Yates. And Davis is looking a little uncomfortable in the last couple of overs, Williams, but Davis is at the non-striker's end. Again, just a fielder on the long leg boundary, is the only one on the boundary. And Yates defends that back to the bowler. Robbie's fine season last season. Tended to be feast or famine with him, didn't he?
Yes.
He would get out for low scores, but once he got in, he would tend to go on to make very big scores. Very talented young player. His form will come back at some point. Will it be today? Williams around the wicket to bowl to him. He leaves that. This is Yates.
I haven't got the book, but I think he got, was it 4 centuries last season?
I'll have it on my computer for you in a moment. But 14 for 1 the score. In comes Williams, played back to him by Yates. He made 5
okay.
centuries.
Oh,
that does include the Bob Willis Trophy
sorry,
final
I
at
forgot
Lord's.
he got the Bob Willis one, didn't he, at the end of the season?
The one thing, been hypercritical of him last season, is he didn't turn any of his centuries into really big centuries. That's a bit harsh, I know, but he did get 132 not out against Somerset. And he did get 120 not out against Essex, to be fair, so maybe he didn't have the opportunity to. That one's pushed out to point and there's no run. But yeah, 5 centuries for him. The only player actually to get more than 1 in the course of the season. Will Rose, Peter Milan, Chris Benjamin, Sam Hain and Michael Burgess all got 1. So it's amazing really Sam Hain only got 1. He got lots of sort of 60s, 70s and 80s. They ended up with about 950 runs in the course of the season, but only actually made the 1 century, whereas this season he's done 3 in consecutive matches now. Williams to Yates, who leaves that. Well, yeah, I'm not sure they need to get quite so excited about that one. Lancashire are acting as if everyone has nearly hit the stumps. It did nip back again a bit, but it was always high and missing, I think. 14 for 1. See a replay, see if I'm being harsh. Yeah, that was missing by quite a lot. It did angle in, so that's why they got excited. But Williams to Yates, going round the wicket, and Yates just stands up to that one, plays it nicely out to point, but doesn't beat the inner ring of fielders, Croft fields, and so that's a maiden over. 14 for 1. Warwickshire after 8 overs, so fairly slow going.
Williams has come out again. He bowled well in the first innings. I think probably about 4 or 5 spells he had in the first innings. Kept that really good line length, and he's come out with a new ball this morning, and is repeating that. So he's doing a fine job. I think Scott say he's got a 2-match contract.
Yes, he's playing for 2 games. Yeah. Which is more than the overseas player that Durham assigned is playing for 1. He's made hundreds of runs in that one.
Here's Bailey to start his 5th over in bowls, and it's a big shout for LBW as Davis pushes across the stumps, but not out, says Neil Mallender.
Don't tune away for the test match because it won't be as exciting as this, but England have got a 9th wicket. 249 for 9. New Zealand lead by 263.
Is Mitchell still in?
Yes, I think he is, yes. Yes, he is, on 44. I've got a horrible feeling that might be a depressing listen for England fans today, maybe.
Bailey leaves, and this one is left outside the off stump.
Don't be a supporter of little faith, but don't know, we'll see. It could be interesting. However, this one is also very, very nicely poised. Can't call it at the moment. Lancashire are very happy to have got 1 wicket, but both teams still have an awful lot of work to do, and all results are very much on the cards here.
Bailey turns back over the wicket by the way to the right-hander, and in he comes past by Mulder. This one is turned by Davis, but straight up to mid-on. Allen picks the ball up and then throws it back to his captain behind the stumps. And Davis does a bit of gardening in the meantime. 14 for 1, the lead of 20. He turns again. Davis, bat held high, waits, and this one he leaves again outside the off stump. No shot off for the ball. It's a good carry through to the keeper. Clear skies, and you can see over to the city this morning. The number of cranes at work over in the city at the moment. There's a lot of work going on with the HS2 work. Bailey in bowls, and Davis just leans forward and just runs this away into the offside. He won't get a run for it. He comes back down and again does a bit of tapping of the wicket.
Got a lot of building work for the Commonwealth Games around the city as well, including around Edgbaston. And the university as well, I noticed. They're putting up the stands, I think they're playing the hockey there, are they? So that's fast approaching the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
Women's cricket here.
It's about, what, 5 weeks away, 6
Something
weeks
like
away
that.
now. Here's Bailey in bowls. This is going to be runs, turned away down to deep square leg for a single by Davis. It's the final ball of Bailey's 5th over. It's 15 for 1. Alex Davis moves on to 9. Just the single to Rob Yates. Dom Sibley, the man out. who was bowled by Bailey.
So
are you covering the Commonwealth
I'm
Games?
doing a bit. Well, we got people don't know, I work for BBC Coventry in Warwickshire, and there are some events taking place in our patch at the Coventry Arena, and also the Bowls in Leamington, and there's also a road race in Warwick. So I am accredited for some of that, so hopefully I'll be getting to do a bit of that. Looking forward to it. I've going back a few moons now, but I was involved at the Manchester Commonwealth Games back in, was it '96, and that was a good experience. Williams comes in to bowl to Davis, who plops that out slightly in the air. There's no one close, and the ball bounces down by his feet, and there's no run. 15 for 1 is the Warwickshire total. Yeah, so I covered the Manchester Commonwealth Games. Also spent one day at the Glasgow Commonwealth Games.
And of course you got
good.
And then on top of that, you got the Beijing Olympics, didn't you?
I did the Paralympics. I did in Beijing. Yeah, and we had the Olympic football, the London Olympics. That had quite a lot of football in Coventry, and I did about 12 matches over 8 days because there were a few double headers there. And that was enjoyed that. I got a certificate from Lord Coe for that. This next one is pushed out onto the onside, and again bat onto pad, few heads in hands, but he's got through for a single. Davis. He's not exactly middling it. I think Williams is getting the ball to move into him.
Yeah, because we've got all the cricket here, the ladies T20 cricket.
Yeah, I've spoken to one or two of the players about that. They're quite excited about it. It'll be fun. You would think cricket is almost a perfect sport for the Commonwealth Games because it's largely the Commonwealth nations that play it, although it gets a bit complicated with West Indies, for example. I think they're represented by Barbados, I believe. In comes Williams around the wicket to bowl to Yates, who's pulled that through mid-wicket and is going to get 4. And just beats Balderson, who's out there. I think saw it straight away, but even if you have, I think it was just wide of him, and that'll make Rob Yates feel a bit better. His first boundary. Warwickshire will get a little bit bogged down and move on to 20 for 1 in the 10th over.
It was just a little bit short, that one from Williams, and Yates got into it quickly, saw it and pulled it away. So, as you say, he'll feel better now he's got that one.
3 slips as Will Williams coming round the wicket to Rob Yates. He's appealing for an LBW here. Keen appeal from bowler, but not out is the verdict. Might well have been bat on it, but maybe Williams was arguing it might have hit pad first. Don't know, but anyway, it's not out is the call. And see why he appealed. It might have been going over it, but decent enough shout from Williams. However, Yates survives. Williams will try again. Bowls. Yates lets that go past. Taken by Villas behind the stumps. Warwickshire starting their second innings after establishing a first innings lead of 6. A match which is neither side, you feel, has taken command of the game at any point, really. There's no point really where you said, oh, this team are running away with it. Williams bowls and Yates hits that into the ground, back to the bowler.
There was a point yesterday where Croft and Jones, I think it were going along, and I think she got up to about 190 for 4 or something like that. And I thought at that stage, I haven't got my scorecard.
Yeah, well, they got 140 for 4, and then 190 for 5. 190. They also got 197.
Yeah, I think before.
So yes, 197 for 4. Yeah, they were at one point.
And at that stage, I thought there now this another 20 or 30 runs here for this partnership, and it's going to be put them. And then it followed very much the Warwickshire innings the day before that the new ball was taken, the second new ball, and with it a little clatter of wickets. Here's Bailey about to start his 6th over from the pavilion end. He's in, and Davis pulls this one and pulls it well through mid-wicket down to the fence for 4. So that takes Warwickshire on to 24 for 1. The lead moves on to 30, and Davis moves to 14.
So overs in consecutive boundaries for Warwickshire. Just back that a little bit short, Bailey.
Didn't get up
No
much.
real bounce,
one,
so yeah, no real bounce there.
No.
But there have been a few miscued pulled shots throughout this match, and a couple of easy catches have been had from top edges.
Davis waits again as Bailey is in. That's a better length and brings Davis forward to run it away into the offside. The one thing which Davis playing that shot has got this time, there is no mid-wicket in there. The men on the onside are at mid-on, and there's a deep backward square leg, but there's a big gap through what you would call the orthodox mid-wicket area. So worried to miscue it, unless he miscued it badly and it looped up to mid-on. His mid-wicket area is clear for that pull. This next one, he drives and drives well, but well stopped by Bailey on his follow-through, and probably prevents 4 runs there, because that was a nice played straight drive by Davis, but in the end he gets nothing.
Was Davis not caught at
Yes,
mid-off,
he
going
hit the
for
six, didn't he?
he hit a 6, then tried to repeat the shot. It's a short boundary. For those who weren't tuning in the last 2 days, the pitch is a little bit to the right, so we've got slightly lopsided ground. One very long boundary on Davis's offside, but a relatively short boundary on his onside. As the right-hander faces from the pavilion end.
Bailey again in, plays the bowls, and Davis offers no shot to that one, just lets it go through. Slips down to 3 now, so one of the slips has come out, so we've got a backward point and a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, and then the man back at wideish fine leg and the man back on the deep square leg boundary. So 2 men on the leg side boundary. Just patrolling in case Davis goes for that and puts it in the air. There are 2 men waiting for the catch. As Bailey comes into him again. 24 for 1. Davis goes across his stumps and pushes this one, looking to play it into the onside, but gets squared up a bit, and it just runs it down to Bohannon at mid-on. In fact, Bohannon has moved across to mid-off, so it wasn't Bohannon at all that went to. Yes. Bailey again is on his way. He's in and bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. There's no shot offered. End of another over from Bailey. His 6th. It's 24 for 1. Warwickshire lead by 30 with 9 wickets remaining.
So Lancashire keeping it reasonably tight. They conceded a couple of boundaries of late, but still just 24 from the first 11 overs. And Williams about to bowl the 6th over of his spell. Well, I've gone to fetch a helm. Oh, it's temporary replacement on for Lancashire. But I feel they're going in at mid-on. As Williams bowling from the Birmingham end. Round the wicket bowls. That's left by Yates. A few oohs and ahs, but that's left comfortably enough by Yates. Sun shining brightly now. The flanks begin to pick up a little bit again.
Yeah.
As Williams comes in, and that's pushed out by Yates for no run. And it's Tom Hartley that's come on, I think, for Lancashire's the sub fielder. As Williams heads to the End of his run-up. Comes into bowl. Around the wicket again, and that's left by Yates. Bit of bounce that time from Williams, so no dramas from leaving that one from Yates. Who's made a cautious start. It's at the one boundary. He's 5 off 18 balls. Going to be doing an update in about 15 seconds on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we have a fascinating championship match, third day of it, with Warwickshire in bat in their second innings, having established a first innings lead of 6. Liam Norwell wrapped up the Lancashire innings to give him a 5-wicket haul in that innings. Lancashire all out for 286, but Warwickshire have lost Dom Sibley, bowled by one that just nipped back from Tom Bailey for 5. Alex Davis on 14, Rob Yates on 5. It's pretty tense here, with Warwickshire leading by 30. They're 24 for 1. Williams into bowl to Yates, who drives that but doesn't get it past mid-off, so he won't get a run for that.
A couple of nice drives there. The last 2 balls he's driven well, but straight to mid-off. It just looked like he was timing it a little better there. He's picked out Bohannon on both occasions, who's prevented any run.
Williams just pausing at the end of his run-up. Now does come into bowl. Last ball of the over, might be the last ball of his spell. That's driven by Yates, and it's come off an inside edge and gone down to long leg for a rather streaky single. And Yates moves on to 6. It is 25 for 1. The lead is 31, and Phil will be joined by Scott Reed.
Thanks, Clive. Looking to push that one away into the offside there. There was a big gap between bat and legs there as he pushed forward to it, and in the end he was kind of fortunate that he got away. He picked up a single. It certainly wasn't where he was intending. So 25 for 1, the lead is 31, and good morning, Scott. Or sorry, no, it's good afternoon to be technically correct.
We've just creeped over midday.
Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, Phil. I hope you're well. Nice to see you. Looking very bright and colourful.
Yes, I thought I would do this morning. Had a bit of colour, an orange shirt. It was the only one which was there this morning. I have to say, and I was going to put a sweater on, but it's got too warm, I think, for a hoodie this morning. Bailey bowls his new. Bowling change.
Yeah.
Well, we've been talking about my shirt. They've done a bowling change. Bailey's out the attack, and George Balderson is in. So his first ball is left by Yates outside the off stump. I've got a question I've been meant to ask you this morning.
Right.
How did you get home last night? Did you take the scooter?
I did not, no.
You walked?
I walked back home,
Right.
yeah.
I thought that some bowls, and this is played away nicely through the offside, down towards the Hollies fence, but it's going to be picked up just inside, so 2 more to Yates, just leant into that one and opened the face and run it away through backward point. I had got visions of hearing this morning Scott won't be in with us today. His scooter ran out somewhere north of Stafford because he didn't know how to switch it off. Or he was wrapped around a lamppost.
Yes, probably more the latter.
Bulls and bowls. This one is played back to the bowler, and Balderson fields. Sorry for those of you who know what we're talking about. Who was it? Eve, wasn't it?
It was Eve Jones, yeah.
Eve Jones yesterday was telling Scott about how he could pick up a scooter by the side of the road here, an electric scooter, and he could get back to the hotel without any trouble. And Scott was going, I really fancy that. And I was thinking, no, you don't, Scott. You don't at all. Balls and bowls, and this is left, and cuts back after it passes the stumps, and has to go diving across to his right to stop that.
Well, they look quite
dangerous,
spiky little things, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
So, I did see one. I walked back to the ground this morning from the hotel, and I did see there are some outside the hotel. So I didn't see any last night when I left the ground, but not that I had any intention of using one, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. but they do look live little things.
There's Bolson bowls, and this is driven firmly into the offside, but straight to Keaton Jennings at extra cover. There's no run. There are, being serious though, there are some bicycles over the road which you can get. You know, you can hire like the London bikes.
Yeah.
There's bicycles outside Cannon Hill Park, just going up. There's a whole rack of those, and that's more sensible.
I think I'll just carry on.
I think I'd walk up, get one of the players to give you a lift home. Balderson in bowls, and this one is fielded again by Balderson. Do the team travel individually, or do they travel on a coach?
I think they'll be down individually, I think.
Yeah. It's funny cricket, isn't it? Can you imagine a Premier football side arriving in their own cars these days or anything? But cricket still seems to have the players on a lot of clubs who still travel individually and, or in their own transport.
I think for the longer journeys, I mean, in Canterbury, the first game of the season down at Kent, that was on the coach. They were all together on the team coach for that, but I think the shorter journeys, they're probably up for the car.
We still, I think, because being in the middle, we tend to be able to reach all of them at about the same time.
Ideal location, isn't it? Here's Williams to Davis, plays forward in defence, just easing the ball away into the offside for no run.
I don't do the away games anymore, but when we did them where I used to travel for probably 10 years with the team. And I never went on a coach anywhere. We always had individual, we all made our own way. Going up to Durham and back in the day is quite hard work, though, I have to say.
Yeah, bit of a slog.
Yeah.
There's been quite a bit of travelling over the last few weeks, hasn't there? I'm sure been the case for the Warwickshire players as well. Williams to Davis, that's nudged up to mid-on for no run. Lancashire coming into this game on the back of 3 successive away matches: Leicester, Leeds, Durham, then here, and then on Friday in Northampton. So there's quite a bit of quite a bit of motorway journeys to make.
So what will they do? Will they just go straight to Northampton from here?
I presume they will.
I would think so. You wouldn't go back up north. It's like Martin. I commentated with Martin Emerson from Durham, and he was telling me, the amount of miles he must do from the Durham base.
Yeah.
It's the same as the lads in Kent, isn't it? Canterbury.
Williams bowls to Davis. He's back on the cross and just steers the ball safely away into the offside for no run.
It's probably worse for Martin because he's got more. At least the Canterbury has at least got the Essex, Middlesex, Surrey, relatively close as Sussex games. Whereas Martin, everywhere he goes, he's got a trick.
He's stuck up there on his own, isn't he? Yeah. 27 for 1. Williams halfway into his 7th, so his bowls, this will be 7 overs on the bounce. Lancashire have made 1 bowling change already, so maybe Williams coming towards the end of his spell. I'm sure he is. Left alone by Davis, who thought, I think, for a second about playing, but then leaves it and through to the keeper. There's no run.
I'm quite impressed with him, actually. I have to say, Williams. I think he's done you were saying he was here for a 2-match contract.
Yeah, so he's here for this 4-day match and the next one, which is in Bristol against Gloucestershire.
That'd be handy for him if he was at Bridgewater. He won't have far to go.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah,
so just round the corner. So
catch up with his old mates from.
But he gets a few from the club who go and watch that game.
Yeah.
But
he's done well, hasn't he? He's done well.
How close are the injured players to getting back? Do you know?
Well, I think Saqib Mahmood is pretty much all season, so I don't know whether Lancashire will see him play again. And of course, there are reports linking him with a move here to Warwickshire as well. Luke Wood is away with England, so he's part of this 1-day squad that's going to Holland for the ODI series. And Jack Blatherwick, who's a young bowler they signed last year, actually it was the year before, from Nottinghamshire. He's got a hamstring injury, so I think he probably would have played this week had he not picked up that injury.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether that might be extended, because I'm quite impressed with the way he's played. He didn't look as though it was the first time he'd picked a bat up either. I thought he looked fairly competent with the bat. So a useful pick-up.
And the keeper Villa standing up behind the stumps now, and that's chipped through mid-on. There's a leap from Williams off his own bowling, Then a duck from Yates at the non-strikers end to get underneath the ball. It's disappeared all the way up towards the boundary on the long-on boundary, and they've come back for 3. It was a pretty spectacular dive by Williams off his own bowling, and it was played in the air by Davis, but he does add 3 to his total, moves on to 17, and the score moves on to 30 for 1.
He never quite got hold of that shot, Davis, did it? It was in the, as you say, if he managed to get across to it, I think it was of a catchable pace as well, but in the end, across the fairly quick outfield, it was still pulled up inside the ropes.
Brings Yates on strike for the final ball of the 7th over. 3 slips waiting, he's around the wicket, and forward goes Yates in defence. It's pushed out into the offside for no run, so that completes Williams' 7th over. It's quite a decent spell, that, so it might well be his last. We've had 14 overs of the Warwickshire second innings. The lead is 36 runs, with Davis on 17 and Yates on 8, 30 for 1. Here on day 3 between Warwickshire and Lancashire in the County Championship, live from Edgbaston.
The 6 runs might be absolutely about essential in the end.
Well, Clive's predicting a tie, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's going for all the drama on day 4.
Yeah. A final ball tie on the last ball of the 4th day.
What a finish!
Yeah, won't be a seat to be had. Balderson in and bowls, and this is driven but straight up to Bohannon at a deepish mid-off. He's just given himself a couple of extra yards for that drive from Davis. Absolutely perfectly positioned. Davis just has a look. The breeze has definitely picked up since play started. The flags, which we were talking about, this morning, nice and still, are blowing again quite strongly, and the sight screen at the Birmingham end is taking a bit of a tug as well, as this one sees Davis forward to it and plays it defensively into the ground, and there's no run. But it's some people sunbathing over at the far side, shirts off. There's
blimey, steady on.
Yeah,
I can see now. Yeah, there's a couple up there, aren't there?
Up against the windows, they tend to see, get the reflected heat off the glass. It's like my tomatoes. It gets them well ripened. This one is clipped nicely by Davis through mid-wicket, racing down towards the boundary, and brilliantly picked up and stopped. And just hope that that's not going to be an injury there for Parkinson, who has rolled onto the AstroTurf and is now clutching his back. He stretched for it and took an awkward roll. Luke Wells has gone across to. Is it Luke Wells or no? That's.
I think that's actually Tom Hartley.
Tom Hartley, yes, the substitute, isn't it? He's on. Has gone over to make sure. I have to say, he didn't give him too much of assistance, as Parkinson is still looking a bit sorry for himself as he gets up. But total goes on to 35 for 1, as this one is turned by Yates. This next one, a little bit of bat and pad there. In fact, it hit him high up, I think, on the thigh pad, and ran away to square leg. But there's no run. Yes, Tom Hartley is on the field. So, just trying to determine who went off.
I think it's Tom Bailey.
He was on and off the field in the first innings, wasn't he? This one, he's bowled him, and that is the end of Rob Yates. As the goes round, Balderson bowling round the wicket, gets Lancashire's second wicket, and Yates has gone bowled by Balderson. He's got 8. It's 35 for 1, and really they're just using the angle and through. It was Rob Yates's poor run continues, I'm afraid to say, from the Warwickshire point of view. Rob Yates comes off the field, can't quite get that touch of last season. It's he walks off a little disconsolate, but effectively Warwickshire 41 for 2, an important and good delivery from Balderson.
He's a very, very handy bowler for Lancashire. The umpires are waving rather frantically towards the ground staff. I actually think the stump has been broken. I think
Yes.
They're carrying a stump, so I think a replacement is required.
Yeah. So, I think you're absolutely right.
But yeah, he bowled beautifully, I thought, in the first innings, Balderson. 3 for 67. I think sometimes he benefits a little from... I think he may have had the new ball once or twice, but it doesn't happen that often. So Lancashire have got the new ball bowlers, whether it's Bailey and Williams in this game, it's been Bailey and Hassan Ali and Jimmy Anderson, and he comes on first change. I think sometimes benefits from that, a sense that the batters just take a little bit of... Well, we've got through that new ball bowlers and just maybe just a little lack of concentration at times, and he kind of rattles his way in and picks up a 2 or 3 on the back of it, and he's a very handy cricketer for Lancashire. An impressive start to his first class career.
Well, the unit bowled well in the first innings, and they're doing the same again in this.
Yeah,
you know, it's. And I have to say, you know, I keep going back to him, but I think Williams, he's not picking up the volume of wickets, but he's doing a really tight job. He's not, you know, he's bowled as, what did he do, 7 in the first spell? I think it's 7, isn't it, so far? I think he's out of the attack now, or will be. But he really kept the batsman honest all the way through that for that opening spell.
Yeah, 7 overs, 2 maidens for 17.
Yeah. And could have had a wicket. Well, Balderson has got his. He's 1 for 7 in his second over, and he's bowling to Sam Hain, who made the 130 in the first innings and has very much carried Warwickshire along in recent games. And he's off the mark first ball, pushing it away to wide mid-off, and scampers through for a single. 36 for 2 brings Davis, who's on 20, on strike.
He batted terrifically in the first innings. Sam Hain looked, well, I mean, coming into the match, I'm looking at his scores and his season. You're thinking this guy's in good touch, and then you watch him bat in the first innings, and you think, he's playing well at the minute.
Balderson in bowls, and Davis runs it away into the offside. Jennings does the fielding with his foot and then picks it up, and off the last ball of Balderson's over. So successful over for George Balderson, has a chat with Neil Mallender as he walks away. Didn't need the umpire to intervene on that one, so both wickets to fall are having been bowled. Dom Sibley bowled off stump, and that one, what was that? That was off stump as well, wasn't it? Which got broken. Broke the top of the off stump.
Just looking back on the replay, there is a bowling change as predicted. Williams comes out of the attack. Balderson, right arm around the wicket, just angled into Yates. He played forward. The ball just held its line, and it went past the inside edge. It's his kind of forward defence and crashed into the stumps.
Just played down the wrong line, really, didn't he? For it.
So Danny Lamb replacing Will Williams. So Bailey and Williams have done their bit so far with the new ball. Bailey did pick up 1 wicket. Don Sibley bowled with a beauty for 5. Lamb comes in to Hain. That's just chipped away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. And now it's a combination of Lamb and Balderson for Lancashire. 36 for 2. But I think it is 42. So 42 for 2 effectively is the score. Been a terrific couple of days cricket. Really interesting.
Yeah, it has. It's not much between the sides at all, but it's an important time from Warwickshire point of view in terms of...
It's a nice shot by Hain, but it could stop at mid-wicket actually by Balderson. Just worked it, a full-length ball out towards mid-wicket for no run.
If Lancashire get a couple of wickets here now, it really would be advantage to them. Big advantage to them. I don't think it's going to be a huge score in the second innings. I think it's going to be an interesting... I reckon I'm going to go for a result one way or the other in this game.
Lamb to Hain, trying to get forward, and he does, and he defends away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think there's enough in the wicket
Yeah.
to get a result. We've got best part of 2 days, haven't we? Really, for Warwickshire and Lancashire to do it.
I'm in agreement. Yeah, I'd be amazed if we didn't come tomorrow. I think we could. Evidence of the first 2 days, we're in for a cracking finish.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot by Hayne. That's 4 runs. Hartley will actually say 4 runs. Hartley will chase after it. It does just slow up towards the boundary rope, and it doesn't reach it. He's run 3. He might come back for a 4th if think about it. No, settle for 3. The way that rattled off the bat, apologies for that. I called it 4 straight away, but I was wrong. It slowed up towards that wide, long-on boundary, but it's a lovely shot by Hayne. He moves to 4, 39 for 2.
It's a bit of a distance, that one, and it doesn't have a lot of the square to run over. It tends to go out over the boundary edge, over the outfield. Sometimes you see the ball go like a rocket across the square, but up there it must just be a little bit more lush as it pulled up.
It was caught up by Tom Hartley. As Lamb is in and bowls to Davis, looking to drive through the offside. It comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Working hard here, Alex Davis, for some runs for Warwickshire.
Well, it's his last. Well, no, it's not his last chance, because we've got the T20 game later in the season. But in real terms, in the Championship, this will be his 4th innings, and hasn't really made a big impact in the matches so far. And you're always anxious to do well against your previous county, aren't you?
Yeah, 20 not out so far. Lamb in. He drives up towards mid-on, but for no run. It's stopped by Tom Hartley, who makes a bit of a meal of it, but managed to stop it nonetheless. It's the end of the over. Lamb's first over went for I think it was 3. I think just those 3 off the bat of Hayne through mid-wicket. So we've had 16 of the Warwickshire second innings. 39 for 2, lead of 45 runs. Davis on 20 and Hayne on 4.
Right, there's a big announcement there, of which I have absolutely no idea what was said. It was sounded.
It sounded very official, didn't it?
Yeah, it may have been clear the ground, but as it was totally unintelligible, I've no idea what it said.
I wonder whether was it maybe an update on the Test match.
Why? Is they all out?
Because New Zealand are all out, so maybe it was an update on that. New Zealand are all out for 284, so England need 299 to win.
But you said that much quicker than that announcement.
Maybe it wasn't then.
Can you talk into that bottle there, please, and see what it sounds like now? Here's George Balderson in again, bowls, and this one is edged and just wide. Did he get a hankle up to that? Dane Billas diving across. I think it may have been short in front of slip. It was diving across, and
it was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're looking at one another. I've got a feeling that it snatched that away from. That's Luke Wells at foot slip, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was right at Luke Wells, but whether he, as you say, perhaps a bit short. But Sam Haynes survives it and then plays this next one up to Josh Bohannon at mid-off. There's no run.
England, by the way, have 72 overs to get 299 to win.
300 in 72 overs, so Paul Summers 28 4 and over. Be an interesting chase.
Under the Stokes-McCullum regime, you reckon they'll have a do at that, won't they?
Well, I think they've got to have a go for a while, haven't they?
Yeah.
This one is pumped up to Bailey at mid-on. There's no run. Good, solid-looking shot from Hayne. Yeah, I would think there was a time. I can remember a time somebody said score 300 in. It would have been sat on the bat. But these days, you go for it. What they've just got to be careful is they don't have in the process have a little clatter of wickets, and then it becomes hang on for dear life. Finger hanging on by your fingernails at the end. This one clipped away to mid-wicket and beyond, and that will not make the boundary because some space taken off it, but they'll get back for 2 runs as Bailey has to go across and do the fielding. And 2 more to Hayne, 41 for 2. The lead moves on to 47.
You're probably putting the draw as the favourite, aren't you, in that?
I would say.
In that game.
Yeah.
Followed by possibly a New Zealand win and then an England win.
There's only one way I would say that England are going to win that. If somebody like Stokes comes out and says, right, I'm going to come up at number 3 and bat. You know, if you bat it for an hour at 3, you're in with a chance. This next one from Balderson is brings Hayne forward, and he runs it down to
Parkinson.
Is it Parkinson there, or is it? Yes,
Parkinson,
Parkinson at mid-wicket. Who's to hurt his hand on that previous one. His back's better, but he's now hurt his hand.
He's in the water.
Fire, and he's been put into mid-off. They've taken sympathy on him. He spends most of his time down at fine leg, doesn't he? Balderson in bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. No shot offered. Goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 41 for 2.
I need to nip next door for an update.
Right, okay, and then Clive will rejoin us, and then Scott will be back to see you through to lunch with Clive. As they move round, and Sam Hayne is tapping his bat towards the home dressing room, so it may be that his bat's gone. He's looking at it in such a way. 41 for 2. Clive rejoins us.
Remains an intriguing match. 2 early wickets for Lancashire, they'll be feeling good. Warwickshire, one big partnership away from being in a strong position. Lancashire a couple of wickets away from being in a very strong position. Danny Lamb bowling to Alex Davis, who leaves that one. Nips back a bit again. Quite a lot of that so far this morning. Davis, without looking rock solid, has progressed to a useful 20. Can he build a partnership with Sam Hayne now, who has now passed 700 runs for the season? Sam Hayne. Davis clips that one off his toes. That's well placed. Chase, I think, is going to be a forlorn one for Bailey. It is over that longest part of the boundary on the left-hand corner as Davis is looking at it. The ball goes over the rope and he gets 4.
That was a nice looking shot, wasn't it? Clipped it beautifully to exactly the same part of the ground that Sam Hayne had previously played a shot, and it had just pulled up inside, but his timing was just a touch better there.
Third 4 for Alex Davis. 45 for 2, takes the lead beyond 50. Lamb right arm over bowls. It's left by Davis as it goes wide. It's taken by the wicket keeper. Lancashire fielders encouraging each other.
Well, you're quite right. If they were to pick up another wicket or two between now and lunch, then they really would be in a stronger position.
Davis leaves that one, but a bounce. It was well wide though, so not required to play at it. Could be a fascinating final day. Could be a good test match. England have got 12 for the first 7 balls, chasing 299 to beat New Zealand. Minimum 72 overs. This next one is shot. Oh, Davis tried to, on the end, trying to get his bat out of the way and guided it just over the head of Gully. He's going to get 4, but he was caught in 2 minds there, Alex Davis, and he's somewhat fortunate.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that shot at all, and it went straight over the top of Keaton Jennings, who one of the tallest men in the side, and went up for it and nearly got the hand to it. And Scott's going to rejoin us, so I'll move and leave you with Scott.
Thank you, Phil. So we haven't got Grace Boundary or Eve Jones with us today. Really enjoyed having them here yesterday, but as I mentioned earlier, as Lamb comes into bowl, and that's played with the open face of the bat by Davis, a more deliberate shot this time into the gully area. It's fielded. Really enjoyed having those two, but unfortunately they're proper cricketers, and so they're going to do a bit of training now today because the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy is looming large, the 50 over competition. Eve captain of Central Sparks and Grace playing for Loughborough Lightning. They play each other as well, so a little bit of rivalry in the box yesterday. But sadly, just put up with us three today, I'm afraid. I'll sit next door in your box because the box I normally sit in, you would think there's enough blooming viewing areas down there without having Warwickshire coaching staff take half the boxes in it up here. But anyway, so I sat in your box. Very neatly written scorebook you got there, blimey. Oh, very neatly put out. I noticed the inkwell and the. But yeah, very impressive.
I have one of those for every year I've covered Lancashire. It's Balderson to Hayne, who plays forward in defence and there's no run.
So they're getting a bit dog-eared on your bookshelf.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, keep the old handwritten scorecards and scorebook. You know.
That'll be auctioned in about 100 years' time for lots, no doubt.
For at least 50p, yeah.
England have lost their first wicket, and we just took them up.
Well, they went out like the clappers, didn't they? Alex Lees came out and scored about 10 or something off the first over.
Yeah, let's just see if it's him that's out. I'll look in a minute.
49 for 2. Balderson in and bowls forward because Hayne, bat and pad together. Well, his bat, in truth, probably just a fraction in front of his pad. There's no run. Deflects away back down the pitch. Lead by 55, Warwickshire. 49 for 2 in second innings. Lost 2 wickets. So far, Dom Sibley for 5, Rob Yates for 8. The bowling of Bailey and Balderson, 2 really good deliveries. There he comes, Balderson to Hayne. Wants a single. Could be a sharp single. Pick up and throw towards the bowler's end by Bohannon. He missed by a distance. Hayne is 3 for 1.
Alas, that Crawley has gone for a duck, I'm afraid.
That's the Warwickshire 50 up as well, 50 for 2.
Yeah, let's forget the England game. This is the game where all the excitement is. Stay with us. Don't worry about that one.
I said it's full, isn't it, Trent Bridge? But I think the tickets for
free. Yeah, I know. I was surprised by that, I must admit. I mean,
Balderson to Davis, who defends from the crease, and there's no run.
That's good of them, but it was always going to be a full day's play, or pretty much. So I was a bit surprised that they made it free. I would have been charging at least a tenner or something if it were me.
If you were in charge, stick at least a tenner on it.
I'm still not in charge. I
know you keep trying, don't you?
I know.
Waiting for the phone call. Well, I'm delighted you're not in charge, and everyone gets to go and watch it for now.
Yeah.
Happy days. Balderson for Lancashire to Davis, who wants a single, pushed to mid-on. Bailey coming up to complete the fielding, but it's a good run, that. Davis and Hayne right on the same page. They knew that there's a single there. Davis moves on to 29, and Warwickshire are now 51 for 2. Brings Sam Hayne on strike, the Centurion from the first innings at 130.
That's right.
Big wicket for Lancashire, this. It's a nice shot, flicked away to the leg side. Bohannon's at mid-wicket, and he almost sits on the ball. He goes across to his right-hand side, slides down to stop it, and I think his left thigh, on the top end of his left thigh, was sat on the ball as he did stop it, working its way towards deep mid-wicket. End of the over, 19 gone of the Warwickshire second innings. We're edging towards lunch. We're 25 minutes away from lunch, but the score is 51 for 2. That's a lead for Warwickshire.
Warwickshire actually made quite a similar start to the start they made in the first innings, in that the 50, they've reached 112 balls for the loss of 2 wickets. They reached the 50 in the first innings in 109 balls for the loss of 2 wickets. So a pretty similar start. Lancashire got their first 50. It took them a bit longer, 121 balls, but they only lost 1 wicket in the first innings at that point. We've got a delay here because it's just a change of something for Danny Lamb. He's tying his bootlaces or something. He was sitting down doing something. I'm not sure what that was all about. Belonging to Alex Davis, who has ridden his luck a little bit, but has the potential here to play an important innings for Warwickshire. He's on 29. Lamb coming right on over the wicket, the ball to him. Davis has clipped that off his toes in the air, but safely. A little bit risky, but he's got it over the top of and between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's gone through for 4. He's on to 33, 55 for 2.
Yeah, there's an element of risk to the way that Davis is playing, but I think this is a smart cricket from Davis. Really, I think he's failed 3 times against his former side this season, and he will not want to fail for a 4th time. And he's perhaps an element of risk involved with how he's playing, but he's moved on to 33. It's been bright and bubbly, hasn't it, from Davis? He's playing the way he likes to play, working so far.
Lamb to bowl to him, just one slip in the gully now. He's hit that off his toes, but this time he can't get it past mid-wicket. It's
Keaton Jennings there.
Keaton Jennings.
Sorry, no, it's Luke Wells.
As I say, so it is. Yes, I was trying to find the number there. Yeah, Luke Wells.
Who was the first slip? So gone 1 slip and a gap to Keaton Jennings, who's kind of like a 4th slip position.
Interesting. I was concerned about conceding runs. It's not as attacking as it might be. That's a full toss, and he's missed out there, Davis. He's hit it straight to mid-on. It was in the air momentarily, but it died a fair way before it reached Tom Bailey at mid-on. But a bit of a loose delivery, which Lamb gets away with. Has been relatively expensive, Danny Lamb, hasn't he? He's got wickets in the first innings. But just shipped a few runs. Comes in now to bowl to Davis, and that's left by Davis. And both teams will do this, but everything that's left, all the fielders shouting as if it's missed the stumps by a zillimeter, but a bit of kidology going on out there. Danny Lamb in the first innings did get 3 wickets, but he did go for 43 off 12, so 3.5 and over. Comes into bowl, and that's guided to the offside. It's fielded. He was the most expensive economy rate if you don't count Luke Wells, who bowled 1 over for 6 runs. Oh, I tell you, George Balderson was actually slightly more expensive. Will Williams kept it very tight in that first innings. Slightly more expensive in the second innings, but still fairly frugal. 55 for 2, Warwickshire. They lead by 61. Davis cuts at that one. That was too short from Lamb, and Davis doesn't miss out this time. He cuts that to backward point to move on to 37. So a couple of boundaries to Alex Davis in that over has pushed Warwickshire along. 59 for 2 off 20.
Yeah, this is the challenge that Dane Vellas has got, because you touched on it, Clive. He picked up 3 wickets, Danny Lamb, in the first innings, but went for 43, so went at 3.5 and over. He's been a little bit expensive so far in this spell, so the pressure that kind of was built up by Williams, who bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens for 17, sense of that has been released so far with the way that Lamb's bowls. So a little conundrum for the Lancashire captain to try and deal with. Lamb's bowled 3 overs for 19, so they've got a bit of freedom at the minute from one end of Warwickshire. Not much from this end as Balderson's in, and Hayne plays up to mid-on. The ball that's straight and fullish, stopped by Bailey, and there's no run. So they've just got one opportunity. They've had nothing so far, really, Warwickshire to work with. Bailey's been 6 overs, 1 for 11. Williams 7 overs for 17. Balderson 4 overs, 1 for 12. But at the other end, at the moment, there's little more sense of freedom for Warwickshire. 59 for 2. The lead is 65. Balderson to Hayne, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
That's reflected in the field, isn't it? Balderson's still got his 2 slips and a gully, whereas Lamb has lost one of his slips. Just a man on the back of square leg boundary to Sam Hayne. That's the only boundary fielder. Can they get Sam Hayne out early? That would be a big wicket for them.
Balderson to Hayne, reaches for it and drives to mid-off. Parkinson Fields, no run.
I mean, Haynes' innings of late, 202 not out against Northamptonshire. He was out for 8 in the first innings against Yorkshire, but they made 109 not out in the second, and then 130 and out in this one.
Key wicket here, isn't he, for Lancs to get? So they try and get him early would be significant. But he's calmly off the back foot and defending safely enough back down the pitch. Gathered by Balderson, there's no run.
So he's now gone past 450 runs for 2 dismissals in this current run. So that's pretty tidy. He's boosted his average.
Yes.
As I say, past 700 runs for the season now.
Great effort. 59 for 2. Balderson over the wicket. Just kept a little low. He's kept it out and he's sent it for 4 in front of square on the leg side, but it seemed to keep low, and he just kind of whipped his bat on it, flicked it off his pads, and it rattles along the grass for 4 runs.
That was a strange one. Just having a look at the replay now.
Maybe my eyes are deceiving me if it kept
Well,
low.
I think you're right, but I think he did get plenty of bat on it in the end, but you could see why Lancashire were excited. I thought that was going to thud into his pads, and he'd be LBW as he played across to that. Did well, actually, Sam Hayne there, to get to that.
Moves to 11. Balderson to Hayne. That's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. I wonder whether Dame Velas is going to think of a change at that end.
Well, it's got the 4 again, that over, so 3 boundaries the last couple of overs. 63 for 2. So 69 the lead. Keaton Jennings maybe just off the field, he's trotted back on. To the moment it looks like Danny Lammy is going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs for 19.
No, he's not, is he? He's going to be. He's Tom Bailey coming in.
So
for
he
the
is,
attack.
yeah. Beg your pardon. So change of ends for Tom Bailey, who got the wicket of Dom Sibley. He's 1 for 11 off 6, and clearly Dane Vinas feels he needs to rein these runs in a little bit.
Yeah, 15 minutes until lunch. So gone back with Bailey. So there was a little bit of freedom for Warwickshire with the way that Lamb had started from that far end. So he's made that change to go back to his strike bowler. They would love one more here before lunch.
3 or 2 slips and a gully in place once again. Bailey to Davis. That's back there. Leaves that one. Well, probably didn't miss the off stump by too much. The ball's nipping back a little bit, which is why they're getting excited. But I'm sure Davis will like it. There's one that Davis left, this one which I thought was a little close for comfort. Nipped back sharply. That was from Williams, I think, from memory.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
I think he was pretty confident with that one. I've added 28 since the dismissal of Rob Yates. His difficult form continues. Davis moves for his appeal for LBW. He was a long way forward, and I think he got outside the line of off stump. So I suppose Bailey might argue he wasn't really playing a shot there, but he was still a long way forward. Took the bat behind his pads.
Wasn't a convincing appeal from Tom Bailey, was it? Really?
No. Just think about Rob Yates' form. I'm reminded of Keaton Jennings. I remember when he came here with Durham one year, and he was in terrible form, and he looked awful in the game here. But because he was a talented player, he knew eventually that he would turn it around, which he duly did. Ended up in the England team. So you just have to be patient with Rob Yates. As that's left, there's no run. I'm sure his form will return. But he's going through a difficult period at the moment. 63 for 2. It's a championship match, 4th against 6th. Winner here will take a big step forward if there is a winner. Davis cuts that off his toes. This time he can't quite get it through that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He's been pretty good actually at finding that gap today, but this time not successful. And it's stopped. Luke Wells again.
George Balderson.
So it is. Decent start from him, but Davis didn't quite quite steer it the direction he'd have liked. So he's denied runs on that occasion. Bailey bowls, this time it's left by Davis, taken by Dane Villas. So if part of the job of Tom Bailey was to slow the run scoring down, then so far so good. 5 dot balls.
Definitely. Just what the captain would have wanted. Keep it tight in this final 15 minutes up until lunch. Try and get, if they can get another, it would be terrific for Lancashire. It really will give them a sense of kind of momentum going into lunch.
Yeah, 3 wickets in a morning session, never bad. Have been 3 wickets in the morning session. It's morning session, but that includes Lancashire's last from the first innings. Bailey bowls, and Davis gets bat on that, pushes it away. It's a maiden over from Tom Bailey, so Warwickshire remain on 63 for 2, a lead of 69. Matt Parkinson looks like he's getting ready. Oh, I think he's coming on now.
I think he is.
Well, interesting. And it'll be interesting to see how Warwickshire and Alex Davis in particular play him, I fancy.
So Balderson's spell from the pavilion end comes to an end. 5 overs, 1 for 16. And Lancashire going to have a little go with their leg spinner. Approaching lunch on the 3rd day. 63 for 2. When did he bowl in the first innings, Matt Parkinson? He
got 1 wicket. He bowled, I think, 15 overs. I looked it up earlier. I think it was 15 overs.
Yeah, 15.
Danny Briggs bowled 19 overs in the Lancashire innings. They both had reasonable spells. I don't think either of them were turning it square, really.
15 overs, 1 for 50. Parkinson in the first innings. He's got a slip. He's got 2 short extra covers. Backward point, deep extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. So Parkinson, for the first time in the innings, he's in and bowling his full toss to begin with, which is hammered by Hayne to mid-on. It's stopped by Bailey, but he can't stop a run.
Difficult to judge the turn on that one.
So Haynes on to 12, 64 for 2. And Davis takes guard from umpire Malander. 37 for Alex Davis. Has a little look down the pitch and does a bit of gardening and flicks his pads around a little bit and looks out towards the leg side. He sees one man on the boundary, deep backward square leg. Parkinson's in, and Davis just leans into it, eases the ball away through the offside for no run. Gathered by Stephen Croft. Back with Parkinson again. He's in off 6 or 7 paces. Davis comes down towards the pitch and hammers it back over his head for 6. Down towards the long on boundary.
His second 6 of the match, and I suppose the warning for him is when you're trying to repeat the shot, his 6 in the first innings, a different shot, but when you're trying to repeat it, he got out. But don't get the sense that Matt Parkinson's expecting much turn here, because he's pitching the ball right up.
No.
Davis moves on to 3 sixes for the season. He's Warwickshire's second biggest 6 hitter in the competition, behind Michael Burgess, who's got 14. Most of them in 1 innings.
43 now to Davis. Parkinson's in. He was back trying to flick it off his pads down towards the leg side. There's a little optimistic appeal.
I think if initially he was playing for LBW, and then he said he thought, hang on, that might hit the bat. We'll have a catch here. Thank you, ump.
He sees the Lancashire keeper and captain Dane Villas sat on his backside in a frantic bid to try and catch it. But it was all Matt Parkinson by himself appealing for 2 different dismissals. And that's hit firmly away into the offside. Rob Jones at short cover fields, no run.
He missed out a bit there. Another full toss on Matt Parkinson.
70 for 2. He's gone for 7, and of course that includes that hit for 6 that we saw just a few deliveries ago for Davis. Final ball of the over. Getting a little shuffle down. And Parkinson down on one knee, asking whether that's an LBW. The ball hit the pad, deflects into the offside, but it was a step or 2 down the pitch from Davis. That's the end of Parkinson's first over. We've got 8 minutes until lunch. It's 70 for 2.
Jack Leach didn't have the best times in the Test match, did he, in the New Zealand innings? So who knows whether Parkinson could be in contention, because in the England squad for this Test match, but didn't get the call up this time. So Warwickshire's lead is 76. It's still very finely poised, this game, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's terrific.
Tom Bailey to Sam Hain. Can Lancashire nick one more out before lunch? That would be big if they could. Bailey comes in, Hain leaves that. Goes to the wicket keeper. Talked interesting about Sam Hain, not trying to think about things too much. He's been conscious of his lack of consistency with the red ball over recent years, which seems to have got better in the last couple. Almost adopted this sort of Jonathan Trott intensity about his cricket. Sometimes I think Sam Hain gets a little bit anxious about maintaining his form. That's pushed out the offside. There's no run. He is in very good form at the moment. But speaking to him after that first start, he was beating himself up for getting out for 130 just before the close. He's on 12 here. Bailey hasn't conceded a run since he came back into the attack. Bowls, and that's left outside off stump by Hain. There's no run.
Feel like we're setting for lunch a little bit now, don't we, with Hain and Davis?
Also, I suppose not great pressure for Warwickshire to score off Bailey if they're getting runs at the other end. Got that 6 off. In fact, they got a single and a 6 and they off Matt Parkinson in the last over, so no real problem if they play out a maiden here. Bailey bowls, and Sam Hain drives. That's a lovely looking shot, but he'll get nothing for it. It's straight to the field. Oh, it's gone through him, has it?
It
has.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Ooh, that's a bit of a mistake.
Behind it, I think.
Yeah. Well, it went straight at him, but just went straight through his legs. And gone through for 4. Bonus there. I mean, it was a good shot. It should have been a dot ball. He's on to 16, 74 for 2.
Well, Lancashire looking for a good way to end the morning session. That's not going to help their mood heading towards lunch.
Lead up to 80. Bailey comes into bowl. Hain turns that round his pads, just gets a bit of inside edge onto it down to fine leg. He'll get a single. 75 for 2. Hain on to 17. We'll get, even with Parkinson bowling, I suspect we will only get the 1 more over. I suppose if he goes very quickly, he might get 2 in.
You just get through him pretty quickly.
Yeah. As in comes a Bailey. It's pushed out the offside. Is it penny for LBW? It's obviously come with the bat. It must be one of those ones where he thinks it's hit the pad before the bat. But I fancy the pad was outside off stump anyway. And it's a dot ball. So the wickets to fall today. First, Lancashire's last wicket started on 280 for 9. Matt Parkinson was caught behind off Liam Norwell to give Norwell his 5th wicket of the innings. Parkinson gone for 9. Will Williams is not out 6. Dom Sibley bowled by Tom Bailey for 5. And Rob Yates bowled by George Balderson for 8. 3 wickets for 81 runs so far in this session across the 2 innings.
Feels like that's, I've got absolutely no stats to back this up, but it feels like that's perhaps the quickest session so far. It feels like there's quite a lot of runs scored.
Yeah.
It's been quite a tricky pitch to score.
I mean, Warwickshire scored 83 in the morning session of the first day, but of course they didn't lose the 2 overs in between innings, so...
It's Parkinson to Hain. It's flicked away off the back foot out towards square leg. Will Williams is lurking in front of the Hollies stand to field. And Hain gets a single, moves on to 18, the score to 76 for 2.
I think with Alex Davis being out there, I mean, he was out cheaply in the first innings, but when he's out there, the scoreboard does tend to tick along.
43 now, Davis. 3 minutes until lunch as Parkinson's in. That's hit firmly. It's a terrific stop from Rob Jones. Well, his right hand will be ringing a little bit here as he rolls onto his back and then gives it a right old shake. That was a hit firmly by Davis, and Rob Jones went low to his right.
Salford City will be signing up to be their goalkeeper next season after that.
Goodness. He's probably regretting it now. Giving it a right old shake, isn't he? Short extra cover is Rob Jones. He's bouncing on his feet as he waits for Davis. He's after this next one as Davis just drops it away into the offside and calls Hayne through for a quick single.
That was good running.
44 now to Davis, 77 for 2.
Oh, still hurting him, isn't it, Rob Jones? That's still stinging.
Certainly clubbed it, didn't he? He's only about 20 yards from the bat. Oh dear. Parkinson's second over. Hayne on strike. And he's back in over the wicket to Hayne. And he shuffles back into his crease. A ball that's down the leg side, and he helps it out towards square leg for 1. Takes him on to 19, 78 for 2. Gets Davis back on strike. Parkinson twirls in, a little flatter. Davis will squeeze it out towards the offside, no run.
So what are we saying? If no more wickets fall, even session?
I don't know whether I'm just pushing it Warwickshire's way, because the Lancashire innings was wrapped up pretty quickly. They've scored at a decent rate here, but I don't think there's much in it. Davis again going back and working it just in front of square on the leg side for a single. It probably reflects the game. There's not been much in it throughout the course of the couple of days. 45 to Davis, 79 for 2, and this will be the final over of the morning session.
Yeah, there's never really been a point in the game we thought one team was getting ahead. And I think Phil's point that yesterday there was just a brief period when it looked like Lancashire might start moving ahead, but they never actually really did.
No.
And it's all been intriguing stuff. So one more over to squeeze in before lunch, even though it is now 1 o'clock. I'm going to do this yesterday as well. I was stretching things a bit to try and get as many overs in the session, which is good. This is pushed out the offside. There's no run. This will be the 27th complete over of the day, but we also had of the session. But we also had 1 ball of another over, and then of course 2 overs gone because of the gap between the innings. So effectively about 31 overs in the session. Bailey comes into bowl. Davis hits that to mid-on, and that's no run. Two slips, bit of a gap between wicketkeeper and first over. It might just be actually where Dane Villas was standing there. He's moved a bit closer now. So 2 slips on the gully. Bailey, who's been tight since he came back on, he just conceded that 4 due to a misfield. Other than that, just one of the single since he returned to the attack. This time bowling from the Birmingham end. Davis drives it in there, and well, he protects his own analysis very well there, Bailey. Getting down low to get a hand onto the ball and prevent it going through. It might have been cut off by mid-off anyway, but decent stop. Well enough hit by Alex Davis for no reward. He'll be happy even getting to lunch. It's been a decent contribution from Davis. I'd love to play a big part in this match for Warwickshire. And it's Bailey to bowl. And Davis took a late decision to get his bat out of the way there. Almost got into a tangle. Just manages to lift it out of the way. crucial, you feel. And Sam Hain just comes down the pitch, maybe just encourage him to calm down. Just 2 balls now to lunch. If he can get to lunch, and Warwickshire may feel it's not been a bad session for them. But 2 more balls to negotiate. Bailey polishing the ball on the back of his trousers. Comes in now to bowl to Davis, who drives at it. It's a good shot. It was in the air momentarily, but Sam Hain was in biggest danger. He jumped out of the way at the non-striker's end, and that's gone through for 4. 83 for 2. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're approaching lunch on the 3rd day of this very close match between Warwickshire and Lancashire in the LV Championship. As has been the case throughout the game, it's been a pretty even session, but maybe just pushing Warwickshire's way now. They're 83 for 2 with 1 ball to go to lunch. They lead by 89, wrapped up the Lancashire innings fairly quickly this morning. They have lost Dom Sibley, bowled by Tom Bailey for 5, and Rob Yates, whose struggle for form continues as he was bowled by George Balderson for 8. But Alex Davis making a significant contribution against his former county. He's on 49, and the Centurion from the first innings, Sam Hain, is on 19, and Warwickshire go into lunch leading by 89 on 83 for 2. Yes, the last ball before lunch left by Davis, who is on 49. And fascinating session. So in the end, 89 runs scored for 3 wickets. And the game continues to move on. 5 sessions to go, and all results still perfectly conceivable. So there we are. We'll take a little break, and but don't leave this game. This is a really good one, and we will see you in about, well, 35 minutes time or so.
schools around the country. At Cambridge, at lunch, at the test match, England 36-1, meaning that they made another 263 runs only. Starting in the county championship Division 1, Hampshire are currently 309 for 6, trying Yorkshire's 428 all out in both of their first winners. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire 438 all out, and Kent currently trying to high 101 runs with 7 wickets remaining on 337 to 3. At Taunton, Surrey were 382 for 9 in their first innings, and Somerset are currently 93 for 2 in their second innings, therefore trailing by 109 runs with 8 wickets left. In the Division 2, Derbyshire are 229 all out, Middlesex 251 all out, and 189 for 7, which means that Middlesex beat Derbyshire by 211 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Durham versus Worcestershire, Durham declared their first innings at 642 for 7. Worcestershire are currently 265, trailing by 406 runs with 5 wickets in hand. In Auburn, trial assists by
Good afternoon. Welcome to the middle session of this still very evenly balanced LV Championship match. As, Warwickshire 83 for 2. They resume, which means they lead by 89. Beginnings of a partnership between Alex Davis and Sam Hain. They've added 48, in fact, so far since the loss of Rob Yates. And Clive Egan, Scott Reed here as well. Oh, he's gone on Twitter. What are you saying then?
I'm just updating BBC Lancs Cricket to say the players are heading out after lunch.
Splendid.
And keep everybody informed.
So,
yeah, pretty even, isn't it?
it is.
89 in front, 8 wickets remaining. This is the session, isn't it, that shapes the match?
Yeah, I thought the last one was as well.
No, this one. This is the one. This is the one.
Okay. Let's change of ends for Will Williams then. Has he bowled from this end of this match?
He has. No, I think he has. Don't remember seeing him running without his name and number. Looking at this.
It's a bit strange. I think you'd think they were sewing something on for him.
You wanted the interactive squad number on the phone.
Well, no, just because Nathan McAndrew, no, by the way, made lots of runs for Australia A in the current game, apparently, career best, but he has number 0 on his back.
Is it me?
Well, it can be, yeah.
Okay. There's Williams to Hain. The first delivery after lunch, he's left. And through to the keeper. And there's no run.
Let's have a look, actually. Nathan McAndrew, where did he bat? He batted at 8 for Australia A and got them out of trouble. Got 92 of 132 balls.
Nice.
Which I think is a career best for him. But you see how he gets on with the bowling.
Williams starting his 8th over the first after lunch in and bowls. And hanging up the front foot. Plays the ball up to Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run.
It's good that Nathan McAndrew do save his first century for Warwickshire rather than for Australia A.
When's he due back?
He's only missing one game as
right.
things planned at the moment. Although I was making the point, if Warwickshire were to win this game, be interesting selection decision to make for Northants away.
Hain waits and Williams balls. Oh, that squares him up a bit. Oh, big LBW shout. He's given it. Well, that's a significant potentially breakthrough for Lancashire straight after lunch. The wonderfully in-form Sam Hain, a century in the first innings, has gone LBW to Will Williams. He's gone for 19. So Warwickshire lose the first wicket of the afternoon session, the third of their innings. 83 for 3, and that's a big breakthrough for Lancashire, and that was reflected with the celebrations seeing the end of Sam Hain.
Yes, another partnership broken up before it can really do massive damage, but someone might have kept a bit low on Hain.
Well, if it did, then we did see one before lunch keeping a little low, didn't we? Hain flicked for 4, actually. Well, that's a bit of a Brucey bonus, isn't it, for Lancashire? Sam Hain straight after lunch goes for just 19.
Massive wicket. Will Rhodes now walking out to the crease.
Sure, I pressed white coffee in front on the coffee machine. That's definitely come on as a black coffee.
I'm not sure that machine's got any milk in it at the minute.
Oh, that might be the
That might be the problem.
that might be the reason why. Yeah. So Will Rhodes, the skipper, is out to join Alex Davis.
So a lot of work for Warwickshire to do. You feel they've got to get at least a lead of 250, you feel, and even then Lancashire might fancy that. But if the ball is starting to keep a bit low, it won't be easy.
And Williams is having a debut to remember, isn't he?
Yeah, I kept very low.
Did it?
Again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think he knew he was out, didn't bother to look at the umpire.
So Rhodes on strike, 2 slips and a gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. It's Williams' right arm around the wicket to Rhodes, and that's clipped away towards the leg side where Bailey fields, and there's no run.
Well, she were progressing quite well up to the lunch interval. That will peg them back. Big opportunity here, feel here though for Alex Davis to maybe.
Yeah.
He did play a part in getting Warwickshire over the line in the win against Essex. But other than that, not really.
It's forward by Rhodes in defence, and there's no run. What's his top score this season?
Now you're asking.
Sorry.
See, I haven't got a little neat book like you've got. We'll work it out. It's.
Has he got a 50?
Do you know what? I'm not sure that he may have. I think he has got a 50. I'll talk among yourselves. I'll find out for you. Rather than me guessing, I'll look it up.
Well, there's 1 ball left of the first over after lunch. It's been a pretty successful one for Lancashire so far. It's on the brink of being a wicket maiden to start things off. There's Williams. Oh, he's left it, Rhodes, and Williams hits the off stump. It's a horrible misjudgment from the Warwickshire captain, and it's a double wicket maiden for Will Williams. It's a brilliant start to the afternoon session for Lancashire. It's the worst possible start for Warwickshire. They've lost 2 wickets in the first over after lunch. Sam Hain LBW to Williams, and Will Rhodes bowled by Williams, not offering a shot. It's the end of the first over. It's a double wicket maiden, and Warwickshire are 83 for 4, lead of 89.
Yeah, that's a massive blow that for Warwickshire. It's changed the game now, hasn't it? You feel that Lancashire are in a very strong position now. To answer your earlier question, yes, he's got a 65 this season, Alex Davis. That's his only half century of the season. I don't know why he left that, Rod. It did angle in a bit, but that just looks like a misjudgment to me on his part, I'm afraid. Don't think the ball did anything particularly spectacular.
It just looked spectacular for the bowler, didn't it, when you see the stump leaning back. So yeah, just watching it back myself in the replays, bowling quite wide of the crease there, Williams. Right arm round the wicket, bowling wide of the crease, angling it in to Rhodes. Yeah, it's just a misjudgment, isn't it? It's just held its line, it's gone right through, he's not offered a shot. Oh, it's a horrible misjudgment for Rhodes. Warwickshire need to settle things down here and need a partnership. They've got 1 batter in Davis, and now Matt Lamb joins him.
So Tom Bailey with Lancashire feeling another couple more quickly. They could be well on their way. It's nicely played by Alex Davis, and he's going to get runs here, and it's going to bring up his half century. So that'll be his second for Warwickshire. Second in all competitions, because his best T20 scores 40, and he wants to run 4 there. Matt Lamb wasn't really alive to it. Probably wasn't there, but it's worth looking. But anyway, he completes his half century off 80 balls, 7 fours and a 6. Warwickshire really need him to go on beyond that now. Only the third batter in the match to get to 50. The other 2 both going on. Croft didn't quite make it to 100. We did get 90, and of course Sam Hain 130 in the first innings.
Yeah, well battered, Alex Davis. I would have found it quite difficult to believe that he would have failed 4 times against his old club. He's got runs here, but as you say, he'll want to turn 52 into something much bigger. But well battered, came out with great intent. Got to let Roddy's look a little bit, but you need that as an opening batter. And he's put together a really good knock there for his team.
Bailey to Lamb. Lamb moves across his stumps, plays it onto the leg side, gets it down to fine leg for a single. He's off the mark. Failed in the first innings, but has been in good form this season, Matt Lamb. 87 for 4. There haven't been too many partnerships that have completely failed in this game. Lancashire lost their first wicket for 1 run in their first innings. Warwickshire's second wicket pair only got 2 in the first, but most of the partnerships have got something, but not Warwickshire's fourth wicket pair that failed to add anything. Bailey comes in to bowl, and Davis plays at the onside. If a couple more wickets go too quickly, I might be carrying my heavy equipment on the bike back to the train station after today. 87 for 4.
Did you have all the cycling gear on?
Don't be silly. It's only a little push bike.
You didn't cycle like that.
On the app revealed that I did a searing average of 6 miles an hour, so which must have meant that I was going at something like 8 or 9 at some point, which is a bit. Well, yeah, need to rein that in a bit. Bailey comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run. 87 for 4. They're only these little high, the high pedal bikes like they have in London. They got them in West Midlands now.
I like the fact that you came.
A few proper cyclists whizzed past me on the cycle path.
I just can't believe you rocked up on the bike dressed like that. I mean, you need to put the gear on.
I'm on a train, Scott, and then onto the bike. Anyway, let's concentrate on the cricket, shall we? It's Bailey bowling to Alex Davis. 2 slips on a gully. This would be a big one for Lancashire if they can get Alex Davis now. Right arm over. Davis pushes that out to mid-off. No run. 87 for 4.
Did you have those little things clipped around your ankles?
I had nothing other than what I've got now. I think you're talking about cycle clips, they're called.
They're the things, yeah.
I think you wore those in the 70s when you had flares. You don't really need them now so much.
Oh, okay. I'll keep my eye out for some for you.
Bailey from the Birmingham end. Oh, Porter's waits. I think he wants a field change. He's asked his mid-wicket to go back, which does give Davis a chance of keeping the strike. Yeah, obviously he's got a proper bat at the other end, but one has just come in, so he might. Anyway, in comes Bailey to bowl, and Davis just plays that to mid. Oh, he has done exactly that. Actually, he's played it to mid-wicket and got through for an easy single. He's on to 53 and 88 for 4. The lead now is 94 with 6 wickets left.
Good run that, wasn't it, by Davis? He ran 3 in that over before, so that's good stuff. If Lancashire are bowling well, boundaries are hard to come by. There's a big boundary to one side. Try and run hard and run well. Davis has done just that. Keep the scoreboard ticking along. Lancashire were at one stage in the morning session. It looked from here, kind of keeping an eye on what the lead was, and the field seemed to reflect it a little bit, certainly when Daniel Lamb was bowling. We're actually going to find a way of putting the pressure back on Lancashire, but it's been a great start for them after lunch. It's a wonderful debut, this, isn't it, for Will Williams? 2 for 17 from 8 overs. Here he comes to Davis. That's turned off the pads out towards the onside, where Luke Wells fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Davis 53 not out, so second 50 for him for Warwickshire since his move to Edgbaston. You say his top score was 60 something, 65. Well, he'll have that firmly in his sights, and he'll want more than that as well. Stands there resting his bat on his right shoulder, waiting for Williams. He's having a chat to Tom Bailey. The ball comes back round to him. There's one slip, and then there's a gap to gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. We've got 2 players down on their knees at the minute. We've got Keaton Jennings, who's messing around with his socks, and Tom Bailey, who's tying up his bootlaces. But we're all set to go. Glorious sunshine. There's Williams to Davis. That's flicked away to mid-wicket. Luke Wells, low to his right, stops the ball. No idea where it had gone, but Bohannon, coming round from mid-on, could see it straight away. Picked up and through towards the keeper. Davis just get forward for a single. And now 54 to him, 89 for 4. Lead of 95. brings Lamb on strike, having a walk out towards square leg. He's not two pitches along, having a little walk and a twirl of the bat to clear the mind, and settles into his crease. 2 slips for him. It's Williams, right arm over the wicket, bowls forward goes Lamb. That's defended to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, playing under a bit of pressure here. There's match so much in the balance. Every batter has the opportunity to play a match-winning innings here, but a failure will take their team a bit closer towards defeat.
Well, we mentioned the partnerships in the game. Is it 69, the highest one?
Yeah.
Williams to Lamb. He's left it. And that front foot, Lancashire would have us believe it was millimetres away from the off stump. Pretty cool leave from Lamb. Again, he goes on a big walk. He's 3 pitches along now towards square leg. Getting his steps up.
So he's having a good season in the team for the first game, really because of absentees elsewhere, but he played so well he became undroppable.
Williams to Lamb. That's a nice shot. Played it straight down the ground. And mid-on, having to come across to his left to stop it, to get something on it. It's a good effort from Bohannon to take the pace off the ball. Lamb has come back for 2. And he's up to 3. And Warwickshire now 91 for 4.
Every run counts. Everyone seems to count at the moment.
Final ball of the over. Williams to Lamb. A ball that he has to play. Straightish on off stump, and it's played safely enough back along the pitch. Completes the over. 29 gone of the Warwickshire second innings. Davis 54, Lamb on 3. 91 for 4.
Compare it with the first innings, Warwickshire lost their 4th wicket on 124, so they're some way behind where they were in the first innings. Certainly in need of a partnership. It's Alex Davis still there. Intriguing innings. This is on 54 now. Bailey comes to bowl to him. Be growing in confidence, Davis, you'd think. 2 slips on the gully. Bailey right arm over. Davis drops a bat on that. That one's fielded in the cover, so he's clearly looking for a run here, a run there. He's just looking to keep the scoreboard moving.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it, from Davis? It's just a little forward defensive, but the whole body language is good, isn't it? It's kind of a lot of positivity involved in it.
A lot of room on the leg side if he wants to score a run there. For Bailey strays a bit on the leg side. 2 men on the boundary and then just a mid-on. There's plenty of space there. On the offside, have to pierce that inner field. No one on the boundary though. Still 2 slips on the gully. Bailey bowls to him. Davis again just pushes it into the offside. That goes fairly quickly to our point. So there's no run. Lancashire will be buoyed by those 2 early wickets after lunch. 2 wickets in 1 over, which have put them in the ascendancy. I think, thank goodness we don't have a win, what they call them. But if he did,
the win,
it would have gone up and down, but it would probably be favouring Lancashire now,
the
I would
wasp,
suggest.
the wasp, is that it?
Yeah, there's a more newer version of that, isn't it? It's, Davis clips out round his pads through mid-wicket, and he's going to get runs here. He's found the longest part of the outfield, so he's going to get 3. 57 to Alex Davis. 94 for 4, so the lead is now exactly 100. .94 for 4. So 94 for 4. In comes Bailey. And that one, Lamb plays defensively to mid-on. It's a dot ball. And remains 94 for 4. 2 slips to the guy still, so mid on, mid off, a cover and a point, mid wicket, long leg, sun shining. It's been the sunniest of the 3 days, most consistently sunny of the 3 days so far. Bailey bowled, ooh, Lamb leaves, that did look a fairly tight leave, didn't get up at all, and it's taken by a wicket keeper. He survives it. Lamb just goes down the pitch. There's a little bit of probably has a quick word with Davis. Maybe ask him how close was that. Pretty close, I think, would be the answer. Bailey. 1 wicket so far, comes into bowl to Lamb, and he wraps him on the pad. I think it was bat onto pad, shouts of anguish rather than appeals. It is a dot ball, and it's the end of the over. 94 for 4. I'll do an update shortly. This game has been in the balance almost from the first ball of the match. Warwickshire all out for 292 in the first innings. Lancashire's first innings came to an end early this morning, just 6 runs shy of Warwickshire's total. They were out for 286. Now, the third innings of the match, possibly the most pivotal, crucial innings of the match. Warwickshire trying to ensure they give themselves a good target to bowl at. Can't rule out a draw at this point, but things have moved on fairly quickly now. Update coming up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have suffered a double blow in this very close match as they try to set Lancashire a target. They're 94 for 4 in their second innings. They're leading by exactly 100, and since lunch they've lost the informed Sam Hain, LBW, the one that kept low from Will Williams for 19. And the New Zealand bowlers, same over. Will Rose completely misjudged one, didn't offer a shot, and was bowled for a duck. Alex Davis is still there, playing a good and important innings against his former county. He just scores another single there. He's on to 58. Matt Lamb is on 3. Warwickshire 95 for 4 now, lead by 101. So a quick single played onto the leg side by Alex Davis. He keeps ticking things going. Test match remains almost as exciting as this one, but not quite, of course. England 53 for 1 after 14 overs, so they need another 246. I think it would be 58 overs left. Will Williams to bowl to Lamb, who punches that one into the offside. Doesn't clear the fielder. There's no run. Sri Lanka made 300 for 7 in the first one-day international at home to Australia. Ireland's women making it. They've beaten South Africa once, and they got skittled out for 69 in a match. But the second ODI, they made a respectable 213 for 8 in Dublin. Somerset are fighting a little bit against Surrey. They've still got an awful lot to do. Will Williams comes in to bowl to Lamb, and he's wrapped on the pads, and Williams likes it, and he runs with his hands in the air, almost to be level with the batter, but cannot induce the umpire to raise his finger. Not out is the call.
Yeah, it's a big shout, wasn't it? From
it was a impassioned plea.
It was. I thought he was going down on one knee at one point and giving it the full pleading.
I think from the replay that's probably going down the leg side.
He's looking to work it to the leg, isn't he?
Yeah. Anyway, relief for Lamb. I think the umpires will be under a lot of pressure from both teams now. A game's this tight and this close, you're going to hear a lot of shouts, a lot of appeals. Williams comes in to bowl. Oh, he's bowled him! No need to appeal for that one. Lamb driving at it, and Williams has his 3rd wicket since lunch, and that has tilted the game firmly Lancashire's way. Lamb goes for 3. It's 95 for 5.
Yeah, that was pretty emphatic, wasn't it? That's the middle stump that has been uprooted, and it's taken a bit of the leg and the off stump with it. And this is a dream spell from Will Williams. memorable debut for him. He bowled ever so well on the first day, and he picked up a couple of wickets. But it was his tight line and length and his control of the ball and the fact that Warwickshire couldn't get him away. That was kind of the story of Williams in the first innings. What we're seeing in the second innings is the story of Williams, the destroyer. 3 for 21. He's bowled a fantastic spell after lunch here, and this 15 minutes and this spell from Williams, we suggested this afternoon session might go away to be really the defining session of the match. And the very, very early stages of it, it's going Lancashire's way, and Warwickshire desperate now for Michael Burgess, who I thought batted well actually in the first innings. He chipped in and supported Sam Hain for a bit. He now needs to come out, and Warwickshire desperately need this. Well, they need to find the biggest partnership of the game so far between Davis and Burgess now.
He's taken 3 wickets for 4 runs in 16 deliveries since lunch now. Will Williams. And Michael Burgess. The player's been in good form this season and did bat pretty well in the first innings. Couldn't quite go on. We got to, I think, 41. But Will Williams has got his tail up. Well, the switch to the pavilion ends worked quite well for him, isn't it?
It has. What a treat.
And he'll bowl to Burgess. Still just got the 2 slips in the gully, but in he comes. To bowl, and Burgess takes a little step forward and then pushes it to the offside for no run. Well, these are 2 batters that tend to play fairly expansive, positive cricket, and they may feel that's the way to go here.
Yes, yeah.
If wickets keep tumbling, they need to get runs on the board. So things could move apace over the next few minutes. I'll bring Phil in at the end of this over. Williams it is to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run by Burgess.
Yeah, it might not be the worst approach by these 2 now. I mean, I think it's been the approach that Davis has taken, and I think he's all been quite calculated from Alex Davis, and perhaps at times a degree of good luck, but that's okay, you need that. But it might well be the approach that both of these take now, because the first half an hour of the afternoon session is looking like Warwickshire are going to struggle to get something on the board that they can realistically defend. So maybe a little bit of a counter-attack if they can might not be the worst scenario, but it's an intriguing field for that Lancashire have set. I know it's Davis on strike, the 1 slip and gully, but they've blocked mid-wicket, which is a real strength for Davis. Point, extra cover, mid-off. There's Bailey to Davis, it's left. And taken by Velas, and there's no run. There was a deep square leg and a long leg. 95 for 5. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon. Well, gosh, it's been a bit of a lively afternoon, hasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
I've just been in the members' lounge, and I was stood right behind Will Williams. Literally, if I was waiting for the umpire to say, "Could you move out of the way?" type thing, And I thought the LBW, the ball before he was bowled, looked absolutely plumb. But
Barely to Davis, who defends the ball, actually ricochets back in between his legs, and he goes hopping back into his crease and realises the ball is not going to roll back onto his stumps.
But he didn't bother. He bowled him next ball comprehensively, didn't he?
Yeah.
Gosh, that was a good delivery.
Yeah, that appeal was a big appeal, wasn't it, from the bowler?
Certainly from where, looking down straight over the umpire's head, he looked very adjacent. So whether he got I don't think he got a nick. It must have just thought it was doing enough to beat the leg stump. But the next one didn't need much answering.
This is a ball that's wide by Bailey and left by Davis. Snaps into the gloves of the Lancashire wicket keeper, Dame Villas, and there's no run. It's been a memorable spell for Williams. It's a debut he won't forget, I don't think.
Absolutely. He was fielding down at fine leg when I walked around before lunch. He's not much to him either. He's not a great big strapping chap.
No.
He's very slim frame. He's not that tall. You know, he generates a lot of pace. I was really impressed with him. Really impressed.
There's Bailey to Davis. It's hit straight. And Bailey tries to deflect the ball back onto the stumps just in case Burgess had strayed, but I think Burgess was back, and either way Bailey missed with that little deflection.
Warwickshire really now heavily dependent on these two.
Yeah, got to find. Well, they need to probably find the biggest partnership in the game so far.
They do. They really need a three-figure partnership, don't they? Because it's the game has drifted, absolutely swung Lancashire's way in the last half hour.
Bailey to Davis. It's left. He just kind of bends his knees, Davis, as if he's in position to try and cut the ball, but he ain't playing at that. There's a slip and a gully and a point and a cover, and he's not taking that one on. Happy to allow it to go through to his old captain, Dame Villas, and there's no run. Final ball of the over coming up. 1 for 28, Bailey. He's bowled. Well, this will be the conclusion of his 12th. 95 for 5. Bailey to Davis. It's turned up towards mid-wicket, but for no run. And it's the end of the over, and Will Williams is sprinting in from fine leg. Well, absolutely desperate to have another go.
Yeah, so they have to wrench the ball out of his hand at the moment.
End of the over, 95 for 5. Warwickshire, that's in their second innings. That's a lead that they have of 101 runs over Lancashire, with 5 wickets remaining.
At least the 6 runs makes it a 3-figure total to chase at the moment. There's 6 precious runs.
Yeah, not much in it on first innings. There's not been much in it at all in the match. I think the last half an hour to 40 minutes has been the only real period in the game where one team feels on top.
Yeah, they grabbed the initiative completely, haven't they? And I missed those 2 wickets. I was still in the museum, so I heard them announced, and I heard a lot of talking going on. I thought, what's that? That was a quick over, thinking he was introducing the chap at the other end. This is the first another over from Williams, who we've just been talking about. The first ball, Burgess plays it back down the wicket to mid-on. There's no run. It's a terrific spell since lunch.
It's a double wicket maiden to begin with, first over after lunch.
So that was a bowled and an LBW.
Yep.
Yeah. Sam Hain LBW, and then Will Rhodes bowled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Williams in bowls, and this one is played by Burgess back, and the bowler fields off his own bowling.
I was looking at the scorebook during lunch at the dismissals across the first 2 innings, and in the Lancashire innings only Tom Bailey was bowled.
Well,
every other dismissal was caught. And in the Warwickshire innings, Rob Yates and Matt Lamb and Liam Norwell, the only 3 to be bowled.
This next one is played again solidly up to Bailey at mid-off this time by Burgess, defending in stoutly.
Nothing LBW, everything's been caught, either edge behind or caught in front of the batter, but that's changed in this second Warwickshire innings, the third of the match. Every dismissal has either been, well, we've had 4 wickets fall to the bowler bowling the batter, and 1 to LBW. So targeting the stumps, it would seem, has been the success so far.
Williams in bowls, and this is played away nicely through the offside by Burgess. Getting it off the mark. He'll get. They're going to come back for a third, as it was pushed in the gap between cover point and extra cover, and they get back for 3. So he's on his way. 98 for 5. The lead 104.
Nice shot, actually, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was nicely timed and a nice push into the gap between the 2. And again, getting the benefit of the strips along the square, virtually all of the travel. So getting a bit of extra pace across that very short grass. It's a lovely afternoon here in Birmingham. The sun's shining, plenty of blue sky, some very high white cloud around, but generally it's a lovely summer's day. As Williams in bowls and Davis covers up. He doesn't give many balls to really have a go at, does he?
No.
He's got a nice action. You looking at him, you feel as well, and that as though he could bowl really long spells, because he's got a nice economic run. It's all really, a lot of it's in the arm, on the delivery point. That's where he seems to be getting his pace, but his run is very straight, and Bela standing up to it. There's big snatch away, because that was left by Davis, and that was not far away from the off stump, through to the keeper. Well taken at the end of another over, and again Williams really asking the questions.
It's good stuff, yeah. I mean, on the first day, you wonder whether, I mean, he bowled really well on the first day. They struggled to score runs off him, but that might have been a combination of a couple of things. In fact, they'd not seen him before, so that might factor into it a little bit. Obviously, he bowled well, 2 for 42 from 24 overs. But the contrast, I think, in the second innings is, and this spell in particular, after lunch, a really attacking spell from Williams. It looks like he's shown so far in the game that he can offer both a threat in terms of not going for runs and also being a real genuine wicket taker, which obviously his first class record back in New Zealand would back that up. He's had a really impressive debut. Bailey bowls to Burgess, who got runs in the first innings. He got 40 odd. He needs he needs more than that probably this time around, in truth.
Yeah, he does. He needs probably twice that many. I would look at the Lancashire news, and I can possibly see that two match deal being extended.
Extended, yeah.
I like the look of him for a 50 over player as well, because he's economic. He's and in a 50 over, bottom 10 overs out of him, but he's not going to give that many runs away.
Bailey to Burgess, who defends, bounces to mid-on. There's no run. Well, there's a distinct possibility. I mean, they had Hassan Ali for the first 6 matches as their second overseas player. Of course, Dane Villas is an overseas player, Lancashire captain now. He would. There's every possibility, I suppose, isn't there? That if and I did ask him if he's looking at this as a chance to impress with a view to it being extended in the summer, and he was a bit reluctant to answer that question, just like take it game by game type thing. But he's done his chances no harm. Bailey to Burgess, that's flicked off the pads out to mid-wicket. There's plenty of Lancashire players with their hands on their head. Burgess did play across the pads, but flicked it safe enough towards the leg side for no run.
With an English mother, is he registered as an overseas player?
That's a good question. Yeah, good question, Phil. What I need to find the answer to.
Just wondering, whether he.
Don't know
how that counts. He hasn't played international cricket, has he?
He hasn't. No. I know there was a slight issue with a visa that they had to get sorted before they could get it all signed and sealed. It's played through the offside by Burgess. Bohannon will chase after it. It was a little uppish to begin with, and there is a short extra cover in place, but works the ball eventually towards wide through wide mid-off for 2 runs. Come back for 5 and takes a total up to 100. 100 for 5.
It's been a struggle since lunch to get there. They've got 3 figures on the board. They need to get a lot more than that, Warwickshire. Lancashire's firmly at the moment in charge of this game.
It's a lead of 106. Bailey balls to Burgess, who drives. Keaton Jennings at extra cover fields, and there is no run.
Burgess has been in terrific form this season. He's had 2 scores of 170. 174 and 170. Then he got 96 against Yorkshire. So he's 14 odd in the first innings here. So he's contributed pretty much in every game this season. Really has been start with the bat.
Bailey to Burgess. Plays it calmly back along the ground, gathered by Bailey off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, so 100 up for Warwickshire in their second innings. Plus the 6 they carried over from the first innings, so 106 in front. Burgess, as Phil's been describing, in good form, and Warwickshire need that to continue now. And Davis has moved on to 58 with Burgess unbeaten on 5.
And Will Williams is going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Alex Davis, who will be pleased with his score. He won't be so pleased with the overall team score, but he'll be now looking to progress and take this really good start into 3 figures, and Warwickshire really need him to stay there and push on. He'll be facing, as Williams comes in past umpire Mariner and bowls, Davis goes across and defends stoutly, virtually ends up facing both feet down the wicket at him, everything behind it.
Keeper standing up, I quite like this, because Davis just liked to use his feet. And
he stood up to Williams, didn't he, in the first innings when Williams was bowling at the Birmingham end, and certainly now that puts that added bit of pressure on Davis. And again, it's Williams and bowls, and this is played back by Davis into the field. The bowler peels off his own bowling.
It's really good intense cricket, isn't it? It's a real good contest between bat and ball. Now Davis has got runs, he's in. He's got himself a second 50. And he's got a good bowler coming in towards him, but you would think coming to the end of the spell.
Yes, he bowled straight after lunch, so he's been bowling now 45 minutes. His second spell of the day as he's in again, and again it's right on the mark. He's not giving the batsman anything to do other than be able to defend it and keep it out. He's not having any width. He doesn't bowl many short deliveries. It's right up there on the length and on the stumps, and the batsmen really have to treat it with the respect it deserves. Again and bowls, and Davis runs this down into the gully, and again there's no run. He reminds me a bit of some of the old-fashioned seamers that we had. We don't seem to have so many of them, but you wouldn't remember some of them, but the Shackletons, Cartwrights, people like that, who have an economic run, who had some pace, but ball after ball. It was like a metronome right on the spot, and you used to see quite a few of these in county cricket, but they seem to have gone now because they're desperate to get pace in. This one is, again, right on the mark, and Davis does no more than just covers it up and drops it down in front of him for another dot ball. The only ones you can see would tend to be the older ones who've lost the pace, but, sort of were using the wickets to their advantage and just trundling in, but he's not lightning quick. He's not a sort of 75 mile an hour type bowler, 80 mile, but he's the beauty he's got. He's putting every ball virtually on the spot. He's got a lovely, nice straight run up. He's in again and bowls, and that's a beauty, which Davis leaves, but again, just outside off stump. Well taken by Dame Villas behind the stumps. Another maiden, another very good, accurate over.
Yep, good stuff. From Williams, well left by Davis. Terrific judgment, goodness. that is some leave.
I think that might be the end of him. Dame Villas has gone over and given him a pat on the back, and what a spell that has been.
Sensational. There's 3 wickets for runs in the middle of that at one point. I don't know what his overall spell is since lunch, but after he took his 3rd wicket, he picked up 3 wickets for just 4 runs. A lengthy conversation between the bowler and the captain.
Yep.
The question obviously Balderson will replace one of them, and he's bowled very nicely. There's a wee bit of pressure on Danny Lamb when he goes back to him. He's been the most expensive of the Lancashire bowlers, because this is the moment where Velas will not want to let the foot off the gas. He's got
Absolutely.
Warwickshire where he wants them. So how he manages the bowling changes now are quite intriguing, really.
Well, he knows if he can ship one of these two, he's really into the lower order tail, and it's quite a long lower order, which Warwickshire have got at the moment. They can all bat, but they're not scoring big runs. You know, sometimes the tail for Warwickshire over the years has scored more. The backs 5 or 6 have scored more than the front 5 or 6 on regular basis, but at the moment that's not happening.
Burgess to Bailey to Burgess. It's hit back towards the Lancashire bowler, who stops it low down to his left hand side, and there's no run. So Bailey's going to have one more. Obviously he's into this over now because he, like Williams, has bowled since lunch. When does he make his changes? Bobbleson's a safe bet. We'll have to reintroduce Lamb at some stage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the seamers, isn't it? He's rather than going to the Parkinson.
Yeah. What's the problem here?
Has he got a problem?
There's Tom. I don't know. Why Tom Bear's coming up to have a chat with his captain? Oh, he's showing his captain the ball.
Yeah. These balls are causing all sorts of issues, aren't they? The number of times they were inspecting the ball in the Test match, the number of times I saw it being put through the ring to see whether it was fit or not, and then being changed so often.
That's been a theme of the summer, hasn't it? The number of ball changes.
They're clearly not holding their shape, and they keep saying, the bowlers keep saying how soft they go so quickly.
Bailey to Burgess, and with the keeper standing up, plays it back along the ground, and there's no run. Well, the ball has worked a treat for Lancashire since lunch.
Yeah, well, I can say this one. I think, are the batsmen allowed to have the ball changed?
That's a wonderful point. I'd love it if Michael Burgess said, actually, umpire, just double check this is all right. Quite fancy facing another ball instead. Why is it always the bowlers? Yeah.
They all say, oh, the bowlers have a rough time. At least they can change it if they can persuade somebody.
Bailey to Burgess, that's a good shot. And it's also a good stop from Parkinson. He gets a run for it, but Parkinson at mid-on, low down to his left, gets a good hand on that. Burgess goes through for 1, moves on to 6. It's 101 for 5. It's a lead of 107. I need to nip next door for an update.
Right. So, Scott will be, if you're in the Manchester area, he'll be updating the good folks of the area with the news. In the meantime, it's Tom Bailey to continue at the Birmingham end, and he is on his way to Alex Davis on 58. 101 for 5 Warwickshire. They lead by 107 as Davis waits and Bailey in. Davis will get runs here, tucking it away behind square on the onside. They think about a second, but the ball is already on its way in from Williams, who's down at wide fine leg, and he got onto it and got the throw back in, so there was not any chance of a second run. 59 to Davis, 102 for 5.
Increasingly important, Alex Davis' innings. I mean, well played on getting 59, but I don't think it's enough now. He's got to go and do something really big, I think, for Warwickshire now.
Bailey in. Burgess pulls this one away. Very wristy shot through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It was just dropped a little bit short and whipped away by Burgess. A lovely shot of a man in form who's comfortable and confident. There's a big gap there in all fairness through the mid-wicket area, and he hit it really just sort of in front of where square leg would have been, so went racing away through the gap along the square, all the cut wickets, and raced to the boundary, and Williams never had a chance of getting round to cut that one off. So 106 for 5. Burgess moves into double figures. He's on 10, And then plays this next one not altogether confidently, running away down through backward point. It's going to be pulled up just inside the boundary by Stephen Croft, but they get back for 2 more. So little flurry there from Burgess at the end of the over, takes Warwickshire onto 108 for 6, a lead of 104 for 5 rather, 114 lead.
He means business. Michael Burgess has just called a colleague in from the pavilion to take his sweater from him. So, but these two have the potential, if they can stay out there for a while, of moving things on a bit for Warwickshire, which they badly need, to naturally attacking batters. The lead 114. What's the minimum? Minimum, I suppose, is 200 for Warwickshire lead. Even that, I feel Lancashire would fancy their chances. Well, they've certainly got to get there, surely, to have any chance here, Warwickshire.
Yeah. And it's taking time because there's so much time left in this game as well, isn't there? There's 4.5 sessions still in this match.
So Will Williams, that devastating spell after lunch, which has swung the pendulum Lancashire's way, is to continue, and he's bowling to Alex Davis. Just one slip, and then there's a gap to what you might call a third slip or a gully. Will Williams bowls, and that's played onto the onside by Davis for no run. 2 men on the boundary now for the hook shot on that short leg side boundary. As the right-hander Alex Davis looks at it, bowling coming from the pavilion end. No one on the boundary on the offside, so if you can pierce the field in that offside, you're going to get runs.
I thought Williams was going to be taken out the attack at the end of the last over. He had sort of tap on the back from his captain in Villas, but I think they had another chat, and he's given him perhaps another over here.
Thought he'd want one more the way he's going. He comes into bowl, and that's turned round to mid-wicket. He can't quite get it past Luke Wells, though. So there's no run.
The sun goes in for probably the first time today. It's been a bright sunny day. The wind has picked up during the course of the day, but it's still quite pleasant out there. 55
overs left in the day, so at the moment a 3-day finish is not beyond the bounds of possibility. So Williams comes into bowl to Davis, who just drops a bat on that, pushes it out to the offside. You'll know Alex Davis better than anyone how important this innings is going to be. If he gets out now, yes, he'll get applauded, and it's not a bad score to put on your season's tally, but he has an opportunity here to potentially play what could turn out to be a match-winning innings. Well, certainly innings that would give Warwickshire a decent chance. Williams to Davis. Short. Davis has pulled it. It's in the air, but it bounces short of the fielder on the square leg boundary. Just for a moment, Lancashire wondered whether that was going all the way. Davis might argue that he deliberately kept it well within. But it did bounce perilously close to that field on the back of the square leg boundary. It's 1 run, 109 for 5.
Well, I think he, fortunately from him, he basically let it scoop round the corner and it got underneath it. And as you say, Clive, it was in the air a long time. Had he put anything behind it, anything like a sort of push at it, it would have carried virtually straight to the man out there. But just a little bit fortunate, I think. But on the other hand, you could say a very well executed shot. But he got the single for it, and he knew where the fielder was.
Williams, 2 more balls this over to go. Might be the last 2 overs of this current spell. And that's come off an inside edge from Burgess. It's gone to the square leg fielder again. He'll get a single for it. Didn't know much about that. He's on to 13. There's an interesting, exciting finish on this dreadful county championship that totally needs overhauling and reforming. Derbyshire are chasing 219 to beat Middlesex at Chesterfield. They're 26 for 1. So that's a bit of a thrilling game as well. Actually, the test match isn't too bad at the moment, but some good cricket around the country. Williams comes into bowl. That's left by Davis. Lancashire are reacting as if that was a tight leave. Let's have a look at the picture, see how tight it was. Yeah, tight-ish. A little bit risky from Davis, that, but anyway, he survives it. Again, I think maybe the bounce was a bit lower than expected. 110 for 5. The lead is 116. 37 overs bowled. 55 scheduled left in the day. It's still in the balance, but undoubtedly Lancashire have the ascendancy at the moment.
Well, it's a good spell, really good spell from Williams, and he bowls at the stumps. And he keeps the ball pretty much up to the bat. You don't see him drop short or trying to bounce or anything like that. He's really, and the wicket he got with Matt Lamb was an absolute corker. He'd wrapped him on the pads the ball before, and it looked a good shout. But next ball, he took Matt Lamb's middle stump out of the ground. Just good medium pace bowling. Change of bowling at the Birmingham end, and George Balderson is into the attack to bowl to Michael Burgess, and the first ball just hurries Burgess a bit, and he has to stab it back out up to mid-on. There's no run, stays on 110 for 5. It's 116 ahead.
3 for 9 in 6 overs. I'll make that spell from Will Williams.
Very good, very impressive. Good debut. Is also in. This is going to be whipped away by Burgess, and again through that middle area, dropped a little bit short, and Burgess really is in top form at the moment. Just picked that one up quickly, got himself into position, and whipped it away through mid-wicket down to the hover cover, and 4 runs to him. He goes to 17, 114 for 5.
Yeah, there's a slight risk with the mid-wicket fielder there, but it was a decent shot from Burgess. He knew what he was doing.
Now the mid-wicket has been filled. Tom Bailey's come out to go to mid-wicket just to put a little bit more of a deterrent towards that shot from Burgess, who plays this next one away through the offside, and
it's a substitute fielder.
Hartley,
yeah.
Who did the fielding there at backward point, diving down to his right, and went full length and cut, saved 4 runs. Once that had gone past him, that would have gone racing down to the boundary at backward point.
A lot of good fielding in this match. It was a bit of a horrible mistake by Bohannon early in this innings, but generally the ground fielding has been very good.
And again, the bowls, and this is driven through extra cover. 4 runs. That's off the right. The moment it left the bat, it went in the gap between Luke Wells and mid-off, and down to the fence and over the rail, over the advertising boards for a second boundary in the over, and Burgess moves on to 17 with that shot. Davis is on 60. It's 118 for 5.
Every 4, it feels big now for Warwickshire.
Comes again and bowls, and this is played away for 4 more. Short and launched over backward point and down to the fence. Burgess really on a bit of a roll here. He's on to 25, 122 for 5. It's, in its own way, this over just feels like Warwickshire just give them a little bit back, easing their way back in again, having got in real trouble after lunch.
Made 41 in the first innings, Michael Burgess, before actually being the only victim of spinner Matthew Parkinson in that first innings. His 41 came off 72 balls, so he was fairly brisk there.
Oh, this next one, he is outside, shorter again, outside the off stump, and this time Burgess sort of pushes at it as it goes past with an open face bat, which gets a little nick on it, and he could have got through to the keeper. As it is, it gets through to the keeper, but not having hit the bat. Stephen Croft comes back on the field. He was off for Hartley.
Passed 500 championship runs for the season in his first innings, Michael Burgess. He has been in good form in that does beg a bit of a question about the T20. In fairness, he did struggle in that format last season, but you just feel the nick he's in at the moment in the Championship. You just do wonder whether there shouldn't be a place somewhere in the batting lineup in the T20 for him.
Well, I especially think at this point, because they're now really into having to win games, aren't they?
Will Williams is in to bowl, so he's staying on. He continues his spell. It's pushed into the offside by Davis. There's no runs. It'll be his 7th over since lunch. 3 wickets so far. 122 for 5. One thing I learned today, which I must admit I hadn't been aware of, is that there probably isn't a huge urgency for Warwickshire to finish first or second in their group, in as far as we're told they would not be able to stage a home quarter-final here because of the test. This next one is punched to mid-on. There's no run, and they could seek out another Midlands ground, probably not Worcester because of no floodlights there, but they could conceivably play it somewhere like Leicester or somewhere like that. But they can't stage it here. 122 for 5, and an outground isn't really feasible because of the TV coverage.
I didn't realise that.
No, I hadn't either, I must admit. It's not the first time it's happened. It's the first time it's happened to Warwickshire, I think, but not to others. That's a 4 defensive, there's no run. I think Lancashire played one of their home quarter-finals at Chester Street in similar circumstances.
They did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it would have to be a ground, as you say, it's got to be a ground with floodlights. It's got to be one with a reasonable crowd capacity as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nottingham?
Although the further away it is, the lesser capacity it probably has to be honest. I mean, would they consider conceding home advantage? Anyway, in comes Williams to bowl, and that's a solid 4 defensive by Davis. Of course, it might not arise. I mean, the way they played in the last game, top 4 place looks a challenge, never mind top 2. However, might be a case of crossing that bridge, as they say. 122 for 5. Trent Bridge on Friday against Nottinghamshire will be live on BBC Online, and also if you're in the area on both BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR's digital DAB frequencies, if you'd like to listen on the good old-fashioned wireless. Williams to bowl to Davis. Oh, Davis, goodness, what was he doing there? Tries to get his bat out of the way at the last moment. He's fortunately managed to play it down, but could easily have played it onto his stumps. Got caught in 2 minds there, Alex Davis.
Yeah, absolutely. Really fortunate. Michael Burgess comes down the wicket and just has a word with him, because he really there just rode his luck. So he wasn't knew much about that.
I wonder if the bounce is creating a bit of doubt for them. They're not quite sure whether it's going to keep low. So we saw Will Rhodes not play a shot at one and get bowled earlier. Williams bowls, and Davis does this time is a bit more decisive, plays that down into the ground onto the offside for no run. 122 for 5 at the end of the over. 128 is the Warwickshire lead.
It's a relentless line and length that Williams has got, though. He's not giving the batsman sort of just the chance to relax a little bit with a short ball. They're not really able to get many attacking shots against him. It's very much a defend, and when you do leave it, it's as we saw there. That's just that danger, because he does bowl tight. He bowls at the wickets. We are going to see a bowling change at the Birmingham end, and Matt Parkinson's going to come into the attack.
Well, as I mentioned, his only wicket in the first innings was that of Michael Burgess. So I wonder whether this is because Burgess is beginning to cut loose. I'm going to try and see if they can...
It was a very short spell there from Balderson. Was it just the 1 over, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could be a change of end, of course, although
Possibly.
Surely you would think Will Williams is going to have a little break now, having bowled 7 overs uninterrupted.
So Burgess is on 25, 60 to Davis, 122 for 5, 128. The lead, the 5 wickets column, is the bad news for Warwickshire. As Parkinson in, and his first ball is played back carefully by Burgess.
Alex Davis did get after Matt Parkinson a bit in his previous over, hit him for a 6.
waits just one slip in place. That's the only close catcher. This is slightly over pitch, but driven past the short extra cover up to the deeper extra cover. And there's no run. Jones is in short. He went down to try and stop it, but couldn't. This next one is played away nicely by Burgess. And they think about the single, but in the end, not able to beat. It's Croft, isn't it, out there? Yeah.
They could have got it, but
Stephen Croft got to it. I think they might just have scrambled through because Croft had to go diving down to his left to stop it, but they decided against it. Driven by Burgess out to the extra cover boundary for a single.
Giving it plenty of air, Matty Parkinson here.
That's three. He's just given slightly over pitch, and they turn into full tosses, which have been able to drive. 123 for 5 brings Alex Davis onto strike. He takes a new guard. So we've got a short extra cover, an orthodox extra cover, and a man back on the extra cover boundary. As this one from Parkinson, Davis drives up to a deepish mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, this 6 was hit straight down the ground and over long off, wasn't it? And mid-off is up at the moment.
Here he is again, in bowls, and forward comes Davis, just runs that to Jones at short extra cover, end of Parkinson's first over. We'll assume it'll be his first over rather than the bowl change. Williams is still there, Clive. He's waiting to have another bowl.
123 for 5. The lead's 129. A little bit of a discussion going on. 4 of them taking part in the discussion.
He's going on again. They're making him work hard in his first match. Hands his cap to the umpire. He's been in long conversation with Luke Wells. Off he goes back to his mark, so on goes this spell.
Bowling to Michael Burgess. So Warwickshire trying to rebuild after they were reduced after lunch as Williams comes in to bowl. Right arm over and it's punched out to the offside. There's no run. Reduced to 95 for 5 after lunch. These two have added 28 so far. And they've done that in 9 overs.
Just steadied it a bit because they were when Matt Lamb went, that was 3 wickets in 4 overs.
3 wickets in 4 overs for 12 runs. Williams to Burgess, who drives that but doesn't get it away. Didn't quite middle it, I don't think. And it's cut off by mid-off by Buchanan. And it's a dot ball. Plenty of time left in the game, of course. A draw probably is looking the least likely result now, though it's still possible.
Yeah, you would think that unless the weather did intervene, and there's no forecast of that, this should be a result match.
Williams leans forward, comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to mid-on. And it's fielded there by Hartley, the sub. I assume he's not related to the umpire. That'd be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? 123 for 5.
It's even worse when the umpire's your dad when you appeal. How's that, Dad? That's happened a few times.
Of course, Chris Broad's had to referee Stuart Broad a few times, hasn't he? And this next one is getting excited. It was a bit of an inside edge from Burgess. There was a fair clunk on the bat, so not been quite as dramatic as Lancashire are reacting, but it's a single to Burgess. He's on to 27, 124 for 5.
Sirens going off in the road outside.
Throughout the course of this match. Williams bowls, and it's open face for the bat from Davis. He's played at a backward point, and it is cut off there, so no addition to the score. He's on 60 now, Alex Davis, and slightly becalmed of late. He's perhaps aware that he needs to turn this into a really big innings. Can he get his first Warwickshire century? Perhaps would be pretty good timing, especially against his former county. He left in the winter for Warwickshire. Williams bowls and Davis punches it onto the onside. It's cut off at mid-wicket and there is no run once again. Another tidy over from Will Williams, but no wicket this time. 3 for 27 he is. 124 for 5 Warwickshire. Their lead is 130. 51 overs left in the day. So,
yeah, and I think this time that is the end of Williams' spell. That was again right on the mark. He's just not given the batsman anything to be able to go out there. Just that really good nagging line. 124 for 5. Parkinson will continue at the Birmingham end. Still got those 2 extra covers in place and a man right back on the fence. Just sort of backing them, the 2 of them up. Here he comes in to bowl, and Burgess drives, beats Jones, who's the first of the extra covers, but can't beat Stephen Croft. Goes straight to him. There's no run. These 2 men strategically placed for the ball, which is just ever so slightly over bowled. In he comes again, and this is a full toss driven, but this time straight out. The second of these 2 extra covers to Croft. So one has to say he's bowling very well to the field. It's set. Burgess on 27 waits. Parkinson comes in again and bowls, and this one he just plays back. Parkinson fields off his own bowling. Your test update score there at all?
They're plodding along. They are still 3 down. I think it's 82 for 3.
Alright, Parkinson bowls and forward comes Burgess.
Alex Lees, despite being a county player, so he can't be any good, can he? He's on 38. He's holding it together for England.
124 for 5. That's Parkinson in, bowls down the leg side, doesn't get a bat onto it. Same fellow takes the ball, then sort of holds this one arm out over the top of the bails as if to say, just step out the crease and I'll have you. 124 for 5, Parkinson in. This is going to bring runs, turned into the onside by Burgess, just wide of mid-wicket. They gamble through for the single off the final ball of Parkinson's over. It's 125 for 5. Warwickshire lead by 131.
Nottinghamshire's first innings ended at 548, giving them a lead of 108 over Leicestershire. Ben Duckett making a century there, and Leicestershire 31 for 1 in reply. So this game sees Will Williams. Is he going to bowl another one? It looks like he is.
Yes.
Bowl again. Yeah.
Oh.
29-year-old from New Zealand, then plays for Canterbury in New Zealand. Come over here to play a bit of club cricket, finds himself playing a couple of county games for Lancashire and doing very well in this one. He comes to bowl into Burgess, who drives that. That's a good shot, and that has beaten the bowler and the fielder at mid-off, and that is a welcome boundary for Warwickshire. Michael Burgess on to 32, 129 for 5.
Well, a rarity there from Williams, a ball which was over-pitched, a half volley, and in the end Burgess was onto it in a flash and drove it back down. Not many opportunities for doing that against Williams in this spell.
For Williams to Burgess. Right, I'm over again. Burgess punches at that one onto the onside. There is a misfield, but Hartley, the sub-fielder, gets behind Luke Wells and stops the ball anyway, so there's no chance of a run. And Warwickshire now do start thinking, well, this is surely Williams' last over now, or certainly he must be close to it. So we just make sure that we keep him out here.
Tom Bailey's been off the field for a while. Why didn't he went off?
He's probably going to get his bowling boots on. Williams comes into bowl, and that's driven. That's another good shot from Burgess. That's racing away, so even though it's been chased by a fielder, it'll go all the way for 4. 2 fours in the boundary for Michael Burgess, who's in such good nick. And is on to 36, 133 for 5. Please, Bear selectors, give him one game of the T20 and let's see how he does. Can I just put that in there? Admittedly, I don't have to drop anyone saying that, but surely.
You'd think, wouldn't you? You really would think so.
Anyway. Williams bowls. And Burgess sits a little uppishly onto the leg side, down to a fine leg. He wants a second, and that's well judged. There are 2 there, and that's 10 runs now, this over from Michael Burgess. So Warwickshire suddenly find themselves 141 ahead, 135 for 5. And I'm not suggesting the pendulum's gone all the way back their way, but they've certainly dragged it back a bit here. 40 now added for this 6th wicket. I think this probably confirms this will be Williams' last over for now. He bowls that. That's hitting the bouncers short of cover, and it is stopped well. They're not cleanly, but well enough to prevent any runs.
Once again, though, he hit that very hard, Burgess. It's driven down to extra cover. And Keaton Jennings, I think was the man.
Touch of the Pat Jennings is there from Keaton and stopping that one. Although Pat would have held it with one hand, to be fair. In comes Williams. He doesn't, because something's distracted Michael Burgess. So that will annoy the bowler. Burgess pulled away, something underneath, well, behind the bowler's arm, resulted in Burgess pulling away. Still a great game, this really is, and it's going to be all the way, I fancy.
Yeah.
So Williams into Burgess. He pushed that to mid-on, and oh my goodness me, that's a risky one. No, I think if it hit, he could have been in trouble. The throw misses. Burgess called through for the signal. I don't know whether he was called through by Alex Davis. Probably was. And it would have been a tight call, certainly, if the ball had hit the stumps, but they don't. And Burgess is mighty relieved he gets a single. Very productive over for Warwickshire, but almost ended in calamity.
It was a real risk, that one. You always favouring the fielder, that if he managed to get that.
Hartley, I think, the sub-fielder.
Had to pick up and underarm it at the stumps, and it was all to be in one, and he did it, and he did it pretty well, but fortunately from Burgess's point of view, missed. I think you're right. I think he would have been gone.
But you're right. Hartley's been out there for quite a long time now. I don't know whether there is a concern over Bailey. There was nothing apparent that I saw. I just saw someone
he came off
changing boots or something. But
when Croft came back on, I thought that was Hartley going off, but it wasn't. It's been Bailey. Here's Parkinson starting anew over at the Birmingham end. He's in. This is short, and it's whipped away down behind square, down for a single. Hartley, who we were just talking about, the sub-fielder, does the fielding. Out there, and one more to the total, 137 for 5. Takes Burgess on to 40 now. He's quickly moved to 40. He's scored the bulk of the runs in this partnership. It's Parkinson again. Ball from hand to hand comes in, forward comes Davis and runs it away into the offside. Williams does the fielding, rushes in and does the fielding, so his spell hasn't exhausted him.
40 or 45 balls now from Burgess.
Parkinson again comes in off about 6 paces. That's a full toss, which in the end Davis tries to do a reverse sweep to a full toss outside the off stump, which might just have been better to give it an orthodox smack over the top of extra cover.
You
But
see what he's trying to do there, can't you? Because there's no one down at third.
yeah.
Just couldn't get round enough.
Anyway, it gets nothing for it. The next one, he comes down the wicket, drives up to a deepish mid-off, and they scamper through for the single. And there was picked up and throw, but they were home safely.
Yeah, that was a better judge single, wasn't it? They're obviously keen to run his runs, but just that one on the previous over, I think, was a bit too much of a risk. Got away with it, though.
138 for 5. Davis moves to 61. And it's Burgess waits and drives to Croft at extra cover, who does the fielding. There's no run. It's been interesting hour and 20 minutes since lunch as Parkinson comes in and bowls full outside the off stump, and ooh, did he get a nick to that? I think he did. It was a full toss, and whether he played it into the ground, but I certainly thought he got a little nick as he went to drive a full toss outside the off stump. Davis was down for it, but no reaction like it was a chance. I think it must have got into the ground.
No, I don't think it did, but I'm not sure whether he got a touch to it. So based on seeing the replay, I don't think... I'm not sure whether he got a touch to it. I think Matthew Parkinson actually turned around to the umpire and just asked him, did he get a touch to that?
Anyway,
Villas tried to cling on to it, didn't look distraught when it went down.
That's why I didn't know whether it had actually carried to him or whether in fact he did it.
They would have shouted very loud if he'd held it, but whether they would have got a verdict is another matter.
138 for 5, and Williams is out of the attack.
So, I'll do an update in a moment on this terrific game at Edgbaston. It's a game where the quality hasn't always been perfect. There's been some loose shots played, but that's actually contributed to being so entertaining and intriguing. A new update coming up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. We really are enjoying a fascinating match here. Warwickshire trying to recover after getting into real trouble. A spell by the New Zealand bowler Will Williams, who's in the Lancashire game as an emergency cover really just for 2 matches, but he took 3 wickets for just 4 runs in a spell after lunch, which put Warwickshire in serious trouble at 95 for 5. Sam Hain among the players out. But since then, Alex Davis and Michael Burgess have looked to get Warwickshire going again. Burgess playing very positively. He's 40 not out of 47 balls, and Alex Davis now has actually dropped anchor a little bit as he becomes increasingly aware that he needs to play a really big innings for his team here. He's there on 62. Probably still favouring Lancashire, but Warwickshire are pulling it back a bit. They now lead by 145 at 139.5. It's George Balderson who conceded the single off the first ball of the over to Davis. Now bowls to Burgess, who defends that solidly to mid-off. He's 1 for 29 from his 6 overs. Balderson. And
Wait, because Scott's going to come in.
okay, England have lost a 4th wicket now, 93 for 4. Do they start thinking about playing for a draw, I wonder? That one is played back into the ground to the bowler. There's no run. Alex Lee's efforts have finally come to an end. He's gone for 44. So 139 for 5. Are we getting royalty visitors tomorrow? That one is played back into the ground and it's half stopped by Balderson. Sorry, Scott's having to plug himself in. I notice he's written down, he's got a little post-it on his laptop with the lunchtime figures, which I gave it 1 over earlier to be fair, but 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 21. Williams, who did take 3 for 4 at one point in the space of 15 deliveries. 15 game turning deliveries. Balderson into Burgess, who's trying to turn it back again, plays it back to the bowler, into the ground. Tidy over so far from George Balderson.
It's been a good response, though, hasn't it, by Burgess and by...
Yes, well, he's in such good nick, Burgess. He's out for 41 in the first innings. But Alex Davis is interesting, because I think he's now suddenly thinking, having looked to play positive, he's now thinking, do you know what, I need to anchor this innings. I need to be there for the duration. I need to be the one that's 100 plus in this innings. Balderson, last ball of the over to Burgess. And that's pulled by Burgess. Where is it? Where's it gone? Fielders are looking. It's gone away for 4 to wide mid-wicket. I didn't see how much of that was in the air, but it was nowhere near any fielders in the end. And I suppose that's part of Alex Davis thinking as well. While Burgess is playing these shots, he can afford just to stay in at the other end. Burgess is now on 44 off 52 balls. And it's 143 for 5. And if Lancashire were to get the last 5 wickets in the next over for no runs, they would need exactly 150 to win. So it's the danger of it being a 3-day finish is rapidly receding now. It would need an almighty collapse by Warwickshire, or I suppose by Lancashire, for that to happen. I think we will be back tomorrow. We could be here for a decent length of time tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Good response by these two. You say Davis' approach, I think, has changed a little, albeit he comes a little dancing down the pitch here and takes a single up towards mid-on, moves to 63, 144 for 5, but I think just allowing Burgess to be a little bit more, I say carefree, but just a bit more aggressive at the other end. 44 off 52 for him. So if Davis can try and bat through the majority of the innings, as Burgess plays forward in defence and there's no run, give them something to work with. I think there's, I mean, undoubtedly since lunch it has changed, but there could still yet be, with wickets in hand, there could still yet be plenty of fun to be had here for the Bears. Burgess again off the front foot, gets one. It's a cheeky single, but it's good running. He's just leant into it and pushed it up towards mid-off, and Parkinson trying to cut the ball off and he couldn't get to it, and there's a 50 partnership off 89 deliveries. Yeah,
I say. I think they're running between the wickets. The decision to go for the quickness has been very good in all bar one case. I think they got one wrong and got away with it, but other than that, I think they've done that well.
Davis 63 as Parkinson's in. It's played out into the onside. There's no run. Look, I don't think Parkinson's getting a massive. Well, I don't think he's getting much turn at all, is he really? But just a little reluctant at the minute to go to Danny Lamb, who has been the most expensive of the 4 seamers that Lancashire have been using in this match. As Davis goes back and runs it very cutely down towards that wide third man boundary for 4. Good looking shot from Davis. Safe enough off the face of the bat down to the boundary for 4.
Sorry, Scott, is Tom Bailey back on the field? Because I spotted he was off for a little while, but
no, he's not.
I think he's been off for a little while now. I just begin to wonder whether there's a problem there.
Could well be, yeah. Is that Davis's top score now?
Yes, I think it will be. You're trying to talk him out, aren't you?
Not at all. No, I like Alex. 67 not out. And that's hit back along the ground. Parkinson again trying to cut it off, but they do get through for a single, and the score moves on to 150 for 5, and Davis moves to 68, and that's the end of the over. No, Bailey isn't on. No, I can't see him out there. So
well,
yes,
let's hope that's nothing too major.
So he has been off a little bit this morning, didn't he, as well? So he's struggling with something, I'm not sure, but
they won't want to, even with just 5 wickets to get, they won't want to be a seamer down.
Nope.
Yeah, Lancashire, obviously. So 277 balls, 150, which means the 5th 50 came in 78 balls. So pretty rapid, and I think that was after a third 50, I should say. That was after a fairly slow start as well. Balderson comes into bowl, and that's pushed back to him by Davis as no run. And of course they haven't lost any wickets in those in that 50.
Good partnership, good counter-attack from these two. Measured, I think. I think one has been a little bit more aggressive than the other, and that's nothing wrong with that, is there? You're not going to both go at it. One wants to perhaps just allow the other to be slightly more attacking, and that's been Burgess so far.
Here's the thing, though. This is the 6th 50 partnership of the match. Well, Bailey is back on.
Yep.
And is marching. He's always causing trouble. He's marching to the umpire, asking him to change the ball. So they're going to have a look at it. Well, Alex Davis looks a bit annoyed about that. Looks a bit sort of, oh, what are you doing? But yeah, where were you? So 6th 50 partnership of the match. No partnership has got into the 70s yet. So 6 have got to 50 and none have got as far as 70. Whatever it was Tom Bailey spotted, the umpire has concurred.
He's just come out there and just caused chaos, hasn't he, Tom
yes,
Bailey?
I know.
Just demanding the ball is changed.
It's all right for you, mate. You had your feet up for the last few minutes.
Well, we said, didn't we, when these two came together, that this has to be the partnership which is the biggest of the game if Warwickshire are going to get themselves back in it after such a good half an hour, 40 minutes after lunch. They've got to make this partnership be the biggest one of the match so far, and they've got a base. They've got to 50. Not for the first time a partnership's got to 50, and now they've perhaps going to double it.
England 101 for 4, still need 198 to win. Do they play for a draw? They're 1 up in the series. They have got Bairstow and Stokes at the crease, so probably not yet.
No, not yet.
But I'd have to think about it. Don't want to throw it away. Somerset battling against Surrey, but they're still behind. 163 for 4, 39 behind Surrey at Taunton. Hampshire all out for 410, which means they conceded a first innings deficit of 18 to Yorkshire. At Southampton, that deficit is now 20 because Yorkshire 2 without loss. Still, Kent still going in their first innings, 439 for 3. They lead Gloucestershire by 1 at Canterbury. Let's have a look who's in the runs there.
Not Compton again,
Jordan Cox, no, he's not actually. Well, he did make 80, but Jordan Cox 126 not out. Jack Leaning 118 not out. I did do a game at Canterbury a couple of years ago. It was in the COVID times when Tom Sibley scored about 250, but it was, I think, a commentator up 3. I don't think I commentated on a single wicket because there were only about 7. There were only about 7 in the match. Wasn't the most entertaining championship game I've ever seen, I have to be honest. Worcestershire 324 for 5, replying to Durham 642 for 7. Good game at Chesterfield. That one's very much in the balance. Derbyshire 53 for 2, needing another 166 to win. Morgan building a bit of a lead, although they have lost a few wickets. A 4-4-6 for 8 at Cardiff. They lead Sussex by 70. Here comes Balderson to bowl with the replaced ball, and Burgess takes a liking to it, or rather Davis does, guides it through the offside. It won't go all the way, but they will scamper through for 3. 71 now to Alex Davis. 153 for 5.
Good running.
Leicestershire, as Phil rather predicted in the second innings, finding it a bit tougher. 35 for 2, still 73 behind Nottinghamshire. And that's the scores elsewhere. South Africa's women 72 for 1, the 14th over, needing 214 to beat Ireland, and rain is delayed the one-day international between Sri Lanka and Australia. Balderson comes in the bowl, and that's blocked by Burgess' no run. Australia 72 for 2 in the 13th. They were chasing 301 to win. Not sure what the rule is. They'll probably have to play about 20 overs in the international normally for it to... Anyway. Rain affecting that one at the moment. No rain here, happily, in a fascinating match. 153 now is Warwickshire's lead. Balderson to Burgess. Pitches up, Burgess punches it onto the onside to the sweeper on the square leg boundary for another single. 46 to Burgess. Lancashire fielders trying to keep themselves going. What a start after lunch for them. Could not have imagined a better start, but now they're just facing a counter-attack from the home side. One more wicket could open it up again for them. Balderson to Davis, who just tries to run that down to third, but it's well anticipated by the slip fielder. And Danny Lamb, thank you. You might as well have just said it, Scott, to be honest. But thank you. Very sporting of you to point it to me so that I can say it. Make people think I know what I'm talking about. 154 for 5. It's a good stop, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He played a couple of those previously, hadn't he, to Parkinson, Davis, just running it down towards third man.
In comes Balderson to bowl, and Davis behind that plays it back to the bowler for no run. So 3 from Alex Davis in that over. 154 for 5. That leaves 160.
Good stuff, excellent stuff.
Yes,
really good cricket to watch. These two have put together a good partnership here. Warwickshire, 5 wickets left. The lead is 160. They're still very much in the match, even with that brilliant start for Lancashire after lunch.
They do bat a fairway down, although the loss of Nathan McAndrew does weaken them a little bit, in that he's regarded as a bowling all-rounder, if you like. But still reasonable depth in their batting.
Parkinson to start his 7th over. With Burgess on strike, plays forward and defends safely away into the offside, and there is no run. A slip in place, plenty of fielders on that shorter boundary in front of the batter, so there's a point, there's 2 short covers, deep extra cover and a mid-off. Burgess again forward in defence, no run, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Lancashire's leg spinner bowling his 7th over of the innings, wicketless so far. He's gone for 22, 154 for 5. There ain't much assistance out there for Parkinson, doing his bit. Oh, and he's bringing Burgess forward. The ball deflects back past the stumps and stopped by Villas. It almost squirted through, but I think he did squirt through, but not too far away from rattling back on towards the stumps. Parkinson back in. Forward again goes Burgess and defends, and there's no run.
It's bat on to pad that previous one. No question of a chance for Villas, but induced the false shot.
Just came in and pulled away, Matt Parkinson. Burgess steps to the leg side and settles back into his crease. Parkinson bowls again, forward once more.
Got him out for 41 in the first innings, Parkinson. Should be delighted if he could do something similar here.
He's up to 46 now. Final ball of the over. Parkinson to Burgess. And that's just played safely enough back to Parkinson, who tries a few gippy-uppies to mixed results. It's the end of the over. And 48 gone of the Warwickshire second innings, 44 remaining in the day. And this partnership just ticking along quite nicely. Davis on 71, Burgess on 46. And Parkinson's completed his 7th over for 22.
So Balderson to continue. 2 men on that leg side boundary for Davis. Nothing on the offside boundary, and he's carved it towards there and has beaten the dive of backward point, and once he's beaten him, there's no question that's going to go through for 4. Nice shot from Alex Davis, who's on to 75 now in unknown territory as a Warwickshire batter. The lead to 164. It's creeping up, that lead, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I guess you're just getting a little bit concerned now.
Well, that's reflected too in the field here, isn't it? Keeper standing up, try and keep Davis in the crease. Kept a slip in place, and then there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, deep backward square leg. Plenty of fielders tight in on the offside and 2 on the onside.
That was his 10th boundary, including 1-6. We're not like the IPL here. We do count sixes as boundaries. We don't see them as a separate entity. The commentators, they always do that. Say, Rich Wilford made this point. I was glad he did, because I often thought it, but he actually said it. They keep saying so-and-so scored 7 boundaries and 3 sixes. No, he scored 10 boundaries, of which 3 are sixes. They're all boundaries.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That is bizarre, isn't it?
158 for 5. In comes Balderson to bowl to Davis, who carves out to backward point, and there's no run. 158 for 6.
I thought you were going to say they described him as being
the
maximums, yes, or whatever.
Yeah, well, there's maximums, but also they're all a something bank 6 or.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm glad we're not there yet, Scott. But we have to do that. I have to say. We have to read out little announcements about the best seats in the house and that sort of thing. No thanks. 158 for 5. In comes Balderson to bowl to Davis, who stands bat in the air, drops his bat onto it, just a one slip for him now. The wicket-keeper standing up though, he pushes out to the offside for another dot ball. Goes on walkabout. He's now past his number. I don't know whether he wears number 71 as a challenge to him. He's got to get past that total every time he bats. But Well, 70. You know the 70? What number did you wear at Lancashire? Was he 71 there?
No, he was 17.
Ah, that'll be why then. That explains it. Thank you. This next thing is the next one is pushed out to the onside for a single. Warwickshire already have a 17, I think, so he's obviously had to reverse the numbers. 159 for 5. He's on to 76. Now I'm trying to remember who is Warwick's number 17. I'm going to have to look it up.
Pretty sure
He's
he
not
was
playing
17.
in this game. Oh, yes, it's Rob Yates we're talking about. Of course it is. Sorry, Rob. Balderson in to bowl to Burgess, who carves that away, but it's cut off at point this time. No chance of a run. And fielding crucial at the moment. Got to stop everyone you can. Lancashire by and large have done that. The odd mishap thrown in, but generally there have been some very, very good stops to keep the score down. Balderson to Burgess, who's whipped that away, but this time it's gone straight to the fielder. No chance. That's a straightforward one for Croft to stop. 159 for 5. The lead is 165.
Done a decent job here, Balderson, hasn't it? It's a bit of a tough ask to follow. That's 8 over spell from Will Williams. What did I say? It was 3 for 21. And Balderson, to his credit, has backed it up in terms of the discipline, the line, the length, and the consistently not giving the batter too much width to work with. Done a good job here from this pavilion end. We're almost in a little bit of a holding period now, aren't we? Lancashire, of course, looking for wickets, I get that, but they're also with a sense on the scoreboard and a sense of just trying to keep pressure on, keep the runs down. Just sit in there and perhaps wait to see if there's a mistake from these two. Parkinson will twirl in again. And Davis defends away into the offside and there is no run. Rob Jones comes up from mid-wicket, sorry, from extra cover.
Going to the Test match special, Twitter people, Bairstow and Stokes do still appear to be going for it for England.
Is it still 4 down?
Yeah. 122 for 4, so 177 away.
A wide full toss, which Davis tries to hammer out through the offside, but picks out Croft. And there's no addition to the score. 159 for 5. Davis 76. Wells a slip fielder. Villas is the keeper crouching down. Left by Davis, taken by Dane Villas. And there's no run. There's a long on, a deep backward square leg and deep extra cover. They're the two fielders positioned out towards the boundary, but not fully all the way. And Davis again defends into the offside for no run. Cover boundary is George Balderson. He's got his heels almost touching the rope, but that bigger leg side boundary, they're a decent way in, 20 yards or so at long on and backward square leg. Parkinson's not got a massive run, but I thought he'd lost his run up there, but I don't think he has. He's now having a chat with the umpire. a lot of chatting to the umpires in this game, which is fair enough. Comes Parkinson again, and watchful from Davis, not offering the bat, going back into his crease and watching it safely go past the off stump. Judging Parkinson well, he'll have faced him so many times. Final ball of the Parkinson's 8th over. Comes down the pitch. Oh, he just nudges it back towards the bowler. There's cries of catch. It bounced in front of Parkinson. He went away to his right, diving forward, but to his right-hand side, and it bounces in front of Parkinson. It's the end of the over. 159 for 5. Davis still has 76, and Burgess unbeaten on 46.
Yes, that was a nervy one from Davis. I'm not sure how close that was to Parkinson in the end. So, still got Balderson on. T is what? When are we? 10 overs? No. Yeah, 10 overs away for T. So still plenty of time this session for either side to change things. Oh, it's Bailey. Tom Bailey's come back into the attack. Slip in the gully. He's bowling. Right, Tom. Well, that was a bit of an inside edge from Burgess. Goes out into the onside. He was taken on the half volley, I think, by Parkinson. And the previous over, 159 for 5. So Bailey, who's been pretty tight, 1 for 38. 4 of those runs shouldn't have been scored. They went straight to a fielder and straight through a fielder. So he's in his 15th over. So he's been pretty frugal. That's played back to me. Just gets a little touch on the ball and sees if it can bounce to the non-striker stumps in the hope that he might catch Davis unawares. But Davis is safely back.
Tries that quite a bit, doesn't he, Tom Bailey? I've certainly noticed it in the last couple of years, where almost anything that's played back to him, he will deliberately try and just knock it on. I think it's almost kind of just practicing his technique of deflecting it back onto the stumps, and one day it might work for him.
Yeah, Keith Barker used to do that when he was here quite a lot. That one is pushed out to the... Oh, my commentary come on my laptop. And that's pushed out to the offside for no run. 159 for 5. It is now glorious sunshine at Edgbaston. Great
Lovely
weather. Not too many in, but those in will be absolutely absorbed by the contest.
Yeah, it's been a really good 3 days, hasn't it? Or 2.5 days, whatever now. Loved it. Been a really good match so far.
Bailey bowls. And that wraps the pads of Burgess outside off stump. I made the point earlier that the excitement and interest is partly contributed by occasional lacks of quality, because there have been some bad shots played.
Yeah.
That has helped to, much as you want to watch high quality cricket, and a lot of it has been good quality, sometimes a game needs the odd brainstorm to push on. The first test actually England and New Zealand was potentially a case in point. Next one is driven straight to mid-off by Burgess and Hannon fields, and there is no change to the score. And Hannon trudges back. So we're going to be somewhat late for tea. There's a slip and a third slip in place of Burgess, who defends that one solidly. Bailey continues to be tight, good line and length, but Warwickshire managed to keep him out that over. And they're 159 for 5, the lead 165. 41 overs left in the day, so pretty much now beyond the possibility of Lancashire actually chasing a target down today. could end up being like a lot of matches here last season. Could end up being decided in the final session on the final day. Parkinson to bowl to Alex Davis with a slip. Oh, that's going well down the leg side. Alex Davis twirls around and takes advantage. He's got that round well as Davis. And Parkinson got that delivery wrong, I'm afraid, and it's 4 runs for Davis, who's on to 80 now. 163 for 5. 169 the lead. Remember, Warwickshire's first innings lead just 6, 292, played 286. Two very similar first innings, both dominated by one batter. In comes Parkinson, and Davis punches that back to the bowler. There's no run. This one threatens to be a little different in that there's 2 batters here. One's already on 80, the other one's closing in on a half century. Parkinson gets out a bit of air. It's hit into the ground by Davis. Whipping action. It all doesn't travel very fast. It's fielded in the covers. He can't add to his tally. Could be a big day for Alex Davis. First really big contribution for Warwickshire, you would argue. This next one he pushes back. There's no run. I think it was against Essex. He did play a big part. Warwickshire won by 10 wickets. A straightforward win in the end, but that partly was down to him and Dom Sibley batting so well. And other than that, in the T20 blast, just that 49 against Durham was fairly crucial. It hasn't really grabbed the headlines, possibly until now. He sweeps that one, and he hasn't got around this time far enough for it to go all the way, but he will get 2. Time for the ball to be gathered in by Danny Lamb, and it's 165 for 5, which makes this the first partnership in the match to get as far as 70.
Just when Warwickshire needed it the most.
Absolutely. So Lamb tossing the ball from one hand to the other, comes into bowl. Forward defensive from Dan Parkinson, I should say. What am I talking about? It's because Lamb fielded the last ball, that's what threw me. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 165 for 5. The Warwickshire lead now stands at 171.
Yeah, good stuff by Davis and by Burgess. Counter-attack, but perfectly kind of put together. Exactly what Warwickshire needed. I think Burgess has been the more aggressive of the two, but Davis has played his shots when needed. All in all, a very, very good partnership, crucial partnership. And even if these two can put on another 30, that takes the lead up to above 200. I think if Warwickshire can get it north of 200, and they want it obviously more than that, I get that, but it would still make, you would think, on the last day.
The first target, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To get it to 200. You might as well carry on. Scotson's change of ends.
There's Bailey in. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's an edge. Burgess has gone. It's a real snorter from Tom Bailey. And Burgess departs for a very good 46. And that breaks the partnership that had done so well to recover for Warwickshire. And Bailey gets a really good delivery through to the keeper. And that's the 6th wicket to fall. 165 for 6.
Well, they got to 70, but they still can't get to 100 with the partnership. And as you say, I'm not sure too much criticism from the batter there. That's just a very good ball, which bounced on him, and he got the edge. So a good innings. He hasn't managed to get to 50 in either innings in this match, Burgess, but he has contributed 87 runs in the game. And in a sort of middle scoring game, that could be crucial. But that's got Lancashire hoping again. And he just goes off disappointed. As I say, we've seen some batters get out to poor shots today. I don't think you'd put that in that category. 22 overs for that partnership of 70. And Danny Briggs now marches out to the crease. And Warwickshire still needing plenty more runs. I mean, they haven't got to that 200 figure yet.
No, but it could have unravelled pretty quickly with the way things were going after lunch. And those two managed to slow that momentum down that Lancashire clearly built.
Alex Davis could be the key wicket now if they were to get him. Warwickshire might struggle to get much beyond a lead of 200.
Bailey with his second wicket of the innings, 2 for 38. Just waiting to see back on the highlights as to the dismissal, but it looked an absolute beauty from here. Bounce, movement away, squared the batter up, little outside edge. That's how I saw it. I don't know whether you've seen a replay or not.
I haven't seen a replay actually, no, but you say it did look like just a very good ball. Let's see if I can find it.
We've got 3 slips now for Briggs. So 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. And it's Bailey for Lancashire. Partnership, crucial one for Warwickshire, but it's come to an end. Bailey bowls to Briggs, who defends towards mid-on.
Here's the replay.
No run. 165 for 6.
Well, replay didn't show us very much, I'm afraid.
I
want to get a better shot here in a minute.
Bailey to Briggs, flashed away through the onside, and 4 runs, so he's up and running almost straight away. The second ball he's faced, flicked out through the onside, takes the score to 169 for 6. So lead up to and above that 170 mark. Where will Warwickshire finish? So we've got 4 wickets remaining. Lead of 175. There's a problem with Tom Bailey's boot. He's got something stuck in it, flicking something away from his black socks.
Here we go. This will be a better shot of it. This will be in real time. Oh, we'll see it in a moment.
Bailey, meanwhile, is tying up his
They're kindly waiting for us to be able to watch this, aren't they? So they can, before they bowl the next ball. But we've got the benefit of the replay here. Oh, well, that's no better, is it? Dear. Well, we'll just have to take our word for it then.
Yeah, it was a good ball.
It was a very good ball.
There's Bailey, right arm over the wicket, balls to Briggs. And he leaves that one through to the keeper. And there is no run. What have we got left until tea?
So we've got...
Is it 8? 8 overs?
Yes, including this one.
Okay.
So 7 after this one, okay. 2 balls left of this over.
Bailey 2 for 42. Balls to Briggs, who hits it down the ground. But there is no run. 70-run partnerships. It just got into the 70s as you teed it up, Clive, really. First one to get into the 70s, but yeah. Looked good. It was good fun to watch. It was entertaining by Burgess and Davis. But
let's see if this partnership can be the first to get into the 80s then.
We look at the how the contributions of both batters in that partnership. Davis scoring 24 of the 70, and Burgess scoring 46. Bailey to Briggs, who defends. And there's no run.
I wonder whether he'll adjust a bit now, Davis. See, he was quite happy to play that way while Burgess was playing so positively and connecting so well. He might look to press on a bit, or will he just encourage everyone else to play around him? Just the 4 wickets left for Warwickshire. And say it is a sort of lower order. They're not batters that can't bat, but with no Nathan McAndrew, you've got Henry Brooks still to come. You've got Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So yeah, there is the potential for Lancashire if they can get 1 more wicket to maybe wrap it up. We shall see. But Alex Davis still carrying a lot of Warwickshire's hopes as Parkinson comes into Bolton, gives it plenty of air. Little tip, and they thought about a tip and run. They thought better of it eventually.
Yeah, probably a wise move.
Yeah. Afghanistan have beaten Zimbabwe in Harare by 35 runs in a T20 international. This one's given a bit of air and he's carved that away, Davis, but the sweeper will stop it inside the rope for a single. And it is 170 for 6, 170 on the board. Now, I want to get to the lead of 200 and then go on from there. Lead of 200. So if Lancashire were chasing 200, they'd be favourites, but it wouldn't be a gimme, would it?
Nope.
Parkinson comes in to bowl to Briggs, and Briggs whips that away for a single. If they're chasing 250, you'd say it's a bit sort of 50-50. If it gets beyond 250, then it starts becoming quite hard looking, would be my take on it. I don't know what you think, Scott.
I think 250 and Warwickshire are right in the match.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of runs to get batting last. Should make for a belting final day, though.
Would. Parkinson bowls, gives it air. Alex Davis comes down the pitch, just shuffles down a little bit and ends up settling for pushing the ball to long on for a single. Keeping the scoreboard moving. It's on to 84 now. So really terrific innings from Alex Davis. He a little chancy early on, but he survived that period and now looks pretty commanding. That's a bit of an opportunity for Briggs. It's outside off stump. He gets it away to the sweeper on the offside for a single. Newball's still quite some way away. Lancashire will probably hope they don't need it, but if they do need it, it's 26 overs after this. So they would get a little shot at it before the end of the day if we get that far. So they'll be hoping that we don't. Parkinson bowls and Davis plays that to long on again. That's maybe too easy a signal, although he almost got caught unawares there, Davis. He thought the ball was rolling happily to long on, but it was the fielder at mid-off had come across and grabbed it and suddenly gave Davis a bit of a hurry up there. 174 for 6. I'll bring Phil in to take us to tea. Join you, Scott. Warwickshire's lead, although I might have to jump in just, well, you'll be gone anyway at 4, so I'll jump in then. 174 for 6, lead by 180.
It's tea at Trent Bridge, final day of the Test match. England 139 for 4 at tea. So need 160 runs in the final session to win that match. And Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow are batting. Stokes 25, Bairstow 43. And Simon Mann, our colleague at BBC TMS, has set up for an intriguing evening session. A lot of runs to get in the final session of a match, but Stokes is there. Bailey to Davis, who plays forward in defence. And the ball is bouncing out towards Croft at point, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just listening to that, do you think they'll go for that in a Test match? I suppose with 6 wickets in hand, and they've got to still give it a go, haven't they?
I think so, yeah.
Otherwise it's a long session just to bat out. But they are 1 up in the series, and do they want to put it at risk? No.
Bailey to Davis, who defends to mid-off, is no run.
Or am I just being too old?
No, I think all these factors will be considered. I think I just think with Stokes is there. I'd be surprised if he looks to just try and have a little go later on and see if they.
Well, they are a bowler light, aren't they?
They are.
That's definitely going to. There's a lot of requirement off the 3 seamers, and then Bracewell making his debut. That's going to be a tricky one for him to come in and get Oldham back.
Bailey to Davis again, covering up and playing the ball away into the offside. There's no run. The equation is, I know it's the final session, but there's 38 overs to get 160, and in the afternoon session they scored 103 off 25 overs.
It's still about 4. It's just 4 and over, isn't it? That's all. I'm just looking around the ground here. It's like the local park. The number of people walking around the outside. I've never seen at Edgbaston so many people as this year walk round the boundary.
Bailey over the wicket, balls worked beautifully by Davis through wide mid-on and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Davis. Just leaning into it, little flick of the wrist, snapping it out through that wide mid-on region. Terrific knock this. 89 to him now. 178 for 6.
I'm really, actually, this is the first time I've seen Alex Davis bat where he doesn't look like he's got a train to catch. He's been, really sort of going bang, 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 and then out. And here, he's really pacing his innings well.
Bailey to Davis. It's an appeal for LBW there. The ball deflects out towards the onside. No run. I thought he came out right at the start and was quite attacking and busy, as if trying to get on top a little bit, and a little bit kind of classic Davis. But I thought the partnership with Burgess was really interesting, because he pulled right back, didn't he?
He did, yes, he did, and let Burgess take the initiative, didn't he? Yeah. Well, I'm really impressed with the way he's gone about this. It's taken him a while to settle in the championship side, but today he's the innings Warwickshire needed from somebody.
Defends his next ball from Bailey. And into the onside, there's no run. End of the over, 178 for 6. Davis 89, Briggs on 6. I've seen pretty much all of Alex Davis since he made his debut for Lancashire, which was 10 years ago, and yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player.
What was he in the Lancashire? He didn't play hardly at all last season, did he, in the championship? Or was it because they knew he was moving? Because that was announced very early, wasn't it? That he was moving.
Yeah, he played a decent amount. He didn't keep wicket at all, I don't think. But I'm pretty... I don't know, unless my memory's playing tricks with me,
perhaps you're right.
I think he played quite a lot. He played 13 games in the championship.
Parkinson starts a new over from the Birmingham end. I know what I'm confusing it with. It's when Will Rhodes came to Warwickshire. Yorkshire didn't play him at all that season. Sorry, that's what it was. It wasn't Davis. Parkinson again in his 11th over. He comes in from that Birmingham end, gives that plenty of air, and it's whipped away by Danny Briggs and picked up from outside off stump and fetched away in front of square down to the fence for 4. So Briggs gets his second boundary. The Bears move on to 182 for 6, and some real recovery work going on here by these, and the lead up to 188, and it's just getting to the point where you start to look at it now and think, don't want too many more here to be chasing. As Parkinson comes in again and bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. Ball just turns away past the pad, which was thrust out to cover the stumps. Briggs waits and goes back and cuts into the offside, but straight to one of the infielders, Stephen Croft, who's fielding at sort of one of the 2 extra covers who are out there. They've both been out there throughout the Parkinson spell. This next one he brings again. It doesn't quite connect in the same way. He's going to pick up a couple of runs this time, Briggs, again pulling it from on just outside off stump and pulling it away through the mid-wicket area.
Felt more of a bit of a top edge, that, didn't it?
Didn't quite get that nice clean. The first one he pulled and he got it at the middle of the bat, but it wasn't as clean. So
it's caused a change in the field.
Yeah, he's going to strengthen that now, bring an extra deep cover, deep mid-wicket, and take one of his 2 extra covers away. That just leaves him a little exposed on the offside if he over pitches, and this one is just that, but the man out sweeping on the cover boundary this time does the fielding. Got it square. They've been hitting him more through extra cover as opposed to cover, but that particular one, in actual fact, it was bowling beautifully to his field because he hit it out to the man who's out on the fence. 185 for 6. Briggs has moved on to 13 and keeps the strike, and Davis is still ticking away nicely, 89.
Just on that partnership with Burgess, and we mentioned the way that Davis has paced the innings here. So I mentioned this when I was with Clive, that they put on 70 together, Alex Davis and Michael Burgess, but of those 70 runs, 24 scored by Alex Davis and 46 by Michael Burgess.
Yeah.
And they faced a pretty similar amount of deliveries, but the majority of the runs scored by Burgess.
Good thing from a Warwickshire point of view is that whilst they were at the crease, they scored quite quickly.
Bailey over the wicket, bowls a short ball, and Briggs ducks underneath it.
You know, they occupied the crease for 22 overs, and had they just been sort of defending and pushing back and only put 30 on in that time,
Yeah.
40 runs, then, but this was a significant contribution, 70 in the context of this game.
Definitely. Yeah, it was just what was needed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because they were in. It could have unravelled pretty quickly after the first half an hour after lunch.
Absolutely.
Briggs on 13. Bailey to him. Nudged away down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Takes him on to 14. And the score moves on to 186 for 6.
Danny Briggs came into the Warwickshire side last year after Jeetan Patel had retired. Warwickshire had Danny Briggs as the spinner, and I think originally a lot of people thought he was going to be mostly white ball cricket, but he had a terrific season in the county championship, very instrumental in helping Warwickshire onto the title last year. Contributed both with bat and ball. Hasn't been quite the same with the bat this season, or indeed the ball.
Bailey to Davis. It's turned into the onside, but for no run.
But he's proved to be a really useful contributor to the side, and still getting a lot of his wickets in the white ball game. Not so many in the red ball, but then he's not alone amongst the spinners this year. It's been, I think, more difficult for them generally. But he's made certainly, because I'd got him down when he came purely as one day he didn't seem to be figuring at all. Sussex in the red ball cricket.
Bailey to Davis. That's worked, or deflected down to fine leg. I'm not sure. Well, maybe there was bat on that. It's run quite quickly down towards the boundary. We'll soon find out. He's come back for 2. Yeah, he's got bat on it. It's turned down towards fine leg. So a couple for Davis takes him into the 90s. 91 not out. 188 for 6.
He's got 3 overs to go before 4 overs to go. No, 3 overs.
3, yeah.
3, yeah. Before the tea interval.
Bailey into Davis, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. Was Briggs' move to Warwickshire with the idea of getting some more red ball cricket? Because he said he didn't play much.
He didn't play hardly at all. He was
No.
really playing. You know, I used to see him play on the T20 coverage, which we did, and he seemed to get an awful lot of wickets, from my view, with balls hit to the boundary, caught on the edge, and that's I don't know whether it was.
Okay. Bailey to Davis. He's left through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 188 for 6.
On the basis that Patel had gone and Warwickshire didn't have an off spinner who was ready to move into the first team, I suppose he came with the knowledge that he would probably be given the opportunity to play regular red ball cricket, and so it's been a real success, and he has contributed significantly to the side, no question. We've got a couple of other spinners now. Jake Lintott, who plays in the white ball game, who's had a lot of success in that, both with Warwickshire and different overseas competitions, and Jacob Bethel, who's another one. Here's Parkinson. It starts his new over. Briggs just turns this, glances it down to fine leg, and they get 2 for that. Alex Davis thinks about coming back for the 3rd, but Luke Wells had got the ball and was returning it back to Dame Villas, and they settled for 2. 190 for 6, the lead 196. As Parkinson in again and bowls over pitches, and this is driven away out into the offside to the cover boundary, where it's fielded for a single. So Briggs moving along nicely. He's on to 17, 191 for 6.
Yeah, good stuff from Briggs. I mean, it's only 17, but he's come out and scored nice and he's been nice and busy. He's hoping to push this lead up to, and soon it'll be over 200.
Well, it's been a fair recovery from 95 for 5 to, as this next one Davis gets behind and pushes back to Parkinson. Yes, at 95 for 5, as you say, the wheels could have come off completely and it could have been by now Lancashire batting. A terrific spell of bowling from Williams after lunch. Parkinson in, and Davis will get a single, just pushing it through the vacant mid-on gap up to long on for 1. He goes to 92, 192 for 6. Briggs, all he has to do from his is keep supporting Davis and make sure that Warwickshire have wickets in hand as Parkinson's into him, and he comes carefully forward and just pushes that one dead back down, fielded by Parkinson. In again, and bowls, and Briggs gives himself space and tries to chop this one away through the point region. Yes, I think gave himself a lot of room there, Briggs, but could only pick Williams out at backward point. End of the over, 192 for 6. We've got 2 overs to go. T. Davis is on 92, 17 for Danny Briggs.
Elsewhere in Division 1, they're at T in the game between Kent and Gloucestershire. Kent are 468 for 4 against Gloucestershire, who made 438 to lead by 30. Canterbury has been the place for runs this season. There have been tons and tons of them. Hampshire are playing Yorkshire. Yorkshire batting second time round, 21 without loss. So Yorkshire lead Hampshire by 39 runs, heading towards tea on the third day. Somerset are 5 down, 193 for 5, and they're still 9 runs behind. Bailey bowls to Davis. It's worked into the onside for no run. Somerset 180 all out, Surrey 382 for 9, and then Somerset 197 for 5. So trail by 5 runs with 5 wickets remaining.
It's going to be hard to stop that Surrey side, I think, this year, and they look good.
They do.
Really do. And you think they've got all these players who are tied up in international cricket. It's a strong squad.
Currently top of Division 1, Surrey. Bailey to Davis. Just takes a single here, dropped into the offside for 1. Moves on to 93. Score moves on to 193 for 6.
But was that right? I heard you say to Clive, I think you were on, that you only played them once this season.
Yes, yeah. Final game of the season it is at in Manchester.
We played them in the first game here in a game which really never got beyond the first innings. We were still playing first innings on the 4th day. It was, and we've had 2 of those. We had exactly the same against Northampton in the last game. Never got past Warwickshire's first innings. Northampton made a huge score, and Warwickshire got another one at 500, and it was still 4th day. They shook hands, and it was thank goodness everybody was going, can we not shake hands just after lunch?
Well, this has been a contrast in contrast to that one.
Yeah. This has been a good cricket wicket.
Bailey to Briggs. Shuffle across the stumps, doesn't offer a shot. Through to Villas, no run.
Yeah, there's something there for the bowler.
Yeah.
And you know they've got just reward, and you know it's and the batsmen have had to work at it.
Yeah, we've seen one player reach a century so far, that's Sam Hain. We've seen 2 guys in the 90s.
Yeah.
Bailey comes in and bowls to Briggs, who's hopping back and defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. We're heading towards tea. There are going to be 2 balls left of this over, and then 1 remaining until the tea interval. And after the afternoon session started, and for the first time in the match really, one team was pretty firmly on top. We get to tea, and just start to get that feeling that it's all a little bit even again. 199 run lead.
Would you like to just tap the window for Clive for his news?
I need to go and do my update too.
Right, okay. Local news calls for everybody. Thanks, Scott. He'll be back just after lunch, after tea rather. Hopefully not after lunch, after tea. And Clive will be coming in here just to pick up as well. Bailey has one to finish it over. He's got his field set. He turns and Briggs waits. 193 for 6, 17 to Briggs. As Bailey's in short and Briggs gets right behind it. Just plays it back into the ground. And there's no run. 193 for 6. Well, I think at 90, when that fifth wicket fell, they'd have settled for this, Clive, by
I think
time.
these two have done well, haven't they, in ensuring that one wicket wasn't quickly followed by another.
Yeah.
At a 28 now. After that stand of 17. I mean, well, they're there now. They've got the target to 200, so the next target is to get it to 250, I suppose.
Last ball from Bailey in this spell, and this is going to bring runs, and it's turned down to wide fine leg, and Briggs keeps the strike, so not letting Davis get there. It's Briggs moves on to 18, 194 for 6, so the lead exactly 200.
And it's 99 for 1 since that flurry of wickets just after lunch. So, still got work to do, Warwickshire, but they'll be settling things out. And Alex Davis innings, what an innings this is proving to be. What a moment for him, really. He's had to wait a while.
Absolutely.
For his moment for Warwickshire, and he's getting it now. And Danny Briggs so far, supporting him well. Still plenty of time in the match, so Lancashire fancy the chances of chasing whatever they set, no doubt. So now then, we're going to see Parkinson bowling to Briggs as a slip. Lots of fielders on the leg side, 5 fielders now on the leg side. As he comes... Oh, it doesn't. He stops, runs in, changes his mind, goes back again. I think he might have just slightly bumped into the umpire there as he went past him. So he tries again, bowling around the wicket, and Briggs just pads up. He's pitching outside leg stump, so Briggs can pad up if he chooses. Can't be LBW. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we still have a fascinating match. Warwickshire have pulled it around somewhat when they did look in serious trouble at 95 for 5 after Will Williams took 3 wickets just after lunch. But a stand of 70 between Michael Burgess and Alex Davis transformed things before Burgess was finally out to an unplayable delivery from Tom Bailey. He was caught behind for 46. Alex Davis is still out there playing his best innings since joining Warwickshire. He's on 93, and Danny Briggs also contributing. He's on 18. Warwickshire's lead is now exactly 200. They'll want at least 50 more. They're 194 for 6. Well, we've got a delay here now. So I think are we getting helmets in to get something close?
Yep. I think after he padded up, he was going to bring a man in to short leg. Just in case
Croft's just going to that position.
It's not usually one of the elder statesmen of the side who gets that job, is it? It's usually one of the youngsters they put
make
there.
the point that Sam Haynes proved to be far too good at that position for his own good, so he's ended up doing it. So maybe it's the same for Croft as well. I'd never seen the most scientific way of playing sport, just to put the youngest person in that position because they're the youngest. Briggs guys up onto the offside, it's cut off, there's no run. See what elsewhere. Got some games heading towards a finish. Somerset have eked ahead of Surrey, but they are 5 wickets down, 211 for 5, leading by 9. In comes Parkinson, and that's solidly defended by Briggs. There's no run. Derbyshire are going slowly but surely, 89 for 2, need another 130 to beat Middlesex at Chesterfield. Those are the main ones that look to be potentially heading towards interesting finishes. That's Gives that one a bit of air, but it's outside leg stump, and Danny Briggs just sticks his pad on it, lets it bounce away. England still going, 152 for 4. They're halfway there. 147 more required. Parkinson bowls. It's played down the ground by Briggs. Parkinson himself tumbles and makes a decent stop off his own bowling. Well, no, this is the last over before tea, isn't it? Yep. So we've got one more ball left before tea. What a fascinating session it's been. Those 3 wickets right at the start of it. Warwickshire fighting back since. 111 for 4 is the session score as Danny Briggs pads that away. And Warwickshire will go in at tea at 194 for 6. The lead exactly 200. Alex Davis, 93 not out. Danny Briggs on 18. The wickets that session, and the first 3 fell quickly at the start. Will Williams having Sam Hain LBW for 19, and the same over bowled Will Rhodes, not offering a shot for a duck. Matt Lamb also bowled by Williams for 3. But then that standard 30 before. The other wicket to fall was out of Michael Burgess, caught behind off Tom Bailey for 46. All results remain on the cards with Warwickshire 194 for 6 at tea. They lead by 200. We'll see you in just under 20 minutes.
110 all out, and Yorkshire in their second innings are currently 22 without loss at 2, and Yorkshire are leading Hampshire by 40 runs with 10 wickets remaining. Kent versus Gloucestershire. Kent have moved on to 469 for 4, and they now lead Gloucestershire by 31 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And Somerset versus Surrey. Somerset have moved forward to 222 for 5 team, which means that they currently lead Surrey by 20 with 5 wickets remaining. And in Division 2, at Derbyshire versus Middlesex, Derbyshire are 89 for 2, and need further 130 runs to beat Middlesex. Durham beat Worcestershire. Worcestershire are currently 346 for 5, which means that they still trail Durham by 296 with 5 wickets remaining. Teams there. Team at Glamorgan and Sussex. Both sides have completed their first innings now, and Glamorgan lead Sussex by 118 runs. The last remaining game, Leicestershire in their second innings are 70 for 5, which means that they still trail Nottinghamshire by 38 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back our opponents for the final session of today, Peter and Neil. And the largest side led by Captain Davis-Burgess.
So here we go then, 194 for 6. Welcome back to Edgbaston for this thrilling match. Don't worry about the test match, it might be exciting. Johnny Bairstow might be hitting sixes everywhere, but you don't want to listen to that. You want to listen to us. Unless you've got two devices. Watch the highlights tonight on the iPlayer. That's the way to do the test match. This is exciting. I'll say it quietly because I don't want to encourage you to go away. But England are 203 for 4. They need 96 more runs to win. But this is much more exciting. Warwickshire 194 for 6. They lead by exactly 200. Having discussions in the press area about who's winning, and none of us can really decide.
This could be an interesting next half an hour because Will Williams is back into the attack, and he's the one who really made the difference in the spell immediately after lunch with those 3 wickets.
32 overs left in the day, and they will get the new ball with 12 overs to go if we are still going by them.
And on both of the previous days, the new ball, the second new ball, has really taken wickets. It's caused very quick curtail of both innings.
So Will Williams, the numberless bowler, who took 3 wickets for 4 runs in a spell after lunch, comes into bowl. And it's Davis who's batted superbly here. He's got a single down the back of square leg. He's on 94 now. So he's eyeing his first century for Warwickshire. .195 for 6 the lead, 201. Remember Warwickshire's first innings lead, 6. So a fairly close first innings battle, 2 fairly similar first innings performances. Liam Norwell finished with 5 wickets, taking the last Lancashire wicket earlier today. Williams to Briggs, batted well before tea. He's played that one to point, it's stopped. There's no run. Again, there's plenty of room on the offside if he can get it past that inner circle. 3 fielders saving the one, with 2 slips there as well. No one on the boundary on the offside. He's got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and then 2 on the leg side boundary. All the time, and Warwickshire will be the same, I suspect, when they're in the field, having to get the balance between trying to take wickets but also not leaking runs. It's that tighter game. Briggs hits that one in the air, he's caught it mid-wicket, and Williams has done it again. After he did it just after lunch, he's done it after tea. Briggs has gone for 18. It's 195 for 7.
Well, he's doing a fantastic job for his new county. Had a long spell in the afternoon session. He got those 3 wickets. He comes back out, and back goes the advantage back, I think, to Lancashire. 95 for 7. Danny Briggs comes off having added to his tea time score, so he goes for 18. Warwickshire lead by 202 with just the 3 wickets remaining.
May have been Keaton Jennings with the catch, but I will try and confirm that in a mo. But anyway, 7 wickets down, 201 the lead. Lancashire going to face a run chase, whatever happens now. So trying to keep it down to manageable proportions. And it'll be Henry Brooks out next. From Warwickshire's point of view, he needs to play an innings. Oh, it's a substitute fielder. Hartley then, presumably.
No, I don't think. Well, there was.
It is Hartley. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's who it's been given to. Yeah, I think it was. Looking at him. That's correct.
There's another substitute, number 18 down here.
Was that? I think it was. Anyway, it's a wicket. So Scott will confirm later. This one, next one is. Oh, seem to keep a bit low. Brooks does well to keep it out.
Jack Morley is on at fielding at mid-off.
They got 2 subs on then.
Yeah. I've got mid-on and mid-off. Both substitute fielders.
So 30 added for that 7th wicket. They need those sort of additions for the remaining wickets, and that would get them decent way up as Brooks leads the next one. Still got Alex Davis there, Warwickshire, and that's the big thing in their favour.
Yes, well, Alex Davis, they'll need now to start thinking about getting the strike and keeping it, but 202, I don't think it's not enough. I think they need to have another 50 or 60 runs on there.
Williams into bowl to Brooks, who turns that around to square leg. He'll get a run. He'll get off the mark.
Are you going to send me cue? Yes, please. Thank you.
So 1 run to Brooks there. 196 for 7. Extraordinary what Williams did. 3 wickets just after lunch, and now there's a wicket of Danny Briggs just after tea. The lead now is 202.
It's an impressive debut, isn't it?
Matt Parkinson to bowl. It almost makes you wonder if New Zealand might make note of a couple of injuries. Could they get a couple of injuries in the bowling department? Already Carl James has been struggling in this game. That's pushed back by Brooks to Parkinson. Sorry, this should be your over. 196 for 7.
It's all right. No, I left it because you've
yeah.
got a news update to do.
I'll be coming shortly. I'll carry on then. It's Parkinson comes into bowl to Brooks, and Brooks has guided that to mid-on. No run. Here's Parkinson bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. Parkinson yet to get a wicket in the second inning. He's gone for a little bit more than 3 and over. Bowls there, and that's pushed back to him. There's no run. Brooks will want to spoil Davis. Davis might just change gear a bit now. He's had good attacking batters around him. Brooks leaves that one. There's no run. She'll want more runs. They've definitely got a chance whatever happens, but they could do with more. In comes Parkinson, and that's nudged onto the leg side by Brooks. He's going to keep the strike here as he takes a single at the end of the over. He's on to 297 for 7. The lead is now 203.
Quite what the Bears wanted there, but
well, I suppose they're treating Brooks as a batter, aren't they? He needs to play that role a little bit. I think he's playing the sort of Nathan McAndrew role, isn't he? Although he's coming below Briggs in the batting order. It's Will Williams to Brooks, who leans back and carves that through the offside, and that is going to be... How many is that going to be? That's going to be... It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be 3. The 200 up for Warwickshire. Here comes the update from BBC CWR. Oh, hang on. Let's talk about the test match first. Who cares about the test match? Goodness me. Oh, here we go. Well, this is a bit of a thriller here. Warwickshire now 200 for 7. That means they've got a lead of 206 after just 6 runs divided the two teams in the first innings. The game has fluctuated. Will Williams, New Zealander, signed by Lancashire as cover for injuries and making his debut, is having some impact. Took 3 wickets just after lunch and now he's struck just after tea. Warwickshire had recovered from 95 for 5, a 70-run partnership between Michael Burgess and Alex Davis, before Burgess was out for 46, and they were still going well up to tea, but Danny Briggs has gone. He mistimed a shot off Williams to be caught for 18. Crucially, Alex Davis is still there playing his best innings since joining Warwickshire. He's on 94. He's been joined by Henry Brooks, who's on 5. Warwickshire want to get the lead up to at least around the 250, 260 mark. They're currently 206 ahead with 3 wickets left. They're 200 for 7. Williams comes into bowl, and that's a nicely played by Davis out to back of square. It'll just be 1. He's on to 95. Scott Reed back.
He quite enjoys coming back from a interval.
Yes, he's obviously the catering is obviously too good.
Yes, clearly. He's enjoyed his little 20 minutes off and likes to come back and get a wicket straight away. 4 for 44. Some day for him.
I don't know what England have had for tea. They're going
Oh
berserk.
my word, I know. Best
Yeah,
giving it a right.
it's not that exciting. Don't listen to it. This is the one you need to be at. Williams comes into bowl to Brooks, who just chops onto that, plays it into the offside. There's no run. Well, Kent have brought up the 500 against Gloucestershire. They're going to struggle to get a result there, you'd think.
I was saying to Phil before tea, that has been the place, hasn't it, for runs this year? Blimey, there's been absolutely, quite literally thousands of them.
Can't get a bit tedious sometimes. Poor old Leicestershire are really struggling against Nottinghamshire. 6 wickets down now, still 34 behind, 74 for 6. In comes Will Williams. Oh, he just gets back down on that. Brooks in the nick of time.
Looked like he played it a bit late, didn't he?
He did.
I don't know, 1 or 2 have kept a little low from this end, I think.
Yeah. I think they have.
Another 20 or 30, and this is a tricky run chase. Batting last, we should be in for a really good finish to the match.
Yeah. Another 80 or 90 would be nice.
Well, that would be ideal. Yeah, that would be just perfect.
Williams, can he get a flurry of wickets like he did after lunch? He's already got 1. He won't get 1 there. Brooks chops down on that. There's no run. Alex Davis still there. At some point, probably, I guess, if Brooks were to get out, then Davis will really have to start thinking about it. And he's got Liam Norwell, who will come and just play shots, and he might connect with a few, and that will get the scoreboard moving. He might not. And then he's got Ollie Howland-Dolby, who he can rely on to keep the ball out. And that's why Sam Hain was so cross with himself, is he's seen how Ollie Howland-Dolby's batted this season, and he survived 5 balls and 1 over, and then Hain got out straight away. But he will have to think about Davis, how to manage this and maximise his good position.
Yeah, I think while Brooks is there, I don't think there's a massive urgency to do anything differently for Davis. He's 5 away from his first century for Warwickshire. Still plenty in this. It's still a difficult game to try and predict. That first 40 minutes after lunch, I felt it was the most emphatic a team had been on top, but the partnership was 70, and that's kind of levelled it out. I know the wickets fallen straight after tea, so again that changed it slightly, but I think Warwickshire is still very much in the game here. I see Matt Parkinson continuing. 14 overs, 3 maidens for 45. Stephen Croft and Alex Davis having a chat with each other. Croft is going in at forward short leg, and Luke Wells is at slip. There's a deep backward point, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. It's Parkinson from the Birmingham end. He's going around the wicket to Davis, who's skipping forward and wanting a single, but he might want two. No, just the one. Dropped into the onside. Parkinson quickly across to his right to field the ball. So Davis moves up to 96 to bring Brooks on strike. 202 for 7, lead of 208 for the Bears.
That's the intriguing nature of this game. So Lancashire might have an awkward little period to bat before the close today. Warwickshire to get 2 or 3 out, that would put a different complexion on things.
Brooks driving.
We've got 28 overs left in the day after this one.
Yeah, there's a lot to go, isn't there? A lot of cricket
So
left today.
long way the game could... I don't think it will finish today now, but it could move on quite a bit.
Brooks waits. Parkinson's over the wicket to him. Just dabbing the ball out towards the onside for no run. 202 for 7. Spins himself a catch, Parkinson, and twirls in again. A little flatter this time. Good stop off his own bowling. Went low down to his right as Brooks tried to force it up towards mid-on. He lands in front of Alex Davis. He's landing almost on the toes of Alex Davis at the non-striker's end. 2 balls remaining of the over. Parkinson to Brooks, who sweeps. Be worth at least 1. Just a single, actually. Lamb's got across the ground pretty quickly from deep square leg to backward square leg. Brooks moves on to 6, 203 for 7. Davis on 96. 4 away, Clive. Do you want it?
Okay, then there's Parkinson will bowl to him with a short leg and a slip, and Davis lets that go past his leg stump, and there's no run. 203 for 7, the lead is 209.
Johnny Bairstow has reached his century.
Off 21 balls or something.
Let's try and see if we can find 78.
Okay.
78 deliveries. Goodness.
There's me saying they should just make sure they get a draw because they're 1 up in the series. Lucky they don't listen to me.
Yeah, you're a bit boring with your prediction.
Yeah. Tom Bailey was off the field again. He's now back on. He goes off and on quite a lot. Was he unwell or something? I don't know. Or he just likes a bit of a rest every now and then. Will Williams to bowl to Brooks. 2 slips and the gully's bat for quite a large part of this innings, and Brooks just gets bat on that again. He seems to be slightly late on it, but he does get bat on it.
The way that he's bowling here and the wickets he's just got the ball to kind of kiss the pitch and skid on a little bit. And the last couple of deliveries he sent down, the way that the batter's played it, looks like it's keeping low, but just may just be skidding on a little bit from Williams. Seems to have assessed the pace and the feel of the pitch pretty quickly, bowling accordingly.
He's into ball to Brooks, who punches at that one down the pitch, but it'll be cut off at mid-off. They do get through for 1 as a ball. In fact, they might even get 2. Alex Davis reckons there's 2, and he's right. Tom Bailey did well to stop it, but the ball just bounced away from him, and he had some ground to make up, and that's good running. It's 2 more runs. Every run you feel counts so much in this situation. 211 the target, or the lead now, 205 for 7. Brooks fairly briskly onto 8. Williams to bowl to him, he leaves that one. So dot ball. 4 wickets for Will Williams. 6 in the match for him now. He certainly grasped his opportunity, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He's got one more match then.
Phil's got him signed up for the rest of the season now for Lancashire. I wouldn't be surprised either with 50 over to come, and obviously Lancashire will lose players to the 100.
Yeah. He comes into bowl, and Brooks drives that, but doesn't get it past Bohannon, who does have a bit of ground to make up. Is the umpire signaling no ball? They do have a habit of sticking their arms out, these umpires. I don't think he is signaling no ball, no.
Neil Mallender can't stop sticking his arms out.
I know, it's a bit annoying. Is he talking to the batters about what way they were running on the pitch there?
It looked like a warning of some description.
Yeah.
It was massively clear who he was warning.
It's one run to Brooks, who's now on to 9, 206 for 7. Definitely wasn't a no ball in the end. He comes in now, Williams. Bowls, and he's a penny for a caught behind here. He's not getting much support. It's very well taken by Villas. That ball raced past Davis into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Did whip the bails off as well, but there's no question of Davis being out of his ground. So Alex Davis on 96. Yet to score a century since he made the move. Well, it's an eyebrow-raising move to some extent from Lancashire to Warwickshire. Not sure many of us really saw that coming. In comes Williams to bowl, and he defends that solidly. For no run, 206 for 7 at the end. Another decent over from Will Williams, but couldn't quite make the breakthrough that time. 212 is the lead, 206 for 7.
Well, he's done it really today. Dane Velasquez is the Lancashire captain with just the 3 seamers, hasn't he? And the spin of Matt Parkinson. He's not used Danny Lamb since lunch. He's gone with combinations of Williams and Bailey and Balderson. He's stuck with his leg spinner, who I think he's doing his best on the pitch. It's not really conducive to spin. He's bowled 15 overs, 3 maidens for 47.
Well, if Warwickshire are still there after 80 overs, what are they going to be? About 220? They'll probably be about 225 ahead by then. If they go bang bang with a new ball and keep it down then to, well, say well below 250.
I think Warwickshire are in the match, aren't they, with that? Parkinson to Brooks. And Brooks tries to work it out towards the onside, just deflects away to the off. Picked up by Villas. He's still got his forward short leg and a leg and a slip. So he's got a short fine leg and a deep backward square leg and a deep backward point. It's Parkinson for Lancashire. Brooks goes back and drives up to long on for no run. Mentioned that Bairstow's got to his century and he's come out, full flow as Johnny Bairstow as Parkinson throws a full toss, which is sent out through the onside by Brooks. It lands safe. It's out towards that wide long on boundary. Brooks runs 3 in the end. Take the total up to 209 for 7.
He didn't quite catch it. It's a fairly ugly delivery. He didn't quite catch it, Brooks, but still be happy with the 3.
England have scored since tea 102 runs in 9 overs.
Told you they should just make sure they get the draw.
Davis is back on strike, Clive.
On 96, and he's whipped that away. That's sort of whipping shot he plays sometimes. It doesn't connect with it too well, and it is fielded in the covers. Slightly torn about his personal situation and the match situation here. Both feel pretty crucial, really, as he guides that one into the offside. That will take him to 97 with a single, 210 for 7.
Century for Bairstow, England's 2nd fastest in Test cricket.
Wow. Was clubbed away by Brooks to mid-off for no run. So 210 for 7. The lead now is 216. Watch again, trying to calm things down after the loss of a wicket. Already had a 15, these two, for the 8th wicket.
Yep, decent stuff, isn't it? Brooks, 12. These are all valuable runs for Warwickshire. But I think having another look at the ball.
Yeah. There's a little metal case which they keep the balls in, so they've got asking. Well, again, it's getting fairly close to the end of its life. It's 66 overs old, although I think they have replaced it once, haven't they, during the course of this?
Yeah. Our colleague and dear friend Martin Emerson on the BBC Sport website and app has written an article about this.
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know if you.
I've not read. I know he was. I saw him emailing some stats about it.
It's on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. He's been speaking to the chief exec, I think, of the manufacturer of the balls about the problems that they've been having this year with balls going soft. It's quite interesting article. Problem with the quality of the cowhind. There you go. Plus a shortage of other bits and bobs, but that's what the guy was saying. That's in charge of the Duke's ball. That it was the leather that's perhaps been the problem. Anyway, it's on the website. Dig it out. The article about why we've been struggling with the balls this summer.
Will Williams to bowl to Alex Davis. Feel quite well spread out now for Davis. Just the one slip. He's gone for a little tip and run. It could be a little bit tight, but he gets there. It was Keaton Jennings through at the bowler's end. I think Davis would just about have made it if he'd hit. Did look a little tight, that one, though. He's on to 98 to 11 for 7.
Sharp single, wasn't it?
It was. We haven't had a run out in this match yet, but we've had a few near things. Williams to Brooks, it's set into the ground and mid-off for a dot ball.
I found that article, by the way. So it's the chap that owns British Cricket Balls Limited, the firm which manufactures Duke balls. It takes 9 months from cow to cricket ball to produce every ball. That's the quote. 9 months from cow to ball.
In comes Williams to bowl, and well, slightly edged by Brooks, but along the ground, and he's able to sprint through for 1. He's just ticking the runs here with singles here. Warwickshire steadily accumulating. 212 for 7. One more run to take the target into the 220s. Wicketkeeper comes to stand up for Alex Davis. A slip and 5 fielders saving 1. 2 sort of 3/4 of the way back on the offside, and 2 on the boundary, the short boundary on the onside. Williams to Davis, who turns that around to one of those fielders. He's going to do this in singles, isn't he? That's the plan. He's on to 99, so it's working pretty well at the moment. 213 for 7. Bowler's aware with him. Maybe he's saying that to him. Bit boring, mate, doing it in singles.
They use, I'm still on this article, they use Angus hide because it's the best in the business. And it said if balls go out of shape, then it may be down to just the one cow.
We're blaming it on Daisy now, are we? In comes Williams to bowl to Brooks, who carves that into the ground. Williams ends up flat on his face, falling forward. The ball's fielded at point, so there's no run. 213 for 7.
So if just, these are quotes from the owner, if just a few balls go out of shape, then it may be down to one cow hide. If it's more, then it may be down to a batch of bad hides.
Oh, dear.
Dodgy batch of cows.
No hiding place. 213 for 7. Last ball of the over. Brooks pushes it to mid. I've always gone for a run there, Brooks. That's well thought from Brooks. Spotted the run there, behind about slightly on the back foot. 214 for 7. The end of the over. The lead now is what is now at 220.
So with 3 wickets left.
Well, without seeming to do anything spectacular, these two have added 19 now.
We got umpire.
We're not looking at another ball, are we? What's he doing?
He's doing his walkie-talkie now, looking up towards the scores.
Is the score wrong?
Maybe. Yeah. What's he signalling now? He's signalling something.
Don't know. Is there a run short? No. Don't know. See if the score changes.
I feel like there's been lots of activity in this game. You know, with umpires signalling stuff and players in conversation with the officials, and of course, we had that incident with Dame Villas the other day. There seems like a lot going on. Look at Neil Mallon's got his arms outstretched, saying, gesticulating towards Peter Hartley. He's on his walkie-talkie at the other end. No idea what's going on. Something's not right. Something's not quite correct.
Perhaps they're asking for the test score.
Yes. But it's still batting. Nothing's changed.
No, I'm just looking on the computer as well. Nothing does seem to have changed on there either. So I don't know. Goodness knows. Slipping a short leg. 99 for Alex Davis. And it's Parkinson bowling to him. Around the wicket. And he's whipped that away. Now, didn't he get bat on that? I'm not sure whether he's got his century or not. There's runs for the team. There's 4 for the team, and they are wide. So he hasn't got his. He looks like back at the umpire saying, "You what?" But he's given it as wide, which I'm so surprised it's wide. I didn't think it was that wide. So that goes down as 5 then, doesn't it? Oh, the score has gone back 1, you know.
Oh, it did, yes. Yeah, it's gone back to 213.
So I think there might have been a run short somewhere.
Well spotted.
So, goodness knows, I think it's 218 now, so I think that was 5.
I think you're right.
This next one, Davis just, he's looking for a tip and run there, but straight to the fielder. No run, yeah. 218 for 7 is now gone on the scoreboard. Brooks on to 13. I don't know whether he's had a run, Doc. Alex Davis certainly hasn't, because he was definitely on 99 before. Might be Brooks that's lost one. As Parkinson bowls, Davis happy to play that back down the ground for no run. Scoreboard has to catch up when it has to make an adjustment. It has to sort of rewind back to where the mistake was and then catch up. So it's whirling round now, trying to get to the right place. I think it's there now. Parkinson around the wicket to Davis. Ooh, we've got a bit of a leading edge on that along the ground to mid-off. Looking a little nervous on 99 is Alex Davis. Lancashire certainly not giving them an easy single. There are 7 now saving the 1, plus a slip and a forward short leg. Oh, that's short. Davis is in the air and it's dropped. Goodness me, he's got his century. It was a difficult chance, but Bailey couldn't hold on to it. And Alex Davis runs through for 2. He's pretty relieved. But he's got his ton, and he points to the Warwickshire crest on his helmet as he takes it off and raises his bat. Alex Davis could have been out for 99. Instead, he's 101 not out. It's 220 for 7.
Well battered, Alex Davis. Great moment for him, first century. His heart, I'm sure, would have skipped a beat as he saw Tom Bailey leaping up, trying to get hands on it and take the catch. I'm not sure how much of it Bailey got.
No.
He's got his runs and he's got his first century for Warwickshire.
He'd have been distraught if he got out to that, because it was a pretty poor ball down the leg side. He tried to help it on his way, but Bailey's position there now at Shortish fine leg. Davis plays that for a single. 221 for 7. You're going to pop back for me when you've done your piece, Scott. 227 is the lead. It's building up. And Brooks pushes that to back a square leg for a single. And it's the end of, well, an eventful over, but Alex Davis, his first century for Warwickshire. It is Warwickshire's I'll rewind that. It's his first century for Warwickshire. It is Warwickshire's 10th century of the campaign. And it's 222 for 7, so the lead now is 228, creeping up.
Yes, well done to Alex Davis, and fitting that it was against the county that he left. Because I think I'm right, didn't he get a duck at Old Trafford against him?
So he got out cheaply twice, yeah. 102 off 182 balls, 11 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, well done to him.
Tom Bailey is coming back in the attack. I think actually I have to rewind 1 ball for the century. He's had 1 since then, hasn't he? So it was 181, I think, for the century.
Bailey in and bowls, and this is played solidly by Henry Brooks. Down to Bohannon, who's down at mid-off.
I said in commentary it was dropped, but it was a difficult one. But he did get hands to it, but just couldn't quite cling on to it. So maybe a little bit harsh. Johnny Bairstow's now out, but he has got England to within 27 of victory.
Terrific.
Out for 136.
Here comes Bailey again, bowls, and this one is run away into the offside. There's no run.
I mean, England need 27 with 5 wickets left. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
England's been going along like an express train. By contrast, Warwickshire just gradually been eking out the lead, and extended up to now 228. So there's 3 wickets remaining. Bailey in, and Brooks tries to drive this one through the offside, but again only gets it up to Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run. Field spreads a bit now as the man is sent back onto the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Brooks has got plenty of space in the onside to drop the ball into if he wants to go for the single. He's on 14. Bailey into him, bowls. Brooks again chops it away into the offside, and again straight out to one of the fielders out there. 222 for 7.
Pretty much guaranteed a tense run chase now for Lancashire, one way or the other. Let's do an update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have now reached 222 for 7, which means they lead by 228 in this extraordinarily tense and close, exciting match. Alex Davis has completed his first century for Warwickshire, a crucial one. He was nearly out for 99 as he turned a Matt Parkinson delivery round his pads. Tom Bailey got hands to it but couldn't hold on to it, and Davis was through for the 2 that brought up his 3 figures. It's a crucial innings. Will Williams has got his 4th wicket, the New Zealander, since tea. Danny Briggs out for 18. Henry Brooks is on 14. Warwickshire are gradually building this lead up, but they're probably still 30 or 40 short from what they might consider to be par. They're 222 for 7, leading by 228.
And you can add one more to that as Brooks plays that final ball of Bailey's over away down to deep cover point for a single, moving him on to 15, total on to 223 for 7. Still a beautiful evening here in Birmingham. Been very lucky with the weather in this match. best effort fair for tomorrow as well. So
Certainly still look like winning at Taunton despite Somerset's resistance. Somerset 245 for 6 now, lead by 43. Sorry, top of the first division of the county championship. Derbyshire slowly but surely getting there against Middlesex. They need 80 more, still 8 wickets left to win at Chesterfield. So here's Parkinson bowling to Brooks, who pushes it back to the bowler for no run. So the target now has got up to the 230 mark. Parkinson bowls. Always gone for a big sweep shot there. Brooks has got it away, and it's bouncing away for 4 to the long boundary. Aggressive shot from Henry Brooks. It proves effective. 227 for 7. Brooks on to 19.
he used all his height and reach to get that one and pull it, sweep it away through the mid-wicket area, fetched from just outside off stump, and got it, and it's forced a fielding change. A man's gone back out onto that deep mid-wicket boundary now, so Brooks a little bit of long handle there.
So the Warwickshire lower order doing pretty well. Danny Briggs contributed a useful 18. Now Henry Brooks on 19. He's whipped that away. He's got to try to whip that away. He's not got hold of it, and Buchanan is able to field it in the covers. So without making huge contributions there, sort of playing around Alex Davis and pushing that lead up. Still Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dolby to come. Brooks pushes it onto the onside. Alex Davis immediately calls them through for a single. She gets comfortably. 228 for 7. The lead now 234. Be here tomorrow. This is going to be a very interesting final day of this match. Well, the draw now the least likely outcome. It's still not impossible. The tie is the least likely, I suppose, but the draw the next least likely. It's still not impossible by any means. Alex Davis comes down the pitch and hits that over the top, and how far has he got that? He's got that away for 4 through long off. Davis onto 106. 232 for 7. It's proving an expensive over for Matty Parkinson, and Warwickshire's lead is 238. New ball due in 10 overs, but the batters I think are doing their best to force Dane Villas's hand here.
Yeah, good use of the feet there by Davis. He came down and took that one on and hit over the infield.
Last ball of the over, then Scott Reed will return. As Parkinson bowls, that's going down the leg side. It's easily patted away. 232 for 7. Warwickshire lead by 238.
Just eking this out. Really good innings from Davis. He's been played different roles here. He sort of just went into his shell while the Burgess was batting, and he just played second fiddle, and then he's accelerated on, and he's worked his way through. When Warwickshire in a difficult position immediately after lunch, but they've battled back well, I think.
Absolutely have. Yeah, he's been terrific. I'll be honest, I never thought he'd fail for a 4th time against his former team. There's Bailey to Brooks. That squares him up, but a little trying to force it to the leg side. It just disappears out to short extra cover and no run.
He'd have had a pretty miserable winter to reflect on what against.
Yeah, he would. It would have been slightly, well, a massive coincidence had Bailey taken the catch, because of the three times that Lancashire have got him out. Bailey's been the bowler on each three occasions. So had he taken the catch, would have been something. Off the back foot, Brooks trying to find a way through the offside, but he can't get it past Buchanan at mid-off, and there's no run.
He was always having to take it behind him, wasn't it? It wasn't.
I don't think it was really a chance, was it? I mean, he may have got
to it, but I actually think he did well to get a hand to it in the end, because he was turning and reaching. I know he's a big man and has a bit. If it'd been somebody of my height, sort of 5'8", 5'9", he wouldn't have got near it, because his arms wouldn't have been long enough. But being the size,
Bailey runs in, balls to Brooks. It'll flick away off the hip. Out through mid-wicket for a single. He's done a very good job at the other end as well in this kind of latest partnership. Yes. Brooks, what have these two put on now? 38.
Well, they've carried on the work that Briggs and Davis did before tea, where they put a nice little partnership before tea. That was broken immediately after, and then Brooks has come in and batted very sensibly. And they're scoring and giving Davis good support.
Lead of 234? No. Davis clipping the ball out through the onside, out towards mid-on.
232 plus 6, Kevin. You know, I'm sure your maths teacher here would be actually just squirming on the seat.
Well,
what did I spend 18 years teaching?
Wouldn't be massively surprised by that. I couldn't quite quickly work that out. 233 for 7 is the score. So the lead is 239 for Warwickshire, with Davis on 106. He's got Bailey bowling to him from the pavilion end. Let's just pull down towards fine leg for 1 run. Davis moves to 107 not out. So now it's 234 for 7. Now the lead's 240. Which is good runs, still with 3 wickets remaining.
Yeah. I think anything over 250 is always, you've got a chance of defending it. It means somebody's got to play an innings, doesn't it, to be able to get to it.
Brooks back on strike. Final ball of the over. Slower ball from Bailey. And, Brooks able to keep it out. And that completes the over. So 71 gone of the Warwickshire second innings. 234 for 7. Lead of 240.
Brooks has broken his bat, or done something to his bat. And another handful come out at one of these instead. What's he got? 3 with him, 3 spares? I don't think I had 3 bats in my life.
Because that slower ball did for Brooks, you see.
Yeah, absolutely. The helmet has been thrown back from the close-in fielder, so Lancashire are not going to have anybody in close now. So we've got a slip, and then we've got a man out on the cover point boundary, a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square leg, and then 3 on the ring. As forward comes Davis and runs that out into the offside. Josh Mahannon does the fielding out at extra cover, short extra cover. There's no run. Parkinson still looking for his first wicket of the innings as he comes in to bowl, and this is swept by Davis, and he'll pick out the man coming round from deep backward square leg, and there is just a single there.
They can play this nice and calmly now, I think, can't they? I mean, we had that frantic start to the afternoon session with the wickets falling, and then the counter-attack from Davis-Burgess.
This one, Brooks plays. It was a full delivery, and Brooks just got to it. By the time he got to it, it was just pitching, but Brooks got right to the pitch of it and played it out into the offside. 235 for 7, and forward comes Brooks, plays that one defensively.
You had the wicket straight after tea from Will Williams. We had that moment of excitement for Davis getting towards a century. Well, there's still 20 overs to go today. These two have got a little partnership going. There's no massive urgency now again.
No, down the wicket comes Brooks and drives it one man's back into Parkinson's hands. Yeah, and it's almost, as you're quite right, there's no need to do anything other than accumulate at this stage. With fields out, you've got to actually put it down, you know, hit the ball at them now. There's nobody in close apart from the slip to be able to take the catch. As Brooks will play this into open space through the vacant mid-on area up to long on. They can just keep rolling the singles through and keep that board ticking over quite nicely for really through the rest of the afternoon. wonder how long it will leave Parkinson bowling, because hasn't been particularly effective, I don't think, today.
No, I think there's 8 overs until a new ball becomes available. He might just be content to keep Parkinson ticking over. I mean, he'll want Bailey and Williams fresh, obviously, for the new ball. So we're going to see Balderson coming in. So too surprised if Balderson and Parkinson get through these next 8 overs, and then Lancashire will have a dart with a new ball.
Does Croft not bowl at all now?
He doesn't much now, not even in T20 cricket. No, he's kind of reined it all in, really.
I always thought he was a very useful bowl, bowl to bring in, and just always seemed to get wickets against Warwickshire, the odd wicket here and there.
See, who has bowled quite a bit is Luke Wells, this year, but not seen him yet. Balderson to Brooks. It's flicked off the hip down to Parkinson, who comes up from the final leg boundary. Score moves on by the addition of 1 run.
And that's really those last 2 shots from Brooks, the push through mid-on and then that little turn off his hip. All he needs to do, just keep doing that and keep switching the strike with Davis. There's plenty of spaces to pick the singles up from. And that board just keeps rolling upwards. That's the, from Warwickshire's point of view, that's strength. They'd lead now 243.
Davis on 108. He's got 4 fielders out towards the boundary as he plays it into the onside for no run. There's a deep square leg, deep point, and then long leg and third man. There's a slip still in place. And there's an extra cover mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. 2-3-7 for 7.
So you were down at Northampton on Friday, did you say?
Yeah, back to the blast on Friday.
Oh.
Balderson to Davis. Wants a single here, just dropped down behind square on the offside. And attempt from Rob Jones, who looked like he'd landed pretty awkwardly on his knee.
He's hopping around, isn't he?
Isn't he? Yeah.
Banged his right knee. So you're not staying down? You're going back up and then come. We talked about the players doing it, but poor old commentators, nobody thinks of them.
No, I think I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back up, I think. And
it's not that far up, is it, really?
No, true. Come back on Friday. Balderson to Brooks. Turn towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Lancashire got the sequence of away games last week. Leicester, Leeds, Durham, Birmingham for 4 days, then down to Northants, because... and then on Sunday they're in Blackpool. With the ground currently being used for concerts. The Killers were performing the other night.
Gosh.
And Harry Styles is on duty.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's doing a turn.
You going? You'll be away.
Yes, it's Balderson to Brooks. It's played back down the pitch, no run.
That was a disappointment, wasn't it?
Well, I think he's on tomorrow night. On Thursday, I think he's on tomorrow night and Thursday night. So technically, I could go Thursday.
Tomorrow. You can get back tomorrow night.
I think it's sold out.
They'll find a place for you. Can't you go in and wave your press pass?
I'm not sure Harry would appreciate that. Yeah, let me in. So yeah, the ground's out of use for these couple of weeks. Balderson in, flicked by Brooks out towards square leg for 1 run. Takes him to 24, 239 for 7, and that's the end of the over. The first one back into the attack for Balderson. I think it'll be a pretty short spell before a new ball becomes available in 7 overs time. It's whether they persist with Parkinson at the other end. So they do have Luke Wells as an option, and just caught my eye that Wells has now taken his cap off, so I think Parkinson's sequence of overs is coming to an end, and it looks like they're going to have a go with Luke Wells for a few overs, bowling his leg spin.
You see, we can make bowling changes from this commentary box quite easily, can't we? So Wells, who had a bowl in the first innings, not a great deal, but he gets 1 in the second innings. Won't get 2. I don't think he'll get too many overs.
No.
2, 3 or 4.
Yes, he's bowled quite a decent amount, both in the county championship and certainly bowled a bit of stuff in the white ball games. In the championship this season, he sent down 66 overs.
Yeah, it's
Picked up 3 wickets. He's gone for 182 runs from his 66 overs.
certainly Henry Brooks, who he'll be bowling to. He comes in and bowls, and Brooks takes his first ball and hits it over the top of the sort of mid-off on who was sort of halfway back, and it goes up to the fence. And welcome to the attack, he says to Luke Wells.
He gave that plenty, didn't he?
He did. Total goes on to 243 for 7. Brooks. I've seen Brooks score good runs, and look very impressive. He hits the ball very hard, but of course he's had injuries for the last couple of seasons, so he hasn't played a huge amount of cricket. But he's certainly no mug with the bat. Wells pushes a man back to deep mid-wicket. In and bowls. Brooks goes back, and Wells feels sprawling stop to prevent that one going up to mid-off. Keeps it down to a dot ball.
He's quite busy, isn't he, Brooks, in the crease?
Yes, he is, yeah. There's Wells in. Brooks cuts this one away through backward points, but Bohannon goes charging across and keeps it down to a single. 244. The lead is now 250.
Yep. Tell you, that looked a long way off at about 2:10 this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Brilliant effort from the Bears to get to 250 in front, still with 3 wickets in hand.
Davis, though, absolutely terrific innings. Been one in each of the innings so far, which has held it. He goes looking to sort of lap that one round the corner. In the end, it gets the end of his bat and goes out completely at 180 degrees from where he'd intended it to go. And no run. Wells in and bowls. Back goes Davis, looking to work it away to backward point, which he does. And they get through for a single. That's the 50 partnership between these two.
Very good.
So it's got 79 deliveries. And, a useful partnership for the 8th wicket. Wells in. Brooks drives hard, but a sprawling dive by Wells can do nothing to stop that as it goes up to the long off boundary for 4 more. So the run's really flowing in that over. That first over from Luke Wells, expensive. Brooks getting a couple of boundaries. Warwickshire players are running off the field. I'm quite sure they haven't declared here. They're going for it.
That would be a bold strategy, wouldn't it?
Yes. A confident captain declares. 249 for 7.
Just looking at the partnerships in this Warwickshire second innings, so there were Alex Davis and Sam Hain, 48. Alex Davis and Michael Burgess, 70, which is that recovery partnership after Lancashire picked up 3 wickets quickly following the lunch break. Davis and Briggs, 30, and now Davis and Brooks, 54. So some good, relatively low scoring games, 290 plays 280, and now it's 250 for 7. Good partnerships, batting 3rd time in the match.
Yes, yeah. Well, we said earlier on that the lower order, I think I said this morning, Warwickshire's lower order haven't contributed.
It did, yeah.
They've obviously sat in the dressing rooms going, we'll show him.
Balderson running in from the pavilion end, balls to Davis. He does definitely get a single down towards fine leg, but he went hurtling through for the first. But, maybe he was showing in signs he wanted to come back for 2, but just the singles. That brings up the 250 for Warwickshire, 250 for 7. In the second innings, it's a 256 in front. 74 overs of the second innings. Gone.
England need just 4 more to win the Test match, by the way.
Wow. Crazy stuff. Balderson to Brooks. Play that into the offside, no run. What did Bairstow get in the end? He's out, isn't he?
Yeah, he got 131, something like that.
Dear me.
Stokes has been hammering the ball all around the ground. He's on 71, Folks on 12. If you were on the end of that hammering, having scored 500 and plenty in the first innings, and the game's over now, England have won by 5 wickets.
Balderson to Brooks, who chips it back over the bowler's head. That disappears down towards the boundary. 2 Lancashire fielders chase after it, but it's 4 more to Brooks. And the momentum shifting in favour of the home side. A recovery from that wonderful spell post-lunch for Lancashire. 2-5-4 for 6. So it's 260 in front. Brooks onto 37 now.
Yeah, and this total now is becoming just the sort of figure really you don't want to be chasing too many more than this.
Step to the leg side and absolutely wallops it for 6 over the long on boundary. Wow, he hit that and then some. Brooks moves to 43. That's a monster hit from Brooks. Crashing it over the long on boundary for 6. 260 for 7. And now Warwickshire really are starting to open up the shoulders and give it plenty. Still got the 3 wickets left and the lead's above 250. And Brooks with the licence to play some big shots here. He's up onto his toes. The ball deflects down towards the gully region, and he's through for a single. Oh, I think it's a no ball as well.
Yeah. It just takes the lead up to 270 required now by Lancashire. And this has really run away, hasn't it?
It has.
It's sort of quickly gone from 200. These 70 runs have come on very quickly.
Brooks to 44. It brings Davis back on strike. Balderson to Davis. Plays it to mid-on. Pick up and throw. Dive comes in from Davis. Harkley sends it in towards the stumps. There's a sharp single. Davis had to leap forward and was desperately hoping he'd made up the ground. Hartley didn't connect with the stumps. Davis has got himself all tangled up, having to readjust a few things. 112 now to him. 264 for 7. A new ball is due, and Brooks and Davis are determined to try and make the most of this older ball before you would think Bailey and Williams come back into it. Brooks in particular having a bit of fun here. Goes for another big shot. Carves the ball away through the offside for 4.
What he's doing, he's using his great big stride to open up his stance, and anything which is sort of just slightly short and rising, he's opening himself up and whacking it through, and it's like his first step is away, and he's hitting through, and he's picking it up with really good sort of timing in terms of good ball contact. Really impressive innings from this. 268, the lead 274.
Still 5 overs before that new ball became available.
Yeah,
Cash in now.
Really, they've got all this thanks to Alex Davis. I have to say, he's given them that position, which is a magnificent position for them. And now the game, in terms of what we've seen so far, starts to swing a little bit round, I think, now, from where Lancashire after lunch were clearly on top. It's probably moving, going to be a big final innings chase for the visitors. You've got to go and do an update, and then Scott will be back as soon as he's done his update. Clive comes back in here. Luke Wells will continue. His first over was quite expensive. Brooks taking a couple of boundaries off him. And this game's moved on a bit of a pace in the last half hour.
It's been a fluctuating game.
Yeah.
Oh. Wells into ball today. It was interesting. They're sticking with it. It's pushed out to the onside. They obviously want that new ball, don't they?
Yeah.
Got to try and stop the runs though in the meantime.
Yeah.
Because the lead now is already a really imposing 275. The target, the lead 275. And I have to say the pendulum swung back Warwickshire's best. I suppose the only thing that Lancashire got to look at it and say, well, if Warwickshire can score runs like this,
Yep, absolutely.
why can't we? But he's now the biggest partnership of the innings, 74. And that was a quicker ball, played back to him by Brooks. Brooks has played well. He's on 48. The next one, he hits off his total long on as a single. One on long off back, so easy singles. England, we mentioned England winning.
Yes,
yeah. So,
incredible, really.
Yeah.
To score that many runs so quickly in Test matches. Quite incredible.
oh, that one rose a bit. Did it come off the shoulder of the batters? Feels it short third. A bit of turn there. What a partnership this has been. What an innings from Alex Davis. Some players have played around him well. Well, Davis has turned that around as Paz is going for a tight single. This will be close. I'm not sure they threw at the right end there. Tom Bailey threw at the bowler's end. I thought Henry Brooks might be struggling going to the wicketkeeper's end. You're right, Bailey missed, so they got the run.
Don't think that Henry Brooks expected that run to be taken.
No.
No.
271 for 7. And Brooks a little bit of a leading edge out to the offside, but it's another ball negotiated. 2 overs to go to the new ball. The problem for Lancashire is the damage has been, well, done. They're not out of it, but they're going to have to bat very well. Looks like they're going to probably need more in their second innings than they got in their first.
Danny Lamb coming back into the attack now. Dave Villa's looking to try and stem the run flow, which has really been since the fall of the wicket with Danny Briggs after tea. It's really both ends. It's come from the spinners, and the last over from Balderson was absolutely hammered away by Henry Brooks. So 271 for 7. I'll leave it because you've got an update.
Yeah. So defensive field. Still sorting that field out. No slips. 4 save 1. They've got 5 fielders on the boundary now. And it's Lamb to Davis. Turns it round for a single. Well, the pendulum seems to have swung Warwickshire's way here. They're 272 for 7. That gives them a lead of 278. And they lost Danny Briggs just after tea at 195 for 7. Only just over 200 ahead. They look to be in some trouble. But 77 added now between Henry Brooks has played positively on 49. And Alex Davis has played a terrific innings. He's allowed others to bat round him. And he's got to 115. His first century for Warwickshire. Will Williams, the New Zealand bowler, had taken 4 wickets early, and the innings has really fluctuated from one way to the other. At one point, Lancashire looked to be well on top. I think Warwickshire now with the happier of the two teams. Lancashire desperately trying to get to the new ball, which is due in 3.5 overs time, but Warwickshire already have a pretty imposing lead. They're 272 for 7, 278 ahead. So in comes. What do you want to carry on here?
This one is cracked away by Henry Brooks down to third man, and that will bring up his half century. So well done to Henry Brooks. It's a warm round of applause from the crowd. It's been terrific innings from him. It's gone along. He's 66 balls.
Fourth 50 in first-class cricket, yet to get a century.
So 273 for 7 it goes to. Brings Davis back onto strike, and he runs this one away into the gully, and nobody there, but dive has to be from the backward point. Makes it, but can't prevent Davis picking up another single. 274. The lead moves to 280. So with 3 wickets remaining, 280 ahead, and the Bears moving along very nicely. As this next one from Lamb sees Brooks trying to hit this one away through the offside. He gets the bottom corner of the bat to it, and it bounces just past his off stump and down towards the leg slip position. But Dame Vidas has been straight across to collect it. But a little bit of luck going the batsman's way there. 274 for 7 it remains. In he comes again. Brooks gets a full toss, but he changes quickly, readjusts his shot intended and runs it down to Tom Bailey, who comes in from long on. Can't prevent Brooks getting another single, so 275 for 7. Brooks moves to 51.
Slightly bizarre offence at Canterbury, where Kent amassed a huge total, and yet Gloucestershire brother Tom Price has taken a hat-trick. Kent is still well ahead. 5. He's got 561 they were on that page. Let me have a look. Absolutely updated. 564 for 9 now, so they lead Gloucestershire 126. Those two teams occupying the relegation places, as such as they are. We don't quite know what's going to be next season, but at the moment they're the relegation places in the First Division. And it could be that Nottinghamshire are the first team to win in this round of matches, because Leicestershire are 99 for 9, still 9 runs behind. There's a big shot from Henry Brooks' men out on the boundary, but he's managed to bisect them for 4. Terrific shot from Henry Brooks, picked up that delivery to move on to 55. It's not quite working this for Lancashire. Wells bowling. And, well, I wouldn't say the game has gone for Lancashire, it certainly hasn't, but they really are going to have to go bang, bang, bang with a new ball, and still will have to bat pretty well. The target now is the same that they got in their first innings. Oh, there it is. His next one is pushed out to the offside by Brooks for no run. Well, can't take your eye off this game. Wells comes round the wicket, and Brooks makes room. He's launched out in the air. There's fielders out there. He could be out this time. Is it held? Yes, it is. Brooks goes for 55, and it is Will Williams who has fielded very well in this match. Took what was not an easy catch by any means. Catches it inside the boundary. Brilliant innings from Henry Brooks, but he has now gone, and Lancashire will hope they can wrap this up pretty quickly now. At 279 for 7, the lead is 285, and Brooks goes for a splendid 55.
But I'm well battered, Brooks. I have news on that, because Warwickshire have tweeted that Lancashire have been awarded 5 penalty runs for the batters running down the wicket. So Warwickshire have a 1-run first innings lead.
Wow.
Is what Warwickshire have just put out on their Twitter. So that conversation that we mentioned about the umpires, and there was lots of activity going on, that's what they've done. So 5 penalty runs, so it's a 1-run lead. But that's not on the scoreboard. That's still saying a 6-run lead, or at least it was when.
Well, I think, as I understand it, the 5 runs will go on Lancashire's total when they start. I think that's how penalty runs work.
Okay.
I think. I don't think they dock them off Warwickshire's total. I think they
They'll
just
start
put
with
them on
5.
Lancashire's.
Okay,
Yeah,
got you. But that was entertaining, wasn't it, from Brooks?
it was very good.
Gave that a fair old bashing. It's a good catch from from Williams as well. He got himself kind of all tangled up a little bit and landed rather heavily, but kept hold of it. But Brooks departs, and that partnership. Did you say that in your summary? What the partnership was?
I don't think I did. 84, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 84.
So
Yeah,
still those century partnerships are getting closer.
getting there. They're edging further up.
Maybe that's the key for Lancashire. If they can find a century partnership, that might win them the game. Get the umpires, I'll give them a few more runs, maybe. That one's pushed out by Norwell. Oh, there's a hesitation from Liam Norwell, and he just about makes it. Alex Davis was calling him, and Norwell was very slow to react, and just about gets there. I don't know. Was it Lancashire fielder hurt himself? No, I don't think so. It's Davis, the wicketkeeper, Dane Villas, who ran over and through. Didn't score a direct hit, but Luke Wells did whip the bails off. But he's limping a bit here, Dane Villas. Hopefully he's okay. But Norwell was just about in. 280 for 8. Davis will now need to, although Norwell will play his shots, nonetheless, Davis I think will look to dominate now.
Yeah.
So, I suppose the lead is effectively 281 now. Davis sweeps, and it's played to back a square leg for no run.
Yes. Which is just looking on the Crick Info, and that's what they've adjusted their lead to as well.
Always gone for the reverse sweep there, Davis, and misses it. Just gets it out to backward point for no run. So have they changed the Warwickshire score, or they just changed the lead?
Just changed the lead, I think.
Yeah, they have. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know how many warnings. I suppose they must have given them some warnings, which they didn't heed. Could be, it'll be highly controversial if it's a very close finish, won't it? But there we are.
So 79th over of the Warwickshire second innings will be a ball by Danny Lamb. Norwell on strike. It's left by Norwell and through to the keeper. No run. He had a terrific game, hasn't he? A lovely way for him to finish it earlier on today, because he picked up 5 on his first game back for Warwickshire after that horrible concussion injury. Picked up 5 wickets and finished with 5 for 78 on his return to the Warwickshire side. He's now got the bat in his hand. And balls to him. Played back along the ground. And there is no run. 280 for 8. Well, it's been a breathless day, hasn't it? It's been since lunch in particular, when that 2 wickets in the first over after lunch, a double wicket maiden for Will Williams, and he picked up 3 wickets for 4 runs in a half-an-hour spell. And the counter-attack. Lamb to Norwell, that's forced out through square leg. Doubles his total. The score moves on to 281 for 8. Davis reaching a century. Brooks giving it a bit of a bash. 55 off 71 balls, 6 fours and a 6. It's been pretty breathless cricket. Who needs Johnny Bairstow in the test match?
Yeah.
We've had a bit of fun down here as well. 4 wickets for Will Williams, 2 for Tom Bailey, 1 for Balderson, 1 for Wells. Daniel Lamb bowling to Alex Davis, who's 116 not out. Davis wants one pushed up towards Bohannon, off Lamb's bowling. And they are through for a sneaky single.
It's a great piece of running by Alex Davis again.
282 for 8. Norwell back on strike. 1 slip in place. And Lamb from the pavilion end. He's over the wicket and bowling. That's hit down the pitch by Norwell, and gathered by Lamb off his own bowling, and there's no run.
283 will be the target now, to keep remembering that. 5 runs awarded. Penalty runs appear to have been awarded to Lancashire for running on the pitch.
Last ball of the over. Lamb to Norwell. That's up and over mid-off and down towards the boundary. And 4 runs to end the over. Norwell moves to 6, 286 for 8 after 79 overs. 13 remaining in the day's allocation.
I mean, all results still possible, aren't they? You can see a scenario if, depending how much longer this innings goes. Obviously, Lancashire will go for it, but if they get themselves into trouble, they might at some point think, let's try and make sure we don't lose it. So a draw still possible. But once again, it's an innings pretty much occupying a day, isn't it? The Warwickshire first innings did occupy the first day, and then Lancashire just dribbled into a couple of 7 balls into today. And this Warwickshire innings is similar. Luke Wells continuing. New ball available after the next over. Comes into bowl to Davis. Field well spread out. Davis runs it down to short third. Good. That's surely going to be out, is it? No, what a direct hit would have been. Not sure. He's run well between the wickets. I don't think he got that one right. That's gone to short third. And he's called Norwell through for a single. And that would have been a direct hit. Norwell would have had no chance. I just wonder whether they might even have had time to throw it to the wicketkeeper. But, well, that was a little dangerous. Rob Jones was, I think, who shied at the stumps. Well, they get a single for it. 287 for 8. So we're just adding 1 on for the lead now. Which will really confuse people if you're just tuning in, but you'll have to trust me. It's 288 effectively the lead. Wells around the wicket bowls, and that's an attempted sweep by Norwell. He's missed it. It's rolled off his pass just past the leg stump. And there is no addition to the score.
First result of this round of games has come in.
Nottinghamshire completed a win, have they? Dear, poor old Leicestershire. Managed to score 440 in the first innings, and you still lose by an innings. That's pushed out to the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire winning by an innings and 9 runs, bowling Leicestershire out for just 99 in their second innings. Liam Patterson-White taking 4 for 15.
Well, if we have a First Division next season, you'd imagine Notts will be back in it. This is played by Norwell. Again, they've gone for a very dicey looking run. The throws at Norwell's end from Bohannon. Again, a direct hit might have been interesting. But he doesn't hit. It's a single.
It's good running though, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a few dicey singles, but Warwickshire have earned the right to take that on.
Excuse me, 289 for 8. He can't all out for 564, which includes a hat-trick for Tom Price, a lead of 126. Davis turns that round his pass. He's not so sure this time, and he's going to the danger end. The direct hit would have been out.
I think it hit Davis, didn't it?
Did it?
I think
Davis?
It may have just deflected off Davis, yeah. He had every right to run where he was running, but I think it may have just flicked off him. And I'm with you, Clive. A direct hit and he's gone.
That's another single. 290 for 8. No appeal for obstructing the field or anything there.
I think it hit him.
Comes in now. Wells to bowl, and Norwell trying to sweep. Isn't that wrong? It dribbles away down by his toes. And there's no run.
Can Lancashire take a new ball straight away?
Well, yeah, surely.
I think so, yeah.
They need to wrap this up. It's going to be difficult enough as it is. Going to be chasing, well, certainly their highest scores of the match. Warwickshire only need to add another 2 runs to make the target the highest score of the match. 290 for 8.
Bailey is peeling off his jumper and removing his cap, so the decision, you would think it would be that Lancashire will opt to take a second new ball. Umpire Neil Malander has the a ball in his hand. I think that's the new one. Got 12 overs. The game has ebbed and flowed beautifully. In the second half of the day belonging to Warwickshire. The lead is edging towards 300. Lancashire will have to chase if they want to win the match. So Bailey back in from the pavilion end with a new ball. Davis on strike. 118 not out. 290 for 8. So a lead of 291 for Warwickshire. Here comes Bailey over the wicket and left by Davis and taken by Dane Velasquez. There's no run. There's one slip in place and then everybody else is out by the boundary. So there's a third man, there's a deep point, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward, or deep square leg, and long leg. So one slip, the keeper, the bowler, and a couple of batters, and everybody else is scattered. And Davis will just drive it along the ground through that cover region for a single. And he takes his total on 219 not out. The field will change, you would think, now with Norwell being back on strike.
Can Lancashire really afford to give Warwickshire even those singles? We see teams do it all the time, but I'm always a little bit uneasy about it. Just giving them easy runs.
There's now 2 slips. Everybody back inside the regular positions, apart from the deep square leg and long leg. They're still out on the rope. And Bailey from the pavilion end, running into Norwell, who's 7 not out. He's bowling over the wicket. Oh, and that's just steered down in between the gap of second slip and backward point. Norwell comes back for 2. Davis says there's 3 there. And he's running towards the danger end. That's excellent running. Really good stuff from Davis. He was committed to 3 straight away. He knew that he would be coming towards the end where the ball would be thrown to. And that's good running by those 2. Norwell moves to 10. 294 for 8. Lead of 295 brings Davis back on strike. So again, everybody scatters. One's dropping deep. There is a run basically wherever Alex Davis fancies manoeuvring it, or at least a run. Decides against playing this ball. It just shapes away from Davis. The new harder ball, which quite clearly is reflecting off the sunlight, the bright sunlight now, the ground bathed in nice warm sunshine and blue sky above us. It's a lovely end to the day. There's a chance that Lancashire will be batting again tonight, and they might have some tricky overs to face, but they've still got 2 wickets to get before that comes into the equation. There'll be 11 overs remaining after this one from Bailey. Balls to Davis. Just takes one, just chopped away into the offside.
I'm sorry, I don't really get that. That's the 5th ball of the over. They're giving Davis an easy single. Law's only got to face 1 ball.
Yeah, I agree. It's slightly muddled thinking for me, but
if he cleans them up now, I'll be proven wrong. Not for the first time, but it seems a little bit surprising that Davis is quite happy to take that single.
Take the one, get up the other end, be on strike for the next over.
Another run Lancashire will have to get.
295 for 8. Final ball of the over. And Norwell perhaps just brings the bat inside the line and taken by the keeper. End of the over. 295 for 8. Lead of 296.
So, lots of drama here. It's been a really fluctuating day. Lancashire's innings didn't One very good shot by Will Williams. It didn't delay things too much this morning. We had a 6-run difference between the two teams on first innings. Lancashire got Warwickshire at 35 for 2, then the first partnership. So Warwickshire eke out to 83 for 2 until 3 wickets fell for just 12 runs after lunch. And at 95 for 5, Lancashire will look to be well on top. Within that sound of 70 between Michael Burgess and Alex Davis. Warwickshire have made every partnership since count. 30 for the 7th wicket, and then 84 for the 8th between Henry Brooks and Davis. They've added 16 for this 9th wicket, but Alex Davis is the player who's doing it for Warwickshire at the moment. He's on 120. Field well spread out for him. So he plays that onto the leg side. Will Williams back into the attack. A change of ends for him, and that's played down to fine leg again. Alex Davis is perfectly happy to take the singles offered to him. It does potentially give Will Williams 5 balls to bowl at Liam Norwell. Indeed, 5 balls to try and wrap up the innings, with Ollie Halland-Dolby to come in next. So interesting decision by Alex Davis to take that single. 296 for 8, so if the 2 wickets are to go now, bang bang, then the target will be 298. Warwickshire psychologically will have to get it up to the 300 mark. And so Williams in, and Norwell leaves at that. Looked a tight leave from here. I mean, he seemed pretty relaxed about it, but it looked pretty tight. Goes to the wicket keeper. Norwell on 10. A lot could depend on how he bowls in the Lancashire innings. 5 wickets in the first Lancashire innings. Here is Williams to bowl. Norwell again leaves that. Well, there's still 10 overs to go, but there's some merit in Warwickshire trying to get this innings into the final day, because then time starts becoming an issue for Lancashire as well as runs. My newsreader has just asked me if the cricket is still on. I think I can give that a one-word reply. It comes Williams. Oh, that goes past. Well, I mean, maybe he played inside the line there, Norwell, but a teasing line. Yes, send. By Williams, 296 for 8.
Yeah, I suppose it's quite a bit to think about. Well, it's something to think about overnight. Let's assume that Warwickshire is still batting at the close of play. They've earned the right here. The way that they've recovered through the afternoon session and taken this towards the final stages of day 3.
And that's clubbed by Norwell down the ground, just over the outstretched hand of mid-off, and it's gone through for 4. A risky shot, but he's got away with it. And it is 4 valuable runs, which brings up the 300 for Warwickshire. And 300 for 8.
Scoreboard now says a lead of 301.
Yes.
Spectators in the ground going, what's going
yes,
on?
The scoreboard can't add up, they'll be saying. What are they talking about?
Unless it's been announced. Maybe it's been announced. It's a great effort, that. 10 past 2. I can't remember what the lead was about half an hour into the afternoon session, but it was a million miles off 300.
Yeah, well, 95 for 5 on that 5th wicket fell, and Williams got 3 straight after lunch. That's a push out the onside for a single, so then the lead, well, it would have been 101 as it turned out. At the time we thought it was 100 and... No, we thought it was 101, it would have been 96, yeah. Yep. So the umpires have made this complicated, haven't they? 301 for 8 at the end of that. Over the lead is 302, believe it or not.
So Warwickshire got in a position where they can look at this now going into tomorrow, and there's still 10 overs left, I know, so Lancs could still be batting tonight, and maybe in an ideal situation that wouldn't be the worst outcome for Warwickshire. Put Lancashire, get Lancashire in and try and take a wicket this evening. But having been looking kind of down the barrel a little bit straight after lunch, you might want to make sure they try and, where possible, take Lancashire's prospect of a win out the equation. So if they bat through tonight and they keep going a bit tomorrow morning, it might not be the worst outcome for the Bears, but they've got the right to be able to manage it as they see fit. Bailey bowling. It's a good delivery. Noel playing forward. Ball just moves away from him into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. 301 for 8 as we head into the final 10 overs of the day's play. Thrilling day's cricket. It has been great fun to watch.
The way this match has gone, you wouldn't bet against some more twists and turns.
Shuffle back into the crease. Norwell will nudge it up towards mid-on. And Lamb picks it up. The score moves on to 16. 302 for 8. Gets Davis back on strike. What a day for Alex Davis and for his friends and his family. I'm sure his family will be, well, they might be here. If not, they'll certainly.
Lancashire supporters.
I think they're Alex Davis supporters. They'll either, if they're not here, they'll certainly be watching or listening. It's Bailey to Davis, who defends, and there is no run. 302 for 8.
Scott's off to do an update. This is definitely Warwickshire's session now. Can Lancashire end it? Bailey comes into ball to Davis. Oh, Davis has gone for a wild swing, and I think, has he nicked that? Well, Lancashire, I think he has, and I think the umpire's figure did go up eventually. Davis has gone for 121, trying to play the pull shot, and he turns down the handshake. Maybe he didn't see it, but Rob Jones offered to shake his hand. He didn't. He does now shake hands with Josh Bohannon, so maybe he just didn't see him. But I think Alex Davis seems to be implying that he didn't think he hit that, but the umpire did, so he's gone for 121, and it's 302 for 9.
Well, terrific innings, wasn't it?
It was.
It's went for the big swing at the end there. And with the overs still in hand, it's possible that Lancashire might just have an awkward 4 or 5 overs tonight to face out.
Indeed. Well, of course, Warwickshire could be mischievous and declare, force them to do that, but it would be an adventurous thing to do. It wouldn't be completely beyond the bounds of reasonableness. Bailey has his 3rd wicket of the innings.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby is the new batsman. I wouldn't say he's a high-scoring number 11, but he's an obdurate number 11.
Yeah, well, I'm presuming Liam Norwell will have a little go from here, but so if Hannon-Dolby's wicket goes now, the target will be 304 to win.
He's just telling them, I think, don't run on the wicket otherwise.
Yeah, he's not for having a weather. It's update coming up. It's in comes Bailey to bowl. Hannon-Dolby leaves that. Wasn't too far away, but leaves it. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where this LV Championship match is having so much drama and fluctuations, but Warwickshire look to be well placed now. They're 302 for 9. They lead by 303. I'll explain that in a second, but they just lost Alex Davis, who batted brilliantly for 121. He shared the stand of 84 with Henry Brooks, who made 55. Davis eventually just getting a faint edge as he tried to pull the delivery from Bailey, but a brilliant innings from him. Liam Norwell's out there on 16. Warwickshire did have a first innings lead of 6, but they have been penalised 5 runs for running down the pitch, so Lancashire will start on 5 without loss when they come to bat. So Warwickshire effectively are 303 ahead at 302 for 9.
Now, I've had a bit of a problem with that as to where I put that on the scorecard.
I think it goes in the Lancashire innings. as 5 penalty runs.
It goes on as 5 penalties, but do I put it onto the first or second innings?
Second innings, I believe. I might be wrong. Let's check. Should be interested to see whether the first. That's a good question, actually. Let's see if the first innings score has been adjusted on the scorecard.
I put it in the extras. There's 5 penalty runs extras. So
yes, that is where it's gone. You're right. That's where they've put it. They've put it in Lancashire's first innings total.
Williams comes into bowl, and Norwell runs this away into the onside, and they jog through for a single, which brings Oliver Hannon-Dolby back on strike.
So good job. I don't concede too many more, because that takes them 9 runs away from a bonus point.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. That would have been.
I think that's cropped up before, and I think the answer is they don't get it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter, because it doesn't quite take them to 300. I might be wrong on that, but I seem to recall that's cropped up elsewhere.
300.
Cricket does like to complicate itself, doesn't it?
Just
really.
a touch. 303 for 9, so 304 the lead. Lancashire would need 305 to win if this wicket were to fall now. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby is the man trying to prevent that, as Williams, still looking for his 5, comes in and bowls, and Hannon-Dolby goes back and just drops the bat on it. Williams running through, fields off his own bowling. Had a busy day, Will Williams. He's come into county cricket. He's taken 6 wickets so far. Been economic. But, certainly fitted in. He doesn't look out of place at all in county cricket. He comes charging in. Hannon-Dolby waits. And this one is... Hannon-Dolby will get a run. In fact, it's off the pad in the end, so the run isn't to Hannon-Dolby. It's come off the pad as he went to play across it and got pad outside the line and running away through backward points.
I think I worked out in the first innings that Ali Hannon was averaging something like facing 80 balls per dismissal this season. Of course, he added 5 more because he was not out in the first innings.
He hangs around a long time. Liam Norwell, not of the same ilk, goes for the big smack over long off. It's going in the air and is dropped. The juggler has dropped it down at long off, and that is that Josh Bahan?
I think it is, yes.
Who got underneath it. It was in the air for a long time. He was backpedaling right in front of the Thwaite scoreboard, about 5 yards in the end from the boundary. Got both hands to it. It came into his chest and popped straight back out again. So Liam Norwell survives. Warwickshire move on to 306 for 9. Lorwell picked up a couple of runs there. And he waits, and Williams comes in again and bowls, and this time Norwell pushes it back to the bowler. That would have been a 5 of course, for Will Williams on debut.
Yes, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? But he'll still be disappointed by Hannon. He did have to run backwards a fair way. We've seen a couple of nasty sort of catches which have been taken by Lancashire, all swirling around in the air, but not that one.
Well, having had that let off, waits, bat held high as Williams is into him and bowls, and this one he smacks away through the offside. It's a long chase round the boundary, and Norwell will get back for 2. Hannon-Dolby was running to the danger end, so Norwell picks up 2 more. Bears move on to 308 for 9. 309 ahead.
Well, they'll probably believe they've got enough now, but can someone from Lancashire produce a brilliant innings that could win it for them? And time is now a little bit of a factor, isn't it? They won't be able to just eke their way toward that. We'll have to keep scoring at a reasonable rate. They're going to have to score at more than 3 and over for a full day if they're to get there. As Bailey comes in to bowl to Hannon-Dolby, and that's a bit of a waste of a delivery. It's short and wide. Although Hannon-Dolby bends his knees, he could have actually stayed exactly where he was and not moved.
crowd has thinned down. It's never been a great crowd today, but it's thinned down a bit now as we approach the last 20 minutes of the day, half an hour.
It's, next one, Alan Dobby's hit in the air just past the bowler's hand, and he's got a run there, but almost caught and bowled. I'm just looking at Warwickshire's 300 came in 493 balls. That means their sixth 50 rather, took just 46 deliveries.
That was when Henry Brooks was at
Yeah.
the crease, wasn't it? Thumping it.
The third 100 took just 116 balls.
Feel the spread here for Norwell.
309 for 9. And it's a slower ball. Norwell smacked it. Has he got enough on it? He has got enough on it for 4 more runs. And every run is valuable, and every run you see perhaps shoulders slumping a little bit in the Lancashire field. 313 for 9. And the lead now is 314.
Yep.
And this one, Norwell tries to hit on the leg side. It's wrapped him on the thigh pad. It's a no ball, though.
No one.
2 more runs added to the total.
Well, I think played that into himself, didn't he? Just chopped it in. I'll let Scott back in here to finish off the day. And be with you tomorrow.
I've mentioned it's a bright shirt you're wearing there. What is it?
It's from
Well, the British
from the
three-part
British
par
Par
3
3 Championships, yeah.
Golf
Championships.
Bailey into bowl. Norwell has launched that, and it's going to bounce just short of long off. He's going to get a single. This must be maddening for Lancashire. 3-6. Or was that already? Yeah, 316 for 9.
See you in the morning.
Yes, see you in the morning, Phil.
Try and get a brighter shirt for tomorrow.
Well, what have we got now? We've got so the wicket would have fall now. They would have to face, what, 5 overs, Lancashire, before the close. Would at least allow them maybe to get a few of the runs off, because, as I say, it's beginning to become a runs per over issue as well as just sheer runs. 318 would be the target if Bailey strikes now. He bowls to Ollie Hallen-Dolby, who's... Oh, he's getting carried away now. He's launched out into the... What are you doing, Ollie? What's happened to leaving it or blocking? He's played it out to the deep for a single. He's on to 2. 317 for 9. Phil did the job of clearing it up, so we now know. So Lancashire now have 291 in their first innings. The penalty runs have gone to their first innings.
Excellent.
I was just speculating what would have, if they'd been on 296 and that had taken him to a bonus point, what would have happened? I think it has happened before, and I think they wouldn't have got the bonus point, but I'm not 100% certain on that. That one has hit, again, a big shot from Norwell, though he hasn't really got hold of it. It's just a single. End of the over. 318 for 9. The lead is 319. So the first innings lead, then we were almost tied on first innings. There was just 1 run between them in the end.
A dramatic first inning. Could be yet a slightly awkward little spell for Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells to deal with.
Well, I was saying, it's not... You know, I just wonder whether Warwickshire have had any thought at all about declaring and making that happen. Doesn't look like they're going to, but interesting.
Yeah, carry on.
I'm just thinking of getting them in for an awkward spell, is all I'm thinking. But
There's Williams to Norwell. He's swatting it out through the onside. There's 2 on that leg side field. He might have beaten them both. He has. It's gone for 4, deep mid-wicket. The long on fielder, and he has hammered it along the ground for 4. The pair of them chasing after it. I think it's Parkinson and Wells. Neither can catch up with it. And it's 322 for 9. So the lead of 323.
You called it earlier. They might just want to make the game safe, which they could still do if they bat on much longer.
Yeah. Williams to Norwell, rocks back, pulls for 4. Successive boundaries. That snapped off the face of the bat. It sounded terrific. Noel to 35. I mean, there's a lot of things at play here. One, it really is draining for Lancashire, this. Chasing around the ball on the final part of day 3, having been on top, you know, just a couple of hours ago. Secondly, puts Lancashire further and further out of the game in terms of trying to win it as well. So I don't think there's too much harm with this. And if you think about days 1, 2 and 3, effectively a team has been bowled out in the day, every day. So they will perhaps back themselves to think that 96 overs will be enough to bowl Lancashire out. Swing and a miss from Norwell, as Williams sends it down and taken by Dame Villas, and there's no run. 3-2-6 for 9. There's a one fielder in close in on the offside, so at extra cover. There's a keeper and the bowler, the 2 batters, and everybody else is on the boundary, of which there's plenty on that massive leg side boundary. Norwell looks to try and force the ball away through the offside, but bouncing back to the bowler, and there's no run. 3-2-6 for 9.
Batter's having a chat.
.35 from 31 for Liam Norwell. So he's having a bit of fun right at the end of the day. 1-2 more here, cracked away into the offside, pick up and throw. Oh, another miss. They think there's another run here, and it could be run out. Some chaos. Jennings with a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end. He was a mile out if he hits, and he missed. The ball then went through to the other side of the square, but because the fielders are all set back, Norwell turned and said, we can come back for another here, and he was a decent way down, sent back by Hannon Dolby, and was in danger of being run out at the other end.
Not sure it was the right choice though by Jennings. I think if he'd thrown to the bowler, Will Williams would have had time to run him out there.
3-2-7 for 9. Last ball of this over, and Hannon Dolby's on strike, and it's Williams looking for a 5-foot. He's in bowling to Hannon Dolby, who's trying to shovel it out through the onside. Has he nicked it? Oh, he has. So he's nicked it through to the keeper, and he's actually walking. The umpire didn't even raise his finger. It is 5 wickets for Will Williams. Finishes with 5 for 70. Hannon Dolby have been bowled out. He's out for 2, and Warwickshire have been bowled out for 327 to set Lancashire a target of 328 to win.
And they will have... I mean, I'm assuming he's not just declared there, by the way.
Has he?
Well, I'm assuming he hasn't.
Oh.
But I just wonder, because that was at the last ball of the over, so that would...
Maybe...
Did they already have a plan that they were going to declare? We'll have to get confirmation on that now.
It's not yet adjusted on the score.
No, I don't think they know, do they? I think they're wondering.
So I may have overshot that. It may well be a declaration. I thought he just edged it behind.
Well, I did
keeper
as well, but I'm just wondering now.
Well, we'll wait for confirmation. He went for the big swing, and then straight away turned and walked off.
They might have had a plan that we're going to go with and give ourselves 4 overs here before the close. So that plan might have been there. And it does look as if that's what the scoreboard is suggesting now.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So it's not 5 wickets for Williams. Apologies for that.
She deserves 5, but...
And it's not all out. It's 3-2-7 for 9 declared. And what's that going to be? 4 overs left for Lancashire to face?
Yeah, I think so. And they'll be chasing 329 to win. I tell you what, if they win, it will be a very, very impressive win. I'm not saying it won't happen, but it would be a really good effort if they won with that target. It'd also be pretty exciting. Good innings from Liam Norwell. It's good to see, actually, because there was some people wondering how he sort of react having been hit on the head. Yes, the Tannoy announcer is confirming it's a declaration. So Liam Norwell, 36 not out, really good effort from him. And of course it keeps Ollie Hannah-Dolby's little record of the 5 penalty runs now are being explained to the crowd just tuning in. Lancashire's first innings total has rocked up by 5 runs because of Warwickshire running on the pitch, which about as running on the pitch. The umpires have penalised them 5 runs. Well, there we are. It's quite very extraordinary stuff here. So Ollie Hannah-Dolby finishes 2 not out. Took a swing, the wicketkeeper took it, then he started marching off. I thought, was he out? But apparently, no. It's just that Warwickshire have declared on 427 for 9, giving themselves a couple of overs, bonus overs really, where they could put Lancashire under pressure. Let's go through the Warwickshire card, shall we? It's a day really of fluctuating innings. Decent start by Lancashire. Tom Bailey first bowled Dom Sibley for 5. Sibley faced 19 balls, 1-4. That was 13 for 1 in the 7th. And then Rob Yates, still struggling a bit for form, bowled by George Balderson for 8 off 30 balls, 1-4. That was 35 for 2. The first partnership that pulled things around a little bit for Warwickshire was well, the beginnings of partnership anyway. 48 added for the 3rd wicket, and they got to lunch 83 for 2. But then Will Williams struck 3 times shortly after lunch. I think at one point he'd taken 3 wickets for 4 runs in the space of 15 deliveries. Sam Hain, LBW, for 19 off 32 balls, hit 2 fours. That was 83 for 3. And in the same over, Will Rose misjudged one to be bowled, not offering a shot from his 3rd delivery. That was 83 for 4. And then Matt Lamb bowled by Williams for 3 off 11 balls. And it was 95 for 5. At this point, Warwickshire's lead, as it turned out, would have been 96, and with only 5 wickets left, Lancashire looked clear favourites. But a partnership of 70 between Michael Burgess and Alex Davis began to change things. Burgess playing some terrific positive cricket before being caught behind off Tom Bailey for 46 off just 71 balls, 7 fours, 165 for 6. Now it was looking quite close. 30 more added before Danny Briggs was caught by sub. I had to check with Scott because there were 2 subs on. I'm fairly sure it was Hartley that took the catch. But anyway, he was out for 18 off 31 balls, 2 fours. That was 195 for 7. Still, Lancashire probably felt in a good position then. Could they restrict the target to the low 200s? Well, no, they couldn't. 84 added for the 8th wicket. Henry Brooks came out and played his shots. 55 off 71 balls, 6 fours and a 6 before he was caught in the deep. Will Williams taking a very good catch of Luke Wells for 55. That was 279 for 8. And then the innings that really did salvage things for Lancashire, really, for Warwickshire, really came to an end when Alex Davis was finally caught behind. Judged to have just nicked one from Bailey to Dane Villiers for a brilliant 121 off 211 balls, 12 fours and a 6. That was 302 for 9. And even the last wicket pair added 25 without loss. Liam Norwell 36 off 32 balls, 5 fours. Ollie Hannah-Dolby 2 not out off 8 balls. And the extras, 2 leg byes, 6 no balls and 6 wides. It was 1 delivery, went for 5 wides. The Lancashire bowling 24 over for Tom Bailey, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 70. It was the most economic bowler and got the 3 wickets as well. Will Williams, really impressive at his debut, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 70 to give him 6 in the match. George Balderson, 11 overs, 1 for 64. He was a bit expensive. Danny Lamb, 5 overs for 29. Matt Parkinson, expensive, 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 71. And Luke Wells, 4 overs, 1 for 21. Warwickshire, 327 for 9 declared. Lancashire get 5 extras in their first innings, are chasing 329 to win. all results remain possible. Elsewhere, we know about England beating New Zealand remarkably by 5 wickets, chasing down 299 with Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes defying my advice and going for it big time and winning. Somerset are hanging on against Surrey, but still feel it's a... Well, they're 317 for 8. They lead by 115. Yorkshire in a spot of bother now against second place Hampshire. Yorkshire 93 for 5. They're only 111 ahead there at Southampton, so that might yet have a result interesting conclusion. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire in a spot of bother, 33 for 4, 93 behind Kent's first innings total. Looks to be heading fairly sedately to a draw. Closer play at Chester Street. Worcestershire 431 for 6, or 211 behind Durham. And Derbyshire have beaten Middlesex by 6 wickets, 222 for 4. Wow. Yeah, chasing 219 at Chesterfield. We already know about Leicestershire being beaten by Nottinghamshire, being brought out for 99 in their second innings. Sussex 79 for 2 are still 39 behind Glamorgan.
It's a great win, though, isn't it, for Derbyshire?
It is. I don't think they're that bad a side. I'm sorry, that sounds terribly patronising,
No,
I know, but I think they're a reasonably decent side this season.
Yeah.
In T20, I think they came very close to winning a game which looked completely lost for them. They were pretty unlucky not to win it in the end against the Bears at Derby.
Yeah, Mickey Arthur going in there and clearly having a big, big impact.
Yeah. Dave Fletcher won't know what to do with himself. Derbyshire winning games. So here we go then. The first job for Lancashire is to see out these 4 overs, I guess.
Yep.
No thoughts of a night watcher, I'm pleased to say, because I think that would have been daft, but I suppose that might have been a temptation. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wales will march out.
It would be a bit harsh, wouldn't it, to go and ask one of the bowlers to go out there and open the batting.
That's true, yeah.
Spent all day in the field. You'd be well within the right to say, no, you crack on and do it.
I think don't bowlers say to the batters, it's your flipping job to bat, so get on with it.
Absolutely. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. There's absolutely nothing that Lancashire can gain from these 4 overs.
No, I suppose just if any runs they get is just because I mean the required rate is going to be 3 and over doesn't sound much, but over a whole day, they can't afford, well, unless they take an early decision just to make sure they save the game, but
just about getting through these 4 overs, isn't it?
It is.
If they're going to take this deep into tomorrow, Lancashire, they're going to need 10 wickets to play with.
But if it was Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow, they'd probably be 30 without loss at the end, wouldn't they?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Okay. Ollie Hine-Dolby can open the bowling after his dramatic declaration.
He's on his knees at the minute.
That was impressively done, wasn't it, the way he turned and ran off?
Wasn't it? Yeah, completely did for me.
I think one of the Lancashire fielders actually said to him, "Did he nick that? Are you out?" Oh, really clearly, mate.
So here he comes, 3 slips in the gully, and he's in and bowling to Luke Wells, who's playing it softly. A ball that, with it being new and hard, gets decent amount of bounce and just guides the ball down into the ground. It's picked up by Sibley in the gully, and there's no 0 for 0. I thought that was sorry, go on, Clive.
No, I was going to say that's the positive for Lancashire. We say there's an opportunity to pull off a sensational wing, because it really would be quite impressive if they did pull it off.
It would be some going. And if they get somewhere near it, we're in for an unbelievably good finish tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby to Wells, just cushioned away into the offside. And Brooks picks it up from cover point, and there's no run. He had some fun with the bat. The contributions from the tail were terrific.
I think that's been a big key, isn't it? And I think Alex Davis orchestrated it really well. Got them all to play around him. I think he measured his innings really well.
Yeah, it was that counter-attack, Davis and Burgess, after the that half an hour, 40 minutes that Lancashire had after lunch. It seemed to swing the game in their favour. Counter-attack was perfect from those 2. First runs for Lancashire here. Just eased off the hip by Luke Wells to deep backward square leg for a single.
One of them ticked off.
But yeah, Burgess and Davis for that contribution. But then Briggs 18 off 31. Brooks 55 off 71. Norwell 36 off 32. They are fantastic contributions.
Yeah, I think I'd say in Lancashire's favour is that pitches here do tend to get a little bit easier to bat on as the game goes on. If it doesn't take turn, there's no real sign of this one taking turn.
Not on the evidence we've seen so far. Jennings facing for the first time. Here's Hannon Dalby. That's angled across Lancashire's left-hander and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, Parkinson twirled away as best he could for his captain. Sent down 19 overs, 3 maidens for 71. Luke Wells bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21. Been a game for the seam bowlers so far, whether Briggs, for example, has a role to play tomorrow on the 4th day. We'll find out. Alan Dalby from the Birmingham end into to Jennings. His shoulders, arms. Ball gathered by Burgess, and there is no run.
I wonder at what point then, maybe when Hannon Dalby came out, he might have been given the nod by the coach or the captain. I wonder what point Warwickshire made the decision they were going to declare with 4 overs to go.
Yeah, because there was no hesitation with regards to looking up to the dressing room.
It was obviously a plan, wasn't it? So perhaps Ollie was told when he went out.
We're pulling out with 4 left.
Yeah.
Final ball of the first over, Hannon Dalby to Jennings. And that's it. Eased away to deep backward square leg, where Liam Norwell fields, and I suspect he'll come into the attack.
Be surprised if he didn't. So first over successfully negotiated by Lancashire. Two without loss. So Liam Norwell, 5 wickets in the first innings. Let's return to the side. Could be a really interesting game this. Well, it will be a really interesting game on the final day. So 3 slips and a gully. Liam Norwell to bowl from the pavilion end. And that's a left by Jennings. That's a no ball. Now this is where my change in the laws would potentially come into play. I don't know whether Lancashire will or not, but I think the batting side should be allowed to decline the extra ball, because they may not want it. They're trying to bat to the close, and Liam Norwell gets himself an extra ball through his own overstepping. Anyway, it's 2 onto the total, so it's not 2 more off the target. Norwell comes into bowl to Jennings, who leaves that. And there's no run. Jennings with just 1 on the board in the first innings.
Yeah, I know what you mean. In this context, it's not any advantage, really. Lancashire should have to face another delivery.
Norwell runs away from the pavilion. Round the wicket. Oh, it's edged by Jennings. Along the ground. Leading edge goes to point. Slightly false shot, but he's okay. Four. That loss remains the Lancashire total. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be an update now or not.
Stand by just in case.
Yeah, I am. So Warwickshire 327 for 9 declared. A target of 329 for Lancashire. That's played out to the onside by Jennings. No run. Sun's still shining here. We could carry on for hours.
We could, yeah.
Right, but
keep going to about 9:30.
yes. That's Norwell turns and bowls, and that's left by Jennings. Well, Lancashire now batting their second innings after a dramatic Warwickshire innings where they recovered from 95 for 5 and 195 for 7. Looked likely then to set a fairly modest target. They've ended up declaring on 327 for 9, giving them 4 overs to bowl at Lancashire. Lancashire on the second over and so far survived 4 without loss. Alex Davis was the mainstay in the Warwickshire innings. A terrific 121 for him, his first century for Warwickshire, and others played effectively around him. Michael Burgess with a brisk 46, Henry Brooks equally so with 55, and a cameo at the end from Liam Norwell, who finished 36 not out. To add to the drama, Lancashire been awarded an extra 5 runs in their first innings. Penalty runs awarded against Warwickshire for their batters running on the pitch. So it means the first innings margin was just 1 run, and Lancashire are chasing 329 to win. They're 4 without loss. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's played onto the onside for no run.
So 2 overs negotiated. Halfway getting to the close with 10 wickets intact.
Somerset have at least taken their match into a final day. 319 for 8 they've closed, leading Surrey by 117. South Africa's women beat Ireland easily in Dublin by 9 wickets with more than 11 overs to spare in a 50-side game. And a 2020 men's game, India have beaten South Africa by 48 runs. Quite an exciting finish in the one-day international in Sri Lanka, where a revised target for Australia in 44 overs. They need 36 more and 40 balls to win with 3 wickets left.
Here's Hannon Dolby to Wells, and defends up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, they make Warwickshire regret declaring then. They don't get a wicket. It won't have worked, will it? They must have added a few more runs. Just the 1 win for Warwickshire so far. That was here against Essex. They've only lost 1. It was at Taunton.
Change of line here for Hannon Dolby. Right arm round the wicket. Forward goes Wells in defence. Brooks comes up from point to field. No run.
That defeat against Somerset at Taunton was particularly frustrating, with the knowledge that had Warwickshire even just batted long enough to get beyond the 3rd day, I doubt they would have got any play on the final day, so they would have got away with a draw.
Okay.
But they couldn't quite manage it. It wasn't one of their better performances. Gloucestershire in real trouble against Kent. They've closed on 37 for 5. They lead by 89, so that could be a good game tomorrow.
Going on there.
Yeah. Bowler's paradise in Canterbury.
4 without loss. Wells on 1. 3 slips in the gully. And then Dolby to Wells. Leaves the ball. Taken by Burgess, and there's no run.
Just 1 at Warwickshire. Just get 1.
Well, it'll cap off a brilliant end to the day, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Since about an hour or so after lunch, since then, it's been Warwickshire's day emphatically.
Next batter in, we're counting off the next 3 balls, because if they survive the next 3, then they won't have to bring a new batter in, even if a wicket falls.
3 slips, gully point, and he's just pushing mid-off. Quite close in. I think that's Alex Davis, isn't it? Is it kind of short, straight mid-off, Davis? Hannon Dolby to Wells, just nudged around the corner towards the man on the fine leg boundary, Liam Norwell. Wells moves to 2. Lancashire move on to 5 without loss. 2 balls remaining of the 3rd over of the day, and as Clive mentioned, if they get through it, the next couple of deliveries be too far away from being job done for Lancashire. Would give, I mean, it's really give Warwickshire just a real kind of perfect end to the day if they can prize one out here. Lancashire will need all 10 wickets tomorrow, you would think. Left alone by Jennings. Ball's full but wide of off stump, taken by Burgess, and there's no run. Walks away towards square leg, Keaton Jennings. In his long sleeves, or at least he's got his long sleeves under his Lancashire shirt. Bits of the white skins under the t-shirt. The short sleeves from Luke Wells. So he's bearing his forearms in the sunshine. Jennings is covering his. He's flexed the knees, taps the bat. Hammond Dolby in. Plays neatly forward in defence. And there is no run. 3 overs gone. So we're into the final over of what has been a pretty dramatic day. Well, it's been a breathless day's cricket, which has swung one way and then the other.
It's been that sort of match. It's been a really good match.
It has, yep.
Yeah, and it could still have plenty of life left in it. It'll be a monumental effort from Lancashire if they can get anywhere near the target tomorrow, but they've got to believe they can do it. So I'm not sure this pitch is getting any harder to bat on, certainly. There's a bit of sunshine on it today. So Liam Norwell, last chance for Warwickshire to get something for their declaration before the close. Round the wicket to Wells, who's solidly behind that. No run. The next batter in can now remove their pads. They ain't going to be required today.
What an end to the night, Clive. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is lovely. Far the latest finish we've had yet, but that sort of, with the match being so dramatic, everything takes a little bit longer. Norwell, 3 slips in a gully around the wicket, he bowls, and that's edge, and just short of second slip. Don't think that carried, wasn't a chance.
No.
Sam Hain, the fielder there, stops it. Wells, relieved, give him credit, soft hands, kept it down.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Didn't got it too hard, and it bounced quite a way, I think, in front of. I mean, it was an edge, but he didn't go at it hard, and the edge went into the ground in front of slips.
Wells survives, 5 without loss. Comes Liam Norwell again to bowl, and that's comes out of the middle of the bat this time, out to the onside for no run by Wells. It's almost there. 3 more balls to see till the close.
That was the chance, wasn't it? They wanted a chance probably in these 4 overs. They think they could create one opportunity. Maybe that was it, but credit to the way I think that Wells played it, not going at it too hard, playing it softly. And the edge fell safe. Or dropped safe. Dropped short.
In comes Norwell, the red sole of his boots showing as he runs in. It's clipped off his toes by Wells to Danny Briggs at mid-on. 2 more balls left in the day. Lancashire 5 without loss. Need another 324 to win, or 323 to tie.
No give over.
The trouble is, there's no difference now between a tie and a draw in terms of points.
Is it 8 points for both?
Yeah, it is. Which I don't. It's one of the reasons why I'm not too keen on the 8 points for a draw. I'm all for a draw being worth a fair bit. I think 8 points is just a bit too much. Anyway, Norwell comes in to bowl to Wells, as we know that no one ever listens to me anyway, so that's played a mid-off and there's no run. 5 without loss.
I listen to you, Clive.
Last ball of the day, intriguing day. What have we had today then? 338 runs for 11 wickets. It's been a good day's cricket. Can Liam Norwell make it 12 wickets? You got the first one to fall in the day. He comes in now to bowl to Wells, who turns that round his paths. They think about a run. They do not want to get run out of the final ball of the day. That's it. Close of play. Lancashire 5 without loss. They have successfully seen off those last 4 overs, which will give them a little bit of heart. Luke Wells on 2, Keaton Jennings on 1, but they still have a pretty tough task tomorrow. They'll need to score 324 more runs in a minimum of 96 overs if they're to win the game. Warwickshire will need 10 wickets if they're to win it. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. Do join us tomorrow. Sounds like we might have, well, there's a rumour we might have reinforcements tomorrow, so do join us anyway. We'll bring you all the action for what promises to be an absolutely intriguing final day of what's been a really entertaining match. Alex Davis's day, I suggest, with his 121, well under him. But at the close of play, the scores are Warwickshire 292 and 327 for 9 declared. Lancashire 291 after the adjustment and 5 without loss in their second innings. We'll see you back tomorrow.